'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries, let's float for now. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. I drag you out your mind, and there are days I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And now we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption ever came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, 'cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment, 'cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption came. crawl around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly, I can fly. We crawl around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly. The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Time of year carries memories like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on.
Team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire
Brood mother.
If you come bottom 2 in the lower division of the Western European DPC League and every other lower division of DPC leagues actually, you take home nothing other than exposure. Great. But there is no money reward for 6 weeks of playing, and one of these two teams will walk away with nothing at all, as this is a deciding series here for who loses and gets 7th, or who wins, and then depending on the series tonight will either get 6th, 5th. I think there's a chance of 4th. A lot of money still on the line if you win here. And we're in the draft here. I'm here with Cap and Fog, and they're going to talk about this. No Bounty Hunter versus Chicken Fighters. Both teams sitting on a 2-4 record. That's a brood.
A very early brood.
Spidey pick.
Yeah.
Have they played Spider before? Yes, they did, actually.
have.
Oh, but it didn't work.
It did not.
I hate
Because they had
early
a
brood mother.
pyro.
Oh my god. All right. So
so many
I've
solutions.
plummeted like 800 MMR since I got here, right? I made my climb up. Last time I was here, I was playing, I was experimenting a bit, but I was playing fundamentally meta strong heroes. This time around, I have been experimenting more so, and I've been mostly playing techies and Broodmother. And Broodmother by far is causing most of my losses. And part of the reason is I am 1-2ing in every game. I do subscribe to that if you really want to understand a hero, like you have to be able to play against some of the worst things
10 seconds
you can
remaining.
play against. And let me just say, this hero is so hard to play.
5 seconds
So hard to
remaining.
play when you first pick it. I hate it when people 1-2 Broodmother after after I've gone through this experience and I really feel like I've fleshed out the hero in my head and what's good about it and what's bad about it. It's just when it gets countered, it's mega countered. It's goddamn useless.
I'm always torn about these type of picks too when you're, and I hate saying it, but when you're like watching like the lower division teams like that too, it
10
makes you play a
seconds
different play
remaining.
style.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah.
You have to play a
Red
brood
team
game.
ban.
So I feel like sometimes the other team, you know, they'll just pick a normal strategy. They just kind of ignore the brood. They play their own game. And then you have a brood. And if you don't know exactly how to capitalize on what a brood does, then you can't actually team fight at all. And Chicken Fighters, they're bringing that team fight right away. Tide Phoenix, they already have very dominant fight. Sure, Snapfire's got some counters, of course, versus Phoenix,
10
but
seconds
yeah, they can
remaining.
play their own game.
I will say that I don't feel like
5 seconds remaining.
many of the more stationary offlaners that just kind of sit there, even if they have an ability that does kill spiderlings, they aren't actually that good at being able to stop Broodmother from doing what he does, right? I typically see these Tide Hunters, Centaurs, maybe an
seconds
Axe,
remaining.
like they swap the lanes,
Dire
right?
team ban.
The carry's like, I can't deal with the Broodmother anymore. He's got spiders. Swap with me. And this guy comes down to the bottom lane. He's like, haha, I've got you. You can't get me with spiders. And I'm like, all right, but I'm not trying to get you. I'm trying to get your tower. Are you literally just going to hug your tower the entire time? Well, I'm going to out-farm you 3-1 because I'm going to
10
farm
seconds
neutrals,
remaining.
the entire neutral camp, the entire jungle, and the lane. And you can't
5
go
seconds
anywhere.
remaining.
And that is bad for you. So I do want to see some stronger lane counters. Where a safe lane carry is able to deal with the Broodmother, and then also a support that
Radiant
has some
team
sort of
back.
clear mechanism. Grimstroke's always my #1 go-to.
Yes, Grimstroke's great for that, for sure. I do like that.
Yeah, because we saw Matu on the Brood, of course, yesterday playing Brood from the safe lane. Blink will probably play it from the off lane, as he is the one playing the Brood for his team.
Yeah, and Matu's looked like it was for a very specific
10
purpose too. It's
seconds
just like I
remaining.
see two supports that do nothing to me. I feed on them all game.
Yeah,
I
it
press
wasn't
their-
a first
5
phase
seconds.
Brood.
It was
so-
the last pick, so
Yeah,
he knew
yeah, yeah.
exactly what he was playing up against. So yeah, Chicken Fighters, they have all the different ways to either play their own game, counteract that Brood. They got a lot of options, and they are banning out the ways to set up Phoenix for success, which I like. Lifestealer, Jug, Io also, the overcharged with attached hero, all very good at killing egg. It looks good so far for Chicken Fighters.
I just look at these bans, and I just don't think these are the right bans for no bounty.
Radiant team pick.
The Medusa, TA, and Void.
Void? What?
I guess they're worried about the combo, but Void doesn't.
Yo, I
get
smash
eaten.
the hell out of
Void
Void
just
when I'm
gets
playing
eaten.
Broodmother.
Yeah,
I
that's what I was gonna
destroy
say,
that
too.
hero.
Yeah.
What? I apply a
Wait,
miss percentage
interesting
chance on him. I can ban fight him at level 3.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's a weird
Against
ban.
spiderlings and webs, I chase him down even after he time walks.
5
I guess they're worried
seconds
about
remaining.
just the scaling, right? I mean, the TA ban, I'm not too sure about. That might just be a specific versus Chicken Fighters for Supreme, but the Medusa and the Void, that's just like, all right, we need to win early, I guess. That's what they're like looking to think of, because they don't want to play versus some super scaling, but I'm not a fan of the Void ban.
Yeah, the only ban I like there is the Dusa.
Yeah.
Dire team pick.
All right, they're going to take the Grimstroke,
Okay.
which is a good idea for sure.
I feel like these are the default
Radiant
supports.
team
It's
pick.
like, what do we want to play?
Disruptor.
These are two that I feel like everyone just picks because they're there.
Yeah. Disruptor has proven to be really annoying for a laning phase counter, and then later on, obviously, his ability to reposition you as a Broodmother is super obnoxious.
10
Not necessarily
seconds
anything that really deals with the Spiderling super well, because if you
5
Thunderstrike, you should be
seconds
fast
remaining.
enough. It's like Ion Shell Darkseer, right? You put it on a spider clump, but a good Broodmother will micro the one spider out
Yeah.
before anything dies.
Also, these two heroes are pretty susceptible to Brood, I feel
Yeah.
like. These two
Yeah, they
supports, this is like I feel like Brood can just do it on Orchid, and then they're both just dead every single time if he does want to go down that route. I like the I really like that like Orchid pipe build actually from Matu. It feels perfect as it just really solves everything for you.
Yeah.
And it does counteract exactly what Chicken Fighters has right now. So I feel like if he does that strat, it actually looks like Chicken Fighters have picked pretty bad solutions for the Brood. But it's skirmishing. It is just looking for their own fighting.
Dire team pick.
I was gonna say there's not a whole lot of Grimstroke pairings left because the Void, Lifestealer, Juggernaut all banned away. Those are the best heroes to utilize. Inkswell, Slark.
They left, and they left Slark when they have Tide and Phoenix.
Yeah, that is a really good pick.
That's a really good Slark game. Great hero to absorb pressure. Also, when you are playing with, like, you know, Brood's pressure on one side, Slark gets all the space in the world to swoop around, and you already have double vision mechanics. You got Spideys, you got Slark night vision. Into Disruptor, though. That can be a little bit concerning sometimes if you do start falling behind. But if you're ahead, you can snowball ahead. And I think that's what No Bounty Hunter is looking to do, is get ahead and stay ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. That is, like, all Brood lineups, I think, naturally have this really strong timing at 20 and 30 minutes.
Yes.
And then you really start falling off unless your 4 position naturally scales really well.
Okay, so they got the Bloodseeker counteracting that Slark.
I'm not
it's just like one-to-one counters.
Yeah, I feel like in many ways Chicken Fighters is they have found a way to kill the Brood Mother, and this also counters the Slark, and that's nice. But I don't feel like they're addressing the spider issue very.
No, I don't either.
Remaining.
I don't know. I don't really like that Bloodseeker
Radiant
either.
team ban.
Bloodseeker, I mean, they probably look at it and just like, God, it's so good against Slark, and it can be good against Broodmother. Like 2-for-1 special, you know? They look at that and they're like, oh, it sounds good.
They've got the circles, right? We got an egg, we got a ravage, we got a disruptor static storm with kinetic, we got a blood right. All throw everything down. How do you lose a fight?
5 seconds remaining.
And they are definitely becoming a ball that is very hard for No Bounty Hunter to fight into, seeing as they don't have a team fight core yet. Like, they picked up the Snapfire, but they don't have anything quite yet to actually go in, force a team fight, and keep people in an area where Mortimer's Kisses and Inkswell can do work.
Team ban.
Instantly ban the Lina, so we'll at least protect themselves a bit versus Burst, protect the Phoenix more. Is Lina actually... it's an interesting ban, actually. I guess they're looking at No Bounty Hunter and seeing that they're probably looking to be split up a bit until they all like collapse with the Brood information, but...
Flash Rack, that's a good ban.
That's a good ban.
Yeah,
Because
they already had the ball, right?
Yeah.
They've got, like, the AoE damage is both good against Broodmother and the Slark. It would also give them tower pressure, where their current team fight ball, that is the one thing they're kind of lacking, is they're strong in these team fights, but they need a way to actually force No Bounty Hunter to try and fight into them. Otherwise, they're just going to get split all over the map. So team fighting, pushing cores are pretty valuable here.
So what do we want to see from Supreme, then?
Another pushing team fighting cores Death Prophet, but
Radiant team pick.
Nope, it's a Shadow Fiend.
Wow, look at this team fight.
wow.
They're bringing it right to them. I feel like No Bounty Hunter might just have to do the full like split push, try to get online thing and peak at 30-20 minutes, but Chicken Fighters is... I don't know if they can ever actually fight them on No Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, they added a really nice amount of AoE damage, which is good against, again, Broodmother and Slark. That's 2 weaknesses right there. It's another hero that does pressure towers because his physical damage is so high. So I do like that aspect of it as well. And it's a hero that feels like it's very well protected and amped up by the Bloodseeker and Tidehunter are like enabling cores. One does the big AoE disables. The other one is like an early game sort of pressure hero that does really nicely with damage. But you want like a more scaling core out of your mid laner for sure.
No Bounty Hunter's draft just looks like kind of tough to play around. Like overall, like if Chicken Fighters, I feel like they can just set the tempo. They can just force fights. If they ever just like walk into Roshan, which they can with all this minus armor, it's going to be devastating. And they go for Razor, so literal like no ways to actually fight. And there's also weird interactions that can happen with Razor plus Grimstroke that can mess you up. You have to actually watch out how you link with that one, because it links to the second target and can break instantly, as I've seen happen a lot of times.
Yes, that has happened to me a few times, and I've been very mad.
Instantly cancels your link, and you're like, oh god, fight's over because we don't have a linked. I don't like this Razor pick. I think SF does pretty great in that matchup. I actually really like Chicken Fighter's draft. I feel like it's easier to execute. They can kind of just like group up as this death ball. I feel like no bounty hunter has to play some like 40 chess in this game.
Yeah, Razor wants to be able to have, he doesn't like lane clear because he wants you to be sitting in the wave for a long time, and he has the opportunity to static link you and chase you away from the wave. But SF has this potential once he gets to higher levels of raises. Boom, boom, boom. Creep wave's dead. I'm hitting jungle now. Yeah. Now the creep wave's pushing into you. And you're sitting there with the second ability going like, well, this doesn't help me against creeps.
Yeah.
And they're supposed to help me against the hero, but he's off hitting neutral creeps. And there's like sucks.
Bloodseeker too, right? Like usually you see some very immobile hero like your Gyros, your Life Stealer, something that can't actually run away from Link. Bloodseeker's going to be going Mach 10 running away from this Link. So I'm heavily siding for Chicken Fighter.
So X Factor for No Bounty Hunter is the Brood.
It's the Brood and just playing split map, hitting a peak timing, and just dancing around these big team fight cooldowns. But it looks much harder to execute, which for these type of teams too, for like lower division, usually ease of execution is a big importance.
Let's find out if that Brood Mother can deliver in this first game of the best of 3. We're heading over to our commentary duo of T-Gov and ODPixel.
Thank you very much, Sheever. This is my Owen kind of roleplay here. I've got to say first, Owen, more importantly, draft aside, we have a roster change on the side of No Bounty Hunter.
We do.
We do. What are your thoughts on that there, Chief?
I mean, you're more the expert when it comes to sort of these teams, team. What do we know? What do we think? Is it going to work?
Thank you. I wanted to throw the question to you, for you to throw the question to me. Mate, that ping pong, love it.
To me, to you.
To me, to you. Beautiful. You know what? I think it's really scary, honestly, if you're No Bounty Hunter. Like, this series, it's so crucial for the low division. You lose it, you're out. You get no money. This low division is brutal if you're in the bottom 2. So the fact that they have changed out Khan for low skill, it puts a lot of emphasis that they're looking for the future towards maybe the TI kind of closed qualifiers. But this series alone, there's so much money on the line. So they have to have a lot of confidence to this swap. If from an outside perspective, I'm honestly a little bit scared.
Okay. And sort of overall as well, from looking at the drafts, I mean, we heard from the panel, they feel that it's going to be a little difficult for No Bounty Hunter to get things going their way. It's going to require a much higher level of execution, whereas Chicken Fighters, it's just going to play out a bit more well-rounded across the board with the team fight and potential. Do you agree? Do you think it is a bit of a difficult one here for No Bounty Hunter?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with the panel a bit here, just because the idea of a first phase Brood, it doesn't really surprise you in the draft. You're already presenting it straight away. And when you have answers like Tidehunter, for example, who happily soak up the lane that he pressures, like Brood is a hero that pressures in lane with right clicks, but then becomes that annoying tower pusher. So if you have a lane encounter, but then also that mid-game kind of tower defender, it's so easy to mitigate the threat that Brood brings. So yeah, I think Chicken Fighters, they have a really nice, simple to execute draft, where No Bounty Hunter, they're going to have to lean on a lot more kind of nuances in their draft. Like how do they open up the map with the Brood? How do they play with the early skirmishing of a Grim Slark, for example? But, you know, let's not count them out too early. They do have the X factor of a brand new player coming into the final series.
Yeah, we'll see how well he does down here. Looking at this lane, I mean, he's going to have the Dark Pact, of course, against the Spirits of Era. I mean, but we'll see if do you think there's going to be offensive potential for them in the lane, or is it just never really that easy to go on a Tide Phoenix?
I think it's going to be, if Era, he's the one who potentially might die here. If he hasn't skilled yet, he's holding on his skill points, because if he does get jumped, he wants to have that Icarus dive. And against a Slark, you know, the Fire Spirits don't feel too great early on, but now, because of course he's seeing what's happening and how low skill's already leveled and using spells, he's going to start spamming a little bit. But yeah, Era's the one that dies. ATF, not so much. He should be pretty good here.
Yeah, so some of these other lanes as well. Did you like the decision to end with the Razor here for Daki? Does this strike you as a particularly strong Razor game?
I think for laning phase, it's not going to feel too amazing, but for the game and the essence of where a lower division Shadow Fiend has moved towards, like, you got to think about how this hero has been popularized. It's because of Viking and how they're first phasing it relentlessly, but they're building it for right click. So this Razor pick is not about we're going to beat it in the lane, but in the game, when you're going for your BKB, going for your Dragon Lance, your AC, you know, trying to be that front line for us, that's where the Razor is going to be a really great counter. So, you know, it's all about the kind of future-proofing their draft and forcing Shadow Fiend maybe to go for the old school style of build of going for the Yule's Requiem, because again, Razor will be able to mitigate Shadow Fiend with this this current style.
Radiant's courier has been
We'll see either way. Supreme, of course, he's going to have no struggle getting the items out pretty fast this game. He's able to get complete free farm in this lane, shoving it out, maximizing it to the full potential bottom lane. Bit of an attempt here onto a mark, but with a swoop across here from Era, you can stop both low skill and Flash from committing onto the Tide any further, which I think for the most part it's going to be the case, as you said. But maybe Era's got to be a little careful, but still definitely one of these duos that if they do try and get aggressive with the Slark and they don't get that kill quickly, that it's going to get turned around on them pretty quickly.
Yeah, this bot lane is all about resource management. If Slark ever overcommits, he can easily die, and then if, of course, Phoenix or Tide overstep, then the kill potential is all the way back there as well. You see low skill, he's just going for just the Dark Pack and the Essence Shift to be able to annoy the Tide Hunter, but still be able to get away from the damage of the Phoenix.
Oh, it's in top lane. Blink.
Oh.
He's going to be fine. He's trying to turn a lifesteal back up here on Charlie.
Just imagine the spider wearing boots.
There's another Thunderstrike will come into play. Is that
It's a level
enough
2.
damage? He's got stick charges. He should be all right.
Should be fine, yeah.
But still very, very low. A lot of harassment coming out here from Jibbe in the lane on his Disruptor, making it, we're seeing a bit tricky here for Blink up top. Charlie having the better time here in the duo.
Yeah, you can see how Chicken Fighter has decided to answer the Brood in the offlane. It's you have a core that also has its own lifesteal and sustain within the lane, but then that POS 5 that has quite a long range in his initial, his damage. Like he's playing with his Thunderstrike. Disruptor is one of the few supports that has good attack range, so he's never going to be in a position where he should go down unless you get clipped by a Scatter Blast and maybe clip. There it is. Yep.
We'll manage to get the kill here. They run him down.
A little bit inside the wave. Yeah. Unfortunately for Disruptor, he just. Yeah, he has to play a little bit further behind Bloodseeker. He can play off of the kinetic field, he can play off the glimpse and kind of defensive mechanisms, but when he's inside the lane getting scatter blasted, that's when it's a little bit kind of dicey in death.
I'm going to give a nice little boost here for Blink and Hustler like that. Look to Charlie. Charlie!
Oh, he just dead too!
Oh, no!
Oh,
that's not good news here for Chicken Fighters up top. They're just dying. They're just totally underestimating the damage that's going to come out from these two heroes on no bounty hunter. They're just walking up and dying.
And now Zibit, he's also in a kind of an awkward position. When this bowler comes back up, he might just die again.
Oh,
yeah,
they got the could-have.
Yeah. Oh, just gone as well. One by one, they die. 3-0 bounty hunter.
Oh dear, oh dear.
They're just not respecting the damage. There's a lot of physical damage in this lane. When you have the little shredder, you have obviously the bowler and then the Musician Hunger. It's thoroughly annoying.
No, see bottom. They won't manage to get Flash here.
They have to get something. You know, it couldn't be 4-0 at this point.
Oh, they've got to settle things down up top. Otherwise, Blink and Hustler.
That's right.
I mean, they're going to be pretty terrifying. They're getting these kills as well. Getting some good XP, of course, on the Snap, as well as the Brood.
Yeah,
the Snap's able to hit a quick 6 this game. It's going to be pretty nasty. I mean, but we sort of talk about that they don't have the best team fight, but still they've got a lot of sort of frontline heroes that can run in and give the space for the Kisses to come down.
Yeah, the best thing that they're going to be looking towards is if this Brood lane continues to go this way, you have to rotate the Tide into the Brood lane, and that's why they have the Tide, right? So if you force that rotation earlier, an under-leveled Bloodseeker and an under-leveled Disruptor aren't going to be able to suddenly move to a Slark lane and pressure him out as well. So potentially in the next 2 to 3 minutes, if Blink can get a quick 6, this is going to be a complete dead area of the map where it's going to be like the sacrifice who's going to have to suffer up here. And you can see that as Hustler comes to mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to try and quickly Jackie in. It's going to keep the link going. Won't get the stun on. Extra TP's coming in. Can they actually get Supreme? They get the slow off him with the stolen damage. Jackie hits pretty darn hard. Now they turn up towards Era. Will die away. The hits chase him. Hustler's able to snipe him down. There's no bounty hunter. They'll take down 2. They make a huge move on the mid. They're not even done yet. Then look at it. Jibbe, they're in with the slow. They're going to be able to close the range for this.
Bloodseeker's TP too.
I mean, does he...
Charlie? I don't think it works like that, Chief. You're going to die as well.
Oh, no. Is he?
No, okay. Oh, he's got the kisses.
Oh, he's got to dodge him.
Joking and jiving.
Dodge him. Dodge the kisses.
Oh, he dodged him. Doesn't want him.
Oh, it was close, though. It was close. Hustler will die for that attempt. A good attempt from Hustler. Very respectful there.
Now, my enemy.
I love these rotations from the bounty hunter. Like, they identify the fact that Blink needs to get 6 to dominate this top lane. They just move the Snapfire mid, apply pressure to a completely free farm Shadow Fiend. And like, sure, they missed a cookie, but at least it gives him the kind of proximity to keep that link going. And then we're going to see the best little shredder in life. Here you go, ready?
Yeah, look at it. Look at the hit.
Look at them curves.
There.
Oh. Pew! Look at that, beautiful. Absolute gunslinger.
Amazing.
And then the confidence here.
Ammo there.
Yeah, this is just beautiful aggression.
I mean, yeah, Hustler's having quite the game here. He's just running around peeping people here with a little shredder, and they're just not ready. He's 3-1 on 3.
You couldn't ask for a better start to No Bounty Hunter's game. Like, the panel mentioned it, it's all about the team fight and how scary chicken fighters, how like simple their draft scales to. But if you can't get to that scaling point of playing around your timings, that's the key thing, right? When your lineup built around big timings, the Ravage, the Egg, the Requiem, if you're the ones not dictating when to use them, the game feels so hard because you're reacting to every engagement. So the Bounty Hunter are setting themselves up to quite a nice point where in this mid game they're going to be able to potentially run over their opponent. And now we see Tide in the top lane doing exactly what Tide's meant to do, sitting up and soaking up the Brood lane.
Yeah, I guess at least trying to make it a little less easy for Blink to get full farm around here. But with Webs down, Blink's into the jungle, and
now Charlie's soaking mid. Like this is this is the repercussion. He can't go to bot lane because he's level 5 Bloodseeker against this slot.
Yeah, he's only just about to hit 6. Yeah, that's
Struggle Town.
I mean, they're actually going to go on him.
They are, yeah, and the cookie.
Charlie! Hey, the kisses are coming in. He's going to go down. Charlie's dead. He uses the rupture as well. Ducky doesn't care. He's just going to TP out, look for the reset. Meanwhile, the other 3 of them, Supremes, Jibbe, and Amar, will find Blink. But Charlie's game just continuing to get trashed here by No Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, if anything, his only contribution to the game right now in the next like 10 minutes will just be a rupture from a distance and then having that passive to mitigate Slark having regen when he's low. That's pretty much all Charlie can do. He's going to have to try and find a farm game. He needs to play a lane. Right now, he can't go to top because that's the Brood department. He can't go mid because of Razor, and Slark's dominating bot. So yeah, Charlie really is a little bit displaced right now.
Charlie! They've got the cookie in. Jibbe trying to hold them back here. Charlie, he's going to get hit by the slow flash. He's coming in with the X-Swell. Charlie's got a run. The X-Swell, it's in range. Have they got any further damage? Not quite. So Charlie this time will live. Supreme and Jibbe now looking to turn onto Flash, and with Vera turning up, they will be able to take down the Grim. Still, Charlie barely surviving there once again.
The audacity for him to go back to this mid lane. Well, that was a bold move from Charlie, honestly. Luckily, this time he didn't get punished, and it did take 4 heroes. In minute 9, you got 4 heroes reacting to your carry getting ganked in the mid lane. It's a difficult position. Now 2k lead already, but the saving grace is this top net worth Shadow Fiend. He utilized the jungle beautifully. That's why he hasn't had mana a lot, because of course he's rinsing the jungle. He is going for the right click build. He's got the treads, the Dragon Lance.
Okay.
And I guess the main...
Do you like that? Or would you like to see the change because of the Razor factor?
I kind of would have liked to see the Requiem build, but then I guess because of how bad Charlie's game is, he has to become like a core, right? So, let's look at this aggression now. I mean, how do you deal at the moment with No Bounty Hunter running it like this if you're chicken fighters? Like, who can actually survive, 3 minimum heroes from No Bounty Hunter just charging at you right now? Well, realistically, you can't. Like, you don't have good wave clear outside of Bloodseeker and then maybe Tidehunter. So you don't have this tower defense, and that's why Brood is still so good. Like a first phase Brood Mother on second pick, there isn't that innate kind of wave clear, and that's why you're seeing chicken fighters just kind of crumbling at any tower defense because they don't have that guy who just stands up front with confidence. Like Tide's meant to do that, but Phoenix Disruptor, they're not really able to help out. So right now they need to dodge the fights, need to keep the game going, and you see Bloodseeker, he's now bottom lane. He's getting supported by his, Shadow Fiend. They're trying to get some kind of map pressure, take a tower and open up new jungle.
Put right in the jungle here. They're looking for Jibbe.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's able to dodge the slow coming out here from Flash. He'll get away. Charlie's going to head over. Another the fight's going to keep going. The Static Storm's going to be dropped, but Jibbe's already dead. Silence is going to be put down onto Amar. Daki's going to go for the TP out, and he is away. Nothing to cancel that TP. Hustler, he's still around. See if he's able to get out. He's going to TP. Oh, he's going to drop it.
Wait, he has a 10 stick though. This is where the juke starts, Owen. He has a cookie.
He does miss the
high ground. Go! Cookie to high ground, Hustler.
You feed the
I was hoping he was going to make this like a long, hard to earn duke of pain and suffering. Exactly. Thank you, Observe. That's what I was looking for. Into a tower tonight. Yep. Bibbidi bop. Over there. Hiding the trees. That's, yeah. Unfortunately, don't get to see that happen. But yeah, nice aggression. And now ATF, the Tidehunter, the main front line uses a Ravage on a POS 4 Snapfire. This is not going to feel too good for them.
Radiant's bottom tower
Mode
is
farm
under
is
attack.
required for chicken fighters.
Absolutely, yeah, but without that sort of ult, it's going to be very hard to catch these cores like Blink. And Blink still far where it wants.
Radiant's
The ults,
bottom
they
tower
don't
has fallen.
really have the solid knockdown for the Spider.
Flash scouting out Zibir in the bot lane. By that I mean dying to a glimpse.
Well, I was going to need. Well, he's going to try and turn and get the silence off.
Ooh.
So yeah, Flash. He's got Daki coming over as well. Kisses are coming in. The Kisses, they're going to pretty much bring down Sheever if he can land one more of them. Or maybe not just the wrap around here from Daki will do it. Well, he's in with the plasma field, takes him out. Supernova going to be popped. They're thinking about the Requiem as well, just to try and push back No Bounty Hunter. As No Bounty Hunter will simply stay out of range of the Supernova. The Requiem into TP here from Supreme as he's just desperately trying to get himself out of here.
They're going to get Era.
They'll continue to chase into the trees here. They're looking for Era. Era with the dive and TP will also make it out. So another situation where these ultimates are just having to be used by chicken fighters in not these opportune positions. They're being forced out of them. And yeah, every single ult being used like that, No Bounty Hunter's going to be more than happy with the space that Low Skill and Blink are getting.
Yeah, and I got to give a lot of praise to Flash. Just him standing at the steps of that jungle, that is the natural movement. When you're a little bit behind on chicken fighters, they want to move into that area. They want to just try and find a quick pick off, try and use their spells. But he tanks it up. He's being a little lad, being quite annoying with the Ink Spell. And meanwhile, you got Blink completely free farming top. He is going for the Aura build. Currently has Mana Boot, Soul Ring, into then a Pipe, mitigating most of the early damage on chicken fighters. He has to be careful that he doesn't die here. He's already died
want to
once.
try and kill him here. See if they can take him down, Blink. And he a glimpse back into the Static Storm. The four of them here. Blink won't stand a chance. So.
And now the instant counterplay. Ducky already smoked up with the lads. They're going in as well. Maybe they get a counterplay.
Ravage is back up, so they will have to bear that in mind. Ooh. And still maybe something at this stage that No Bounty Hunters don't really care about too much with the lead that they have. They're going to lead in straight away. Cookie in as the Ravage will come out. But again, there's not really huge follow-up from Chicken Fighters. So Davies going to continue to push on Low Skill, jumping in onto Supreme as the Shadow Fiend dead. As No Bounty Hunters, they can look now to chase over for more. Era still has a dive available. Let the Rupture drop down onto Low Skill. He's held in the Blood Bright. Charlie will be able to clean up the Slark in return. Now turning his attention over towards Daki, but Daki's got the right click. Takes out Era. Daki's going to go for the TP out. Charlie's not got the damage, so Daki will manage to escape as Flash and Hustler continue to work onto Amar. Cookie in with the little shredder. They bring down the touch. It's 4 dead. Charlie's the last one left alive.
Gonna get him
as well.
No, he's quite zoomy. He's quite, yeah.
Oh, he's turned it back in. Ooh. Oh.
Charlie, mate.
that was a little risky there from Charlie.
Oh,
I mean, he
my
won't die,
God.
but he was certainly taking his chances there.
Charlie, just very confident this game. Let's word it that way.
Oh.
Yeah, the start of this fight, he doesn't get the perfect static link because he gets Cookie cancelling the link, and then it actually looks okay, bearable. But of course, you're playing without Egg, you're playing without Static Storm because you just use Static Storm for the Brood, and then it slowly does collapse. Like, the fact that you get the Slark kill...
Oh, Charlie.
There's still another fight going. Charlie, mate, you just survived mid. Why? Okay, all right. Rule 1 of Dota 2.
Oh, the tips are coming out as well now.
I respect these tips, Owen. These are bloody good tips if I've ever seen them before. Like, this is amazing tippage. Like, he's just running around at 10 HP. He goes top and dies. Like, he's broken, honestly. I don't see how Charlie comes back into this game. Tips simply carrying it now.
It's going to be tough for Charlie. Is that Strange the Pit? No Ravage. You know, Supernova and Static Storm, they're just not in position, Chicken Fighters, to get over and do anything about it. We'll see again that move on Charlie just gets destroyed here by the Spider Army. Just sort of a few rounds of the right click from the
just the Bola plus the Spiderlings, and then it just unfortunately goes down so quickly. Like, you need to try and stack up as much armor as possible, and right now he only has the Phase and Maelstrom on Bloodseeker, so yeah, quite squishy. The positioning of No Bounty Hunter in this game so far has been very deep in the jungle. Like, even if they were to die, like, that's the key thing with Chicken Fighters. Their draft is so beautiful. When they get to mid-game, they're dictating. But when they're having to react non-stop, it's so hard to take a fight under-leveled, under-farmed, when you use a Ravage just to kind of get your Shadow Fiend out of the initial engagement. That's why they need to split them out. That's why if you look at the minimap now, they're playing so much more split. They're trying to eke out as much farm, and they're going, you know what? Pure jungle, when I move the kind of the shift of the map split, and we'll ignore you. Because right now, if we take a fight and we waste Ravage again, we're potentially losing high ground.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
We're yet to see Shadow Fiend's impact as well. Like, he's about to complete the BKB, and that might give them a little bit more frontline, where if he hits that Requiem, if he can get in and kind of muddle up their opponent, because they have amazing team fight. We're just yet to see it really come into play, and that's why you can't count them out yet, because this tier 3 hold, or any kind of high ground hold with vision that they have, they should be able to dominate the fight with the amount of like team fight that they do have.
No, absolutely. If they can't find that combo, blow up one of these cores, the well-placed Requiem amidst the chaos of the static storms, supernovas, and ravages, they have got a chance to win these fights.
The key thing here is, okay, Zibe's doing, you know, he's on the dewarding job. This is instrumental when you're behind in the game. As soon as you feel a little bit of pressure being alleviated from a jungle, if you move in with your heroes, you have to just slap down as many sentries as possible and try and control it. And the one ward that they had placed in this jungle, it has been removed. So yeah, Zibe doing a pretty good job just occupying. And now they have 2 defensive wards. Oh, wow. Great vision. This bottom Dire ward, just above the tier 2 tower, this was placed by Zibe, and it instantly got dewarded. So yeah, I guess that's the value of Slark, unfortunately. Even in a hard game, Slark, I actually hate playing against Slark. Yeah, that's the only reason. I was about to praise like Flash or something, like, man, Flash, great intuition. And I remembered the little fish boy was in the game, and I was like, oh well. I hate that mechanic, honestly.
It is, in the right hands, it's incredibly powerful. In the wrong hands, like me and everybody else in my MMR, it's completely useless.
You're like going in between the trees, like, is it here? Is it on the high ground? Is it on the low ground, guys? And then suddenly you just blink doomed or something. You're like, oh, well, I tried.
Yeah, it sort of just gives you that sort of foreshadowing of what's to come. It's like, oh, well, they can see me. I'm going to keep hitting these creeps, though. And then, oh, what a surprise. They just ganked me. Oh. And a low skill, you say he knows what to do here. They're working very nicely around this, shutting down the vision as they can, and making it harder and harder for chicken fighters to really climb back into this with map control.
I see a great start from the Bounty Hunter once again. We see Slark. He's now got the Stand, the Echo Saber. He's just trying to be as tanky as possible. If he can survive through this initial damage, it's going to be so hard for them to do. And I like the fact they are just building for cheap tank.
I'm going to be able to grab him back here. Supreme is going to go for the BKB Requiem, but the Yule Stock's there from Razor to keep Daki safe. They'll be able to blow up the Slark the once. Can they do it a second time? Static Storm's out. Low skill. He's able to step out to the side of it. Amar can't get the Ravage off for now with the Phantom's Embrace on him. Low skill continuing to commit. Amar, he's not going to get. Is he going to get the chance to pop his arms? All it will now finally pop it. Does manage to catch the Razor with it. That's good enough to bring Daki down. Hustler chasing him with the cookie, but all things said and done, chicken fighters, they get the kill on the Razor, and they actually get everybody out of there, despite no Bounty Hunter's best efforts to try and break up the combo.
Lane.
That's true. Actually, yeah, Blink. I mean, this is going to keep happening, isn't it? Every time they try and go for these fights.
But no Bounty Hunters have to be careful, though, because like that type of initiation, it was based off of the confidence of how the game's been going so far. And the Slark, he instantly kind of waits the Aegis. They have that disconnect because Razor's going in, and the Egg, beautifully positioned by Era, and preventing the supports, kind of enabling the Razor in the team fight. So yeah, Chicken Fighter's taken a really good fight, but you have to realize it was against 4 heroes. Brood decided just to try and play split push, and I think that's why no Bounty Hunter. If they keep this style of Dota going, they might run into issues, because as 4 playing a immense team fight, they're gonna struggle. Even with BKBs, they're gonna struggle getting through the Egg, getting through the Ravage. But I'd like to see no Bounty Hunter play with their Brood at some point, just to mitigate, utilize the advantage they have. Like, they have a 7k lead, and like when Brood's not there, it's just an even game.
Well, that's very true. We'll see if Blink is able to get himself involved. Some of the action around the mid. They're going to get the glimpse back onto Hustler. Daki and Lowskill coming in from the side. Lowskill has been ruptured. Static Storm down as well. Lowskill's going to try and get out of the side, but the Sunbreak is burning him down for the Supernova. They've got the AoE damage as well with the Razor. is Supreme. Tries for the TP out. The Soulbind comes into play. They'll bring down the SF. Blink. This time he's turned up. He's ready to get involved. Running down Era, chasing him right up towards the tier 3s. Now over towards Jibe. Blink. He's turned up this time. Picks up a triple kill. Charlie continuing to try and run. Another web's out. Blink. He's going to keep on diving it up to the tier 4s. Charlie's trying to run, but it's another kill for Blink. Ultra kill on the Spider as they team wipe Chicken Fighters. And well, there you have it. I guess that's what happens when the whole gang gets together here on No Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, honestly. When you fight with all 5 of your heroes and you head for like 7k, it's disastrous. Yeah, Chicken Fighters again. They just have no real rebuttal right now, unfortunately, and it's a product of just Charlie not really having a game. Shadow Fiend, he walks up to the front to start the fight with the BKB, but they just kind of just sort it off. It's not really doing much, but props to No Bounty Hunter, a team. I honestly didn't expect them to have this level of clean execution coming into this game, especially with a roster change, but they're looking good.
Yeah, that they came in with a confident, sort of draft opening, just, slapping out the Brood, saying this is what we want to play, this is what we want to do. And as you said, yeah, from draft perspective at the start and from the panel's opinion as well, they didn't really like what was going on here. They felt it was going to be difficult to execute. But yeah, as we're seeing, No Bounty Hunter very much knowing exactly what's needed to happen when they run this style of Dota.
It's good stuff, honestly. Now they're just going to be waiting for that next Roshan. It may respawn in a minute's time. And their positioning, I think the key thing is they need to play this top side of the map. Don't allow Chicken Fighters to have any vision advantage around Roshan. Make it difficult for them to use their big spell. If they do get a rupture onto Blink, just waddle away, hide behind a tree. And a pause. Lags. Oh. You know what, Ducky? The reason why you're lagging is because there's a bajillion spiders with pipe active on them.
Is that what it is? Honestly, I was going to get more. Are you lagging on your side?
I'm lagging every time I look. I'm trying to cast the game radio style.
You know what it is? It's definitely going to be the spiders with the pipe buff, isn't it?
Yeah, but also look how many eyes there are. You've got to render that many eyes in a game. Look at the spiders. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6 eyes.
What do you mean spiders always have eyes?
Yeah, but just look at this. They're just so big. they're terrifying. Yes.
What is this? This is a pumpkin.
Yes. Surprise! It's Halloween start. Yeah. Oh well, we'll see in a second. Hope the game crashes. Redo.
I mean, yeah, I was...
If the Chicken Fighters, that is.
On quite a nice PC here, but I was like, oh no, what's happening?
Yeah, unfortunately, there are a couple things in the game that does crash your computer no matter what you got. Maybe you can have a gentleman's agreement. Because they're 12k up, he won't use the spiders just to get through the game lag-free. I don't think that's going to happen. Alas.
He needs to keep his spiders out. He's like, where is his spiders at the moment? Did he lose them all?
Yeah. He's rebuilding now in the top
Building them up again?
Yep. Building up the lag, dash ping. That could actually be an amazing stat for JJ, actually. He could just check the ping of all the players and then compare it to the amount of spiders on the map. We could see what players most effective.
Some sort of maths, like how many frames per spider.
Yeah, oh mate, I would love to see the FPS. That's a good
some numbers in there.
How many spiders do you crash the game, honestly? Like,
I feel like for Blink now you just want to get as many spiders as you can. You really want to push it. You want to see how much.
Octarine, Arcane, Blink, get it going.
Get as many spiders as you can.
Wait, no, Owen, we're talking... No, this is wrong. He's winning the game. He doesn't want to crash it. But when game 2, if they're losing with Brood, that's when he goes for the Spell Prison, the Arcane. Yes, you get yourself like an Undying with the Tombstone on the enemy team. Get the... Oh, mate, yes. That's it. If you know you're the underdog, draft for ping.
Well, it looks like things are sort of calmed down a bit now.
Yeah, it's chilling.
It's still a 14k, very sizable lead here, of course, for No Bounty Hunter. And Charlie's still trying to do his best to catch back in. But the BKB at least will stand a bit of a chance to run in on these fights. He has to still be very careful of Daki and Low Skill getting in close to him.
Also getting ruptured in the bot lane. Into an instant glimpse.
Oh, they got the glimpse. He's pretty beefy.
They're also trying to kill Flash in top lane as well, so as Hustler falls down here, we've got Flash falling up top as well.
He's just going to work.
Oh, the sound!
The Requiem will push him back for now. But Blink, he's still hopping around because he's got backup. Daki and Low Skill are in with the wraparound. Supreme with the BKB wearing off. He's got nothing to keep himself alive as Supreme goes down. Amar's able to force down to the low ground, but Low Skill's going to be chasing. Amar, he's going for the TP. Have they got anything to stop it? They don't. As Amar will make it out.
Yeah, for Chicken Fighters, they were trying to do it. They were trying to pressure how much map the Bounty Hunter were playing. But like when you kill the Snapfire bottom, then you kill the Grim top, it's like you need to decide what's kind of the big advantage here. Like what are you really taking from the game? And they get 2 support kills, but they overuse their resources in top lane, punishing Supreme because of course he is now out of position. Brood is still playing this top area of the map. Like honestly, if you look at the mini-map, each of these little green dots, that's a web. A web, spooky.
Yeah.
Brood moves quick. You cannot gank someone quickly and get out effectively unless you're doing a BKB TP. So yeah. I think well, Chicken Fighters just playing their hand a little bit too much, and because of these deaths, because of the spells used, it now unlocks another Roshan to the Bounty Hunter.
I mean, no doubt about it, right? You see this sort of game here from Blink, and yeah, but Brood is getting banned in the first phase, surely next game.
Potentially, or just have a stronger laning counter, and maybe like a Warlord or a Razor yourself. But yeah, it's this game. It is made so difficult just because of Charlie's, early 3 deaths. He's playing most.
Sure, they didn't play the lane great.
Exactly, yeah. He's just playing catch up. If he had maybe 2-3k more gold, he had that BKB Maelstrom +1, the game might be honestly very different.
Look at this.
Just getting
running down Supreme. Yeah. He's ready to go into the base here. Daki popping the BKB so they can't glimpse him back. That's Supreme dead for a minute.
Do they have detection for Zibe? Yep, they do.
Yeah, they do. Sentries in. Zibe goes down. Charlie pops his BKB, but again, it's a BKB and having to run away all the way back to the fountain.
Is he going to dive? Oh, Ducky, you had one opportunity.
I mean, the temptation was there.
He had the cheese.
He had a cheese.
He had a cheese.
Oh, come on. He should have been diving.
He could have been diving.
Cheese.
Content. That's exactly what that was. But
yeah,
But again, we can't joke around here. This is money on the line here, Owen. This game, this series.
They got to play safe.
Yeah, you lose this series, you're a low division team walking away with $0 for 6 weeks worth of work. But if you win this series, you get some good thousands to your name. So yeah, this is such an important series for both teams. The Bounty Hunter are not messing around.
No, they're playing it smart here. Swing around to the mid, force out the fortification. And see what they want to do. If they want to keep sticking around, I mean, they're pretty much still good to go. They've got everything up. Same to be said for Chicken Fighters, though. Chicken Fighters will have the team fight ultimates all ready for the defense.
They have some beautiful neutral items as well. Like, look at this Slark. He's got the Never Shawl. Like, he's so tanky. You got Razor with the Quicksilver. Like, oh, so
Charlie's got a rotate. We won't be able to force him out of the range of these kisses, but Blink, Low Skill, they're diving in. Supernova's going to come out. Low Skill's just going to turn and look to take down the egg, and he's able to do so. The egg will fall. Supreme pops the red one, but with the BKB up on Low Skill, he can keep pushing on. Now it will come to an end. Buyback comes out from Amar. Steps Shroud down here. Keeping the 2 of them safe and healed up. Low Skill, he's ready to go again. In onto Amar, the Ravage will be popped. Onto the backlines, Charlie will find an opportunity to get in onto the Grimstroke, but now he's got to run. They have to get away from Daki. Blink still alive. They couldn't quite kill off the Spider. He's able to get away. They're running in onto Amar. Amar will fall. The link's up onto Supreme. Supreme, he stands no chance here. Low Skill's in, hunting for him. Supreme, he's trying to run, but with the pounce forward, they'll take him out. As this should be a hit. Only Charlie and Zibe left alive. The other 3 without buyback, and there it is. GG is called. No Bounty Hunter with a challenging draft. They crush it. They really do. 30 to 14, 22k lead. They looked completely in their element here.
Yeah, this was just impressive stuff, and it simply is the way that Ducky played mid lane. He's not.
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it. You don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries, let's flow for now. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
We crawl around, searching for higher ground. Can't Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly, I can fly. Crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll...
Dire team pick.
Grimstroke.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
No Bounty Hunter came in with a solid plan for their first game of this best-of-3 series against Chicken Fighters, and they were victorious against them. Can they do that again? Will they have another first phase Brood pick, or will this time Chicken Fighters ban it in the first phase just to avoid facing that hero? We're going to find out as we're ready for the draft of this game 2 of the best-of-3 series. I'm here with Cat, I'm here with Fogged, and I believe we are already in the draft. Here we go. What we have, Brood ban.
It's gone, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Chicken Fighters, I mean, after that game 1, you're going to look back and be like, okay, we clearly don't know how to deal with Broodmother. Let's not try again.
Yep.
Right?
Let's play regular Dota.
Yeah.
Their draft did show that they wanted to play regular Dota, but not into that Brood.
Yeah, I'm looking for, the thing I'm going to be looking for in this series is the support interactions with the cores and how well they play around each other. The Disruptor pick didn't feel particularly good on so many fronts, but also the fact that it didn't really feel like it was going to work very well with their cores. Meanwhile, I'm watching No Bounty Hunter. They've got a Razor, and they give him Inkswell and a cookie, and he's just like going in. Like, it solved so many of his problems because the added stuns and mobility allowed him to be able to stick on top of heroes or close the distance on that SF. And so I feel like that is something I'm going to be looking for Chicken Fighters to correct. And hey, they already have an off-lane combo that's nice and simple and straightforward.
Yeah, we want easy to execute.
I'm off. I gotta mute myself. Goodbye, everybody.
Oh.
So, Lina Centaur is probably one of the most guaranteed lanes for Centaur. Lina is one of the strongest forward positions in lane right now. It's like it was Lina 2 patches ago, then it was Shadow Shaman last patch, now it's Lina again. Just because she does really good right-click damage, her LSA is really easy to land right now, and then Centaur is one of the strongest laners.
Yeah, and I did like Chicken Fighters draft, but perhaps it was too much about the ultimates, right? Now it's just more straightforward. You can actually play when you don't have to just rely on landing every single one of them. Much stronger lane prowess. And even though Lifestealer is picked, which is a good response to Centaur, Lina actually can just completely smash that matchup anyway. You just keep poking him over and over again, if it is that forward. But it's a flex pick for now. As you do know, Supreme does like to play that quite a lot.
Yep, it's true. Yeah, I like both of these openers because Centaur is Lifestealer is easily one of the best heroes to deal with Centaur when it comes to a more sustained aspect, and throughout the game you kind of eat him alive. If you wanted to really pressure the lanes more, you could have gone for the Juggernaut Grimstroke combo, which is enough damage that you can actually kill somebody like Centaur, like Tidehunter. Those heroes will actually fall to that combo, but eventually you start falling off in that specific matchup. It doesn't remain as relevant. Lifestealer, he's fine enough in lane and then just becomes stronger and stronger.
Dire team ban.
Not as much as a kill lane though, right? Like the Lifestealer, it's just a chill lane. Centaur does get pressured if he gets it left alone, but
is that intentional? That rhyme?
Which one?
Kill lane or a chill lane?
I actually did not intend to do that.
I mean, that's a great way to be able to describe your objectives when it comes to a laning phase, right?
It's
Like some carries want to, they want to be able to
5
chill. They have no
seconds
kill
remaining.
presence whatsoever. They just want to be able to sit back and hit creeps. Your Spectres, your Lifestealers, those kind of heroes. They just want a decent
Who's getting
sustain.
Oh, I was gonna say, who's getting Snap? Okay, there we go. Snap gets left in the pool. One of the best support heroes in the game at the moment. Easily picked up this time. I like it actually a lot both ways. You know, the Grimstroke versus the Snapfire thing, but also I love Snap versus Grim because you can kill that Phantom before it even hits you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people still, I'm watching like even the tier 1 teams, you gotta remember you can hit the Phantom before it even comes to you. You can hit it in
And
midair.
if there's a
5
double
seconds
Phantom,
remaining.
you can kill both
You
in
can
the
kill
same
both.
duration at the thing. So yeah, that's a really good one.
Yeah, the hero just provides so much. I mean, honestly, great team fight, great lane prowess, stun. It's, yeah, Snapfire, definitely gonna get nerfed. So play it while you can.
I'm kind of assuming that we're going to be seeing a Faceless Void from Chicken Fighters.
Okay.
They've got Lina and Snapfire, and then you've got the matchup against Lifestealer. That feels good, right?
Yeah.
So I am looking for No Bounty Hunter to come up with solution.
Usually they do go for hustlers like Nyx Assassin or something here at this point, which I think I would really like. I'd love it versus Snapfire, good versus, I mean, can work versus Centaur because you can set up the Vendetta ganks with your Carapace.
Yeah.
Versus Retaliate, good versus Lina. So I actually would like if they did go down that route. But they're going to go for his Mirana. And there's the Instant Void. Good call, Cap. Yep.
This will be his first Mirana game of the season.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I really like Nyx, and he's been amazing on it.
Yeah,
I love Hustler Nyx Assassin, so I'm...
Is there a chance they'll flex
Surprised.
it? I don't know. I don't think so. Like, that would be
10
weird. But
seconds
we have
remaining.
seen a Mirana core in Eastern Europe, I believe, at some point.
That was from
5
Ice
seconds
for
remaining.
Yes.
the Cormoran, but he was playing versus like specific like situations. I think he was versus AA. He saw both supports, so he saw limited
Yeah.
stuns, and I think he also was versus Mars in the other one, so he can play around the Mars ult. So I think that's probably not going to be flexed.
No.
Because that matchup also doesn't sound very fun. If it is a Lina, you can't really assume just yet if that is a support Lina or a mid.
All right, so there's no Mars. What are some other kind of setups for this Mirana? Because right now we have 0 setup stuns.
Yeah.
You want Blink heroes.
Blink heroes, absolutely.
So he plays a lot of Slardar.
Okay, so
Oh.
Doom versus the Void.
Okay. That I don't like Doom against Centaur, though.
No.
That is the one thing that, because a Stampede is it's a
Dire
lower
team
cooldown than
back.
Doom, and it's just a hard reset most of the time. And again, we don't have any
Radiant
like
team back.
actual straight up point and click stuns, so
Yes.
there's not anything that stops them from being able to just run away as soon as somebody's Doom. You're banking on an arrow or somebody to be close enough for Inkswell to land.
Yeah, I was about to say, I actually want something like an Ember Spirit. Even though the lane would probably be quite miserable versus Lina, they need some type of setup for this Mirana. Otherwise,
10
it's
seconds
going to be shoot
remaining.
arrow and miss arrow most of the time.
Yeah, Kunkka, I'm
Kunkka's
kind
good
of
too.
okay with
5
too,
seconds
just because
remaining.
I'm assuming what Ember, Void Spirit, Puck, all those are going to be banned. How many others are left? Storm.
Not the
Dire
best
team
setups,
back.
yeah. They do have Grim Doom. That's one other thing too. If they just maybe they were just looking and relying for some type of combo play here, but yeah, this I don't know. This Mirana pick feels kind of random to me now. It is a comfort pick for a lot of players.
Yeah. You played it the other day. You said it felt real good to play.
I had a
10
setup. I had a Nyx in my lane.
That's true.
And I think we had a couple other different ways to set it up too. I actually don't really like playing the hero when it's
5
just
seconds
completely
remaining.
reliant on you landing arrows to start fights. Right now, that's like their main way to start a fight, which is just really kind of strange.
You always have a way to interrupt the Mortimer's kisses, though. That's nice.
I will say that
It's true.
the one thing I do like about this combination is Faceless Void. He's one of those like ultimate team fight heroes, like Tidehunter, Enigma. It's like I have the best team fighting ability in the game. So it's hard for you to be able to fight into me. One of the best solutions to that is being able to get the initiation first. And what this Moonlight Shadow is really good at being able to give you vision advantages constantly. And then Doom gives you the button. So if you have the vision advantage and you have the anti-team fight button in Doom, then it does kind of work in that regard. But yeah, I don't see a whole lot past that.
10 seconds
They ban out
remaining.
that Storm as well too, taking out all the mid laners.
5
Void Spirit, Puck,
seconds
TA, Ember,
remaining.
and Storm. What else does Ducky play? Like most of Duckies are kind of just taken out of the pool now.
Team pick.
Yeah.
DK,
For the DK.
so some type of point blank stun and an immediate death profit. Okay, okay. This time, you know, Snap Chicken Fighters, they do still go for a heavy amount of team fight, but I actually do like their lanes this time too.
Yeah. There isn't like this cheesy hero that's unanswered this time around. Yeah, I think I will go Chicken Fighters again. Their performance last game definitely left me a bit on edge about predicting them ever again. Like in the, like, you know, second season, third season, whatever. But
this one just looks much, I mean, I want to say ease of execution again, but also not as cooldown reliant. I like the lane too for ATF and Era. Even though Lifestealer is good, as we said, versus Centaur, I think Lina, the power of Lina just hitting a Lifestealer is very potent.
Yeah, I would have liked if they had a little bit more to enable Faceless Void. What I've really enjoyed about Faceless Void is when he feels strong enough, take the, I don't remember who was playing this, but the Abaddon Faceless Void, where he felt like he could constantly go in because he had a Photic Shield behind him and he could just whack people over and over again. The Alacrity plus Faceless Void combination, like Inkswell plus Faceless Void, like all of those, I feel like that is actually what makes Faceless Void the strongest version of himself, not the Chronosphere into big nukes behind him. So I wish they would have done something a little bit more like that.
So who is the key focus on the side of No Bounty Hunter? Because the way you guys are talking,
I think it's Blink, right?
Is,
yeah, I would think it's Blink. It's got to be the Doom.
Yeah, because that lane can be a little precarious because he only has 2 armor and Little Shredder shreds all that.
Yeah.
And he also has a physical damage core that he's fighting into. So it's possible for them to overstep. But if they can win that lane, and then he could just be a constant force of catching the Faceless Void, then they
set a high
can
tempo.
win this game. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see if they can set a high tempo. If they do, and if they do manage to be victorious here, they avoid elimination, and they are in the prize money in the lower division. Chicken Fighters, a lot to fight for here as well. Let's see if they can force out game number 3. We're heading over to our commentary duo of TGov and ODPixel.
Cool. Again, thank you very much. This game 2 draft, much better from Chicken Fighters, in my opinion. They actually have Charlie on a hero that can, you know, play out into the game. Even though there's the Doom threat, it's looking a lot better. You know, it shouldn't be as doom and gloom as game 1. So I'm already happy personally. What do you think, Owen?
I got to agree. I feel like, you know, at least on a Void, even if he has a rough time at the start, you still got the Chronosphere. And like, sure, I mean, every hero's got an ult. Obviously, Bloodseek has the Rupture, but Rupture's kind of like, when you're behind. Chrono, you know, it doesn't matter how many items you have or don't have. Chrono's still going to do the same thing in a team fight.
Yeah, exactly. And the last time Charlie played Void, he did lose the series, to be fair, or at least the game. It was 12-2-5 he went on the Void. So in terms of the blame game, when he plays Void at least, he can blame it on other cores if they lose the game.
Oh, there we go. There we go. As it definitely was not an easy one for Charlie last game. And I mean, as you say, that Doom factor, you know, Blink, he had a very good game last game on the Brood. If he's able to find his targets, and he's got quite a few juicy targets to Doom this game, right? You know, it's going to be pretty crucial what choice he makes with the jumps in the team fights.
Yeah, I think the main thing here for No Bounty Hunter, when they're kind of at a lacking in terms of team fight, once again, it's the same story as game 1. It's about that pacing, about the initiation. And fundamentally, dooming the Void is key in all these fights. Get rid of that big area control, force them to play off smaller stuns, be it the Cookie, the LSA, and the Stomp, and they should be in a good position. 2 for 2 on the bounty runes. Charlie does poke his head up. Quite an aggressive build as well on Charlie, going for the Orb of Venom.
Yeah, I saw that. You like that. I mean, he gets the Doom right. He feels that he's going to get some punches in.
You have a replay already.
Just
production.
Was it a replay of Charlie dying last game?
Yo, lads, production, all right? We don't need to remind them about Charlie's game 1 performance, all right? It's a bit brutal, but again. Bless.
Let's see. I mean, I feel at the least, this is a lane that he shouldn't be dying in this lane as the Void, right? Like, you got to make some big mistakes to die against Mirana and Doom.
Yeah, no, pretty much. It's going to be a farm war, but I think it's going to be mainly Zibe's positioning. Again, game 1, Zibe stepped up that one time, giving away first blood, and that slight kind of advantage, be it in golden XP, did give the off lane just a bit more kind of dominating pressure. So it's less on Charlie and more about Zibe just not kind of giving away the free deaths. But this mid lane, this is the important one. They pick up DK for Ducky. You then have the Grimstroke combination in the mid game, that instant double stun, and then you have the double Doom. But the DP instant pick was just, okay, we don't care about this DK. We want to have map pressure. And now Chicken Fighter's story of the game will be this off-lane Centaur Lina. It's very potent. Lifestealer should get pressured from the constant right clicks of the Lina, and then you pair that with the DP mid, there's going to be a lot of just map pressure where Lifestealer likes a slower game, and yeah, that's where Chicken Fighters will be leaning on kind of opening up the map for Void to go for a much greedier build.
Well, we'll see what build Charlie does want to go for. If he's sort of a man that likes the Mask of Madness into the Maelstrom, or just wants to go straight Maelstrom S and Y.
I'd love to see, I think this game, Maelstrom S and Y, just because I want to get to status resist as quick as possible. If you do get doomed, you can play around that and just be a little bit just more present in fights, because when you are locked, again, it's the same thing. When you're locked into cooldowns, you need to be the ones being proactive. Use your cooldowns to force no bounty hunter to waste a defensive doom. Basically emulate no bounty hunter game one, and that's the story for success.
Here we go. They're gonna make the move on to Blink. Blink. Yeah, he's going down it. First blood for Charlie this time round. Hustler's trying to get in and bring Jibbe down in return. Has he got enough damage though? Jibbe into the trees. Hustler, he's hunting for him, but the South. Jibbe, he's going to be able to keep himself alive probably. One more leap. Can he flash? Jibbe, Hustler really wants to kill. He's not going to be able to do so. As Charlie gets the double, Jibbe will live. I mean, already a lane off to start 1 million times better than game one here for Chicken Fight.
Yeah, 3 million times better for Charlie. He gets the double kill, 3 million. Yeah, I mean, pretty much anything in game one is better than Owen, let's be real. But yeah, he already gets the double kill. The value of the Uve comes in, and yeah, Doom, even though he's a little bit tanky with the armor he gets, he hasn't been able to access the jungle yet due to the block camp, so we're not seeing Doom with the like the ice armor or anything to really enable him in this offlane.
See, mid matchup at the moment, Daki is keeping a pretty good edge here against Supreme. 18 for 2 against 11 for 4. He's having that bit of a better time of getting the denies and CS in.
Blink going down again? He is? Oh.
I mean, Charlie's had a kids, but he weren't happy after game one. Charlie's back with vengeance.
No, I love this. He also goes for the dilation at 3. So when Doom uses Devour, wants to pop Scorched Earth to apply a little bit of pressure, you instantly dilate and you're getting the double effect there. So yeah, just nice skill build from Void to keep applying pressure. And now this offlane, it feels like you just can't go there. You see Hustler's positioning, he tried to go for the active style again, moving towards mid, but you're DK into DP. So yeah, Hustler, with his absence in the top lane, he's not really applying pressure mid or top, so a much better start in the laning phase. Now Chicken Fighters 1-3-0.
Yeah, this game turned its head in comparison to the laning stage of game one. Bottom. Flash. It's going to be fine. Definitely seeing Error and Amar having that pressure. Low skill, quick with the rage. Make sure that they don't open up onto him with the light strike.
Dire's top tower is
to get him
under
with the
attack.
rage popped. He does have to keep his distance. Definitely seeing the challenges here for all the life stealers. Error just continue to just spam out these light strikes, keeping him on his toes.
Yeah, this is why Lina 4 is so strong, especially with the Centaur. It just makes it such a potent lane to play into. The range in which you play off the constant right clicks. You can have LSA spam. Like Lifestealer is one of the few heroes that can somewhat play the lane because of the sustain.
Has been killed.
He even gets a Courier for free.
See, top lane.
Going aggressive.
I mean, nice touch of the cookie stun, but Blink probably still dead here. The bash has come in. Charlie now 4 kills. You got 4 kills, 5 minutes in. Same time down bottom. Low skill again, just having to back off. This time Flash will get caught on the way out here. They've got the stun combo. They'll bring down Flash, but these lanes, I mean, it's just night and day compared to game one.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, honestly. This is just brutal execution right now, just punishing every little misstep, and it simply is a product of, I think, Hustler leaving this top lane. The fact that he vacates so quickly, it just puts Blink on an island of how I'm meant to play alone, and unfortunately, the repercussions are going to be felt across the entire map. You're not going to be able to instantly move towards mid. Trying to go for a kill here.
Supreme will get the exorcism off. As he's going to look to try and dive in onto Daki, but
everyone's mid.
Bounty hunter, they're all coming across, making sure that Supreme has to back off during this exorcism, and that he's not actually going to be able to do too much offensively with it.
Yeah, that was first one. That was a nice move from the Grimstroke, at least, to cushion that rotation. If Lina came mid, applied the LSA to Ducky, and then you had DPXO, it would have been too much.
They're going to drop the chrono here. Look for the easy kill onto Blink. And they're going to have it. Another kill here, Charlie.
5-0. Great start from Charlie. And it's simply, it's not the Void here. It's mainly the Snapfire. Yeah, you have to keep, like, all the damage are coming from the Lil Shredder, the Blightstone, and of course then you have the fun of the bashes and the annoyance of the time dilation. But yeah, just the pairing of Snapfire with a hero that has a little bit of kill potential. You start with the Orb of Venom, then yeah, one misstep and yeah, it's all over. The Bounty Hunter's response to that is coming to mid lane. They are trying to punish no Exo. They have Catapult Wave, they have DK Ultimate. They need to try and break down the map a little bit because they're looking at this 4K network Void and they're worried how they're going to kill him.
Jibay, get the embrace on him, and that'll be enough damage to take him out. So they're able to poke the high ground, take down the Snapfire. What more they can do with the remainder of this Elder Dragon form. Probably not going to be too much here as Era and Supreme able to spam the lane out.
Dire's
top lane has continued island of safety for Charlie. He's got 7 minutes Mask of Madness, and Bid again still trying to poke it off the back of this stun. Hustler's going to go for it. Jumping in, they'll be able to take down Supreme. Jibay back in action though, as he's in with the cookie onto Daki.
Oh, Charlie TP'd again. Charlie loves these mid TPs. I'm sure Brian's going to mention it again in the Weatherman.
You're just not a fan where you feel, even in a game like this where you are, you know, he's having a great time. Like he's pretty scary at the moment. You feel you've still got to sort of just focus on your own game rather than getting involved with the rest of the team. Yeah,
I think the main thing is like he's TPing into mid when his Time Walk was on cooldown by like 14 seconds. His Chronosphere was on cooldown by 70. And then you think about the space now that Blink's got in top lane. He was level 4. Now he's nearly level 6. So yeah, I think these costly TPs from Charlie, he's getting a bit too happy. But again, this time he's 5-0. It's not like there's going to be an instant loss on the map because of it, but yeah, these are the early TPs from Charlie, not so great.
Well, there we go with the Mask of Madness. He's ready to chase down Blink.
He's killing Blink, yeah. This is what you wanted to see.
Where's the bashes?
Come on, mate, bash.
Where's the bash? Where is it?
What? 40 bash, mate.
There it is. There it is. He'll get the finishing touchdown. Back over in the mid, though.
Oh,
bit of a strike back here from no Bounty Hunter.
Interesting. A little bit of a dive. Again, DP players, same as DK players. If they have their ultimates, they're just plowing their face at the tower. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Conditioning them to not do that is incredibly hard. ATF that has to react to this and move to mid. Instant stun from Ducky. Do they have the damage? Most likely not to kill him.
No. Amar's going to be fine.
But the tower is defended.
Backup. I mean, Era's looking for the stun. Daki just a little too quick.
Haste.
And now this time, this is a really good TP from Charlie. He moves to the bot lane. Gets the farm, and on the off-screen camera, we just saw 3 bounty runes because no one has entered the Radiant jungle on the left-hand side. A lot of money. Wolf Flash finally pick him up. Moment of... Oh! Dun, da, 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 dun, da, da, da,
oh! But no! It didn't go up.
Don't, Ducky! Ah,
there we go.
Money! One for the road. Nice little bottle. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just make sure.
Mate, I was worried. I was like, no way.
Just pick one and leave the rest.
Yeah, exactly. No, yes, I like this bounty rune, but not the other two. They've been on the ground for too long.
This is some aggression here. He just walks up and tries to go in onto Amar, but Charlie and Jibay are around. Chrono is up, so if Charlie wants to drop it for some action, he will. We should need to drop it for Hustler.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yes, holding back on it. But... Oh, hey, okay, Aaron's there. It doesn't matter. They get the kill.
Yeah, the main thing here for Chicken Fight is they do identify when a good laning phase needs to be stopped, because some players here would be comfortable always playing top, but against the Doom, even though you've killed him so many times, you have to respect the Doom. You have to move away from that, because anyone who goes up in that lane will just instantly die, and that's why you're seeing this as kind of a dead area of the map, because no one wants to give away a free kill, especially when you've got such a good start. Just go play elsewhere, go play around your DP and your Void.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
See mid, Charlie. Look at the chrono down onto Daki. The arrow's going to come in to play onto Supreme though. Daki's still alive. There's no bounty and they're ready to turn. They get the Dragon Tail stun hounds between them with the soul bind. Daki's fine. Hustler will die in the river. Fair few ults used here by Chicken Fighters. They're going to want more than just the Mirana. Era's trying to dive in, but he's taking tower. It's Daki now turns towards Era, chasing him down. Era popping the Slight Trigger right down on the ground. They've had the ult coming in as the Laguna Blaze and the Kisses get laid down onto Daki, who will finally be able to bring down that Dragon Knight. So they will get the two of them. the end of it all. And now with the remainder of the ghosts. Okay, actually, they're coming to an end. They'll try and push onto the tower nonetheless.
Yeah, they have to take this tower. This is pretty instrumental, especially when you use Chrono, use Exo, taking this tower. It's going to be pretty quick with the little shredder. At the start of that fight from Chicken Fighters, with the hitting the Chrono on the DK, unfortunately, the primary source of damage with the Snapfire, he didn't have a TP. He had to waddle his way from bot into the mid, and that's why we only saw the Mono Kisses at the tail end of the fight, then punishing the over-aggression from the Bounty Hunter. But you know, luckily it did come through in the end for them. But early damage issues is kind of showing for Chicken Fighters if they aren't hitting a clean like Chrono with LSA, Lina follow-up, or Snapfire follow-up. But that's not really an issue right now.
As the 3 cores on No Bounty Hunter's side do have the potential to be quite the beefy heroes. Later on, this DK, Doom, Lifestealer. They're definitely going to run in situations where Charlie alone, unlikely to be able to take these cores out.
And you can see as well the itemization of Bounty Hunter. You've got DK and Doom both prioritizing a quick blink, and then Lifestealer is going for the armlet into Deso. So in around about 4 to 5 minutes time, it's going to be a big explosive timing where maybe they're pressuring for Roshan, or they're going to be trying to bait out a fight. If a Chrono is wasted or not optimal, that's when the momentum and the tempo of this game will ramp up. Like, we haven't seen a Doom yet, and that alone, it does put No Bounty Hunter in a confident position, because like they're only down by a few amount of kills. Like, they've not lost too many towers. Like, the game isn't that bad, and they've not been using Doom. So blink up on DK. Haste Rune, this is their time to connect. I'd love to see the Doom get involved. You see the arrow being drawn. It is in an area where pretty much everyone should be able to collapse. Question is, will they find anyone? Charlie very defensively positioned. Chrono is up in 8 seconds.
They're going to get the jump. They're just straight in onto Supreme. Supreme, they've got him.
Quick in and out job. Chrono up in 2 now. This is where the chase begins.
See if you can find the Chrono. He's headed in. Chrono's going to get dropped down. He's able to catch the 2 of them. Kiss is coming in as well, but the leash is kind of holding him back. He can't actually get in on top of low skill because that soulbind keeping him held back to error. As now I'm up, but the stun down on the 2 of them is not enough damage to kill Flash low skill. As Flash and low skill, they're ready to turn back over towards Amar. We'll get cookies out to the low ground. Low skill turns its attention over towards error. Daki continuing to stay on top of Jibet. Pre-fire out on the 3 of them as well. As Daki will get a little shredded, and with that, the armor down. They've got the damage to take out the dragon. Hustler. Also looking to be in a bit of a dangerous place here. He's trying to run. Another jump forward from Charlie. They're able to close in and take out the Mirana, all while Supreme ran down Blink. So at the end of it all, Chicken Fighters, they will manage to come out on top once again here.
Yeah, honestly, Chicken Fighters are incredibly lucky in this fight. Just the decision-making from the Bounty Hunter, the lack of targeting really became apparent. Like, you see the initial start of that, you have the Chrono coming in, no real damage follow-up, and then you have DK jumping the backline, Hustlers behind the tier 2. Yeah, we're going to see a replay here. Like, the initial jump is amazing. They're punishing the cooldown of Chrono. They get an instant kill on the Death Prophet. Like, life's pretty good. But then it's the tail end of the fight. As Charlie comes in and uses this Chrono, and there are no kills, it gives No Bounty Hunter this kind of false confidence. Like, the Monomus Kiss is going on a lifesteal. He has armlet. Like, this is nothing. But now, you've got Mirana on the right side. Ducky then moves right. Everyone's hitting someone else. We've got 4 different fights. The production's trying to get everything on screen, getting off-screen cameras and this and that. And yeah, unfortunately, this is the big concern. That great cookie from Zibe, it forces everyone to go in a different direction. Era somehow, by the way, survives for the majority of this fight. Blows up the Grimstroke, and yeah, just this alone, this 2-3 little skirmishes at the same time, picked apart, and then eventually clean up crew from Chicken Fighters. But yeah, if No Bounty Hunter were able to just to kind of clean up that fight, punish the Chrono of Charlie, could have been a different story. But props to Chicken Fighters having the confidence there.
I mean, in Chicken Fighters, they're ready to keep going. They're making the run in onto Daki. Oh, did they not have detection? Oh, I don't think they did, actually.
Yeah, no, they don't. Oh, sorry.
Did not.
Ducky called GG. We're going to a game 3. That's how it works here. Sorry.
Accidental GG there. I think what was coming out when he realized that no sentries were available for Chicken Fighters.
Look at that comeback story. Highest amount of kills in 14 minutes for any hero in this DPC region. Look at that. From game 1 Bloodseeker to this performance. Whew.
That's pretty insane.
Yeah. Good stuff, Johnny.
As we said, you know, the eyes were definitely going to be on Charlie after game 1.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
He's delivering. He's delivering. What did you say? What you said as well, where when we saw his void, he had what did you say? It was like 14-2-5, or still lost the game though.
Yeah.
So Charlie's gonna remember that. He knows he has to play as hard.
Oh, look at these smooth, buttery leaps across the map, juking and jiving. Entirety of Chicken Fighters trying to find him.
Fools have no.
There's some space. There we go.
Mate, that's space, yeah.
Yeah, spent his money.
Gremlin would be proud.
Vessel done.
Now instantly TPing to top. Another chrono. Doesn't get the rage off, doesn't get the armlet off. He is dead.
He's probably going to be dead as well. He tries to come in to help out. That's going to be more glory here for Charlie.
I'm going to have to mute Era for these Zoomer voice lines.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's enjoying it. This is looking pretty good here for Chicken Fighters. They're going to go straight into the Roach Pit off the back of those 2 kills. We're just 3 alive. Not really a whole lot that no bounty hunter can do. And they can't fight in this shape.
Again, we are yet to see
Flash.
a big thing.
Oh,
it's just
Flash. I mean, he went for some sort of very I guess he was hoping for a snipe. But just another kill to add to the tally here for Chicken Fighters.
Yeah, 19 for 5 now. Chicken Fighters with a 3k lead. Their chronos are finally now aligning to quick kills. They're getting to the point where they have the levels and kind of items to be able to deal damage in the chrono, and they're going to be a lot more confident. They have great vision as well. Like if you look at the minimap, there is just nothing really going the way of Radiant. They have 1 ward here. This is Radiant's only ward to play off in an area now that is somewhat redundant. Chicken Fighters, their biggest play now. This is the scariest point in the game for them when they're in the lead, is crossing the river and holding an aggressive position. They are yet to really run into the Soulbind double Doom, the Soulbind double DK stun into lifestealer right clicking. Like they are yet to have a fight where it's even. And that alone, they can't have this false confidence of being in the lead because they can easily get deleted. And you have to respect this combination. And that is why no bounty hunter, when they have no chrono available on Chicken Fighters, they are still being proactive and trying to go for the same smoke Mirana ult play, diving deep into this tier 2.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Will they find anyone though? There is a DD bottom. Dire doesn't have, actually they do actually have vision of this, so they should be aware if this DD gets picked up in the area.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Farming smoke, I mean, that was it.
Dire's middle tower is under
no
attack.
heroes found here. Have they got another one to go? They've got one here, still here, no bounty hunters. They could look for the move still. Now they have
The
that
double
Death
smoke.
DD.
If it fails once, go again.
Yeah. Could be an option here if they, you say, really do want to try and get something done with that combo.
Lifesteal even infest inside the Doom. Like
they really
want to get a kill, but this is a level 9 Doom. Level 9, the supports are even higher level than this Doom. This is a sacrificial performance from Blink, unfortunately. The second lowest in the game.
He's going to be able to see Charlie.
I mean, Charlie sees him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he doesn't want to touch this Aegis, yeah.
Nice,
doesn't want to go on the Void twice.
With the Aegis, you have to now doom the DP. This is it.
They'll go for Supreme instead, but Supreme is speedy with the Stampede.
Bye-bye now.
As soon as he doomed, he's out of there. And
Quick
now you're down a Doom. And Charlie.
You're down a double Doom.
They're in with a hoof stop. That's Blink gone.
This is probably the lowest level Doom that I've seen in a pro game in recent time.
Oh no, probably.
I know.
I mean, but the tables have really turned for Blink and Charlie between game 1 and game 2 performance-wise.
Wow, it's crazy. If we go to a game 3, we just have to look at this lane. This dictates everything.
Yeah, who's going to have the good game? Is it going to be Charlie? Is it going to be Blink?
Didn't realize that it was that easy, actually. You just got to win one lane, and then you crush the game.
It's looking a little bit all over the place here for no bounty hunter. As Charlie just continues to go from strength to strength here. S&Y complete, 20 minutes in.
We mentioned at the start, like, what itemization would he go for? He's got complete free items. He had a free lane, so he was able to go for Mask and the Maelstrom, and then the S&Y. And we just see on the screen there, DP picking up the Kai and Sanj. Basically, you want to have both your cores with that status resistance to be able to deal with the double Doom. It's the classic itemization.
Oh, the Doom, they found him again! Charlie, in with the last hit as well.
Absolute revenge. An instant TP top. He might even be able to... Will he get the blink off? Is he going to go... No, he doesn't even do it.
Cleanly opens up there, straight away with the chrono.
Great stuff from the vision, from the trees. Bam. Deleted. Era's not messing around.
No, not leaving any chances open here.
So quick.
To 5. Bottom lane as well.
Oh, and then mid lane. Mate, there's so much happening.
And mid, they're just getting everything objective-wise.
It's 21 minutes in the game. They're killing top, killing bot, killing mid. Towers falling. This is brutal stuff. Charlie's 12k net worth.
What? He's in with a jump. He's not really got much else, though.
No, not at all. He's support Doom.
They're coming in with the kisses as well, Blake. He's dead again.
Oh.
Oh, no.
I don't know what to say, Owen. I really don't. This poor old Doom. 40 seconds until Aegis is up. That's maybe the play you got to look for, honestly. Like, right now, you need to try and mitigate the damage. Give Chicken Fighters whatever they want. When this Doom expires, that's when you hit a big smoke. You connect that Doom onto Charlie, and you take the fight from there. EXO is on cooldown. This next engagement is critical for the Bounty Hunter's chance of coming back into this game. They identify that they are doing the instant
something crazy here.
Yeah. Clean execution.
If this don't work, it could be pretty severely downhill onwards.
All right. Doom is now pushing out mid lane because this smoke is a little bit hasty. They forgot to push out mid wave first. They are under pressure, under time.
They're going to try for the jump. Have they got enough damage to take down Supreme? They do.
Okay.
DP gone.
Good start. Gotta keep going. DP no EXO for 60. Chrono no, not up for 60. Doom still has Doom.
Daki's kind of ready to blink again.
He's level 10. Watch out. Hustle level 13. Doom was the offlane. Tippling mid.
Oh, look at this Chicken Fighters. They're going to come out with the smoke themselves.
This is bold. This is really bold. This could be a game-losing smoke.
I mean, they don't have Chrono.
Exactly, they don't have Chrono.
They're going to jump. They're going to look to burst the life stealer. Can they do so? They can. They're able to bring down low skill. Low skill gone and with the carry out. No Bounty Hunter have no further part to play here. As they are starting to retreat. They're going to be chased by the Stampede. Blink's trying to turn, but you can't do anything here at all. Blink goes down. Yet again.
Unfortunate for the Bounty Hunter. They had a really nice window, but the confidence from Chicken Fighters there, like, they need to start that fight with a big pickoff. Otherwise, you are going to see that Doom finally come into play. But how quickly they blow up the lifestealer with the chain stuns, the Doom just didn't feel like he wanted to use. And yeah, just great smoke, honestly. I was worried a little bit that smoke could have been, they run into, like, Charlie gets maybe doomed at the start of the fight, they don't get the perfect stun, lifestealer right clicks. Now you're going to die again without cooldowns, and the momentum of the game goes back towards Radiant. But no, they're very clean with how they make that play.
Yeah, able to just fully commit off the lifestealer. Daki.
What a quick yawn from Era.
Don't know if they can go for this anymore. Daki's popping the BKB. Can they really keep pushing on to get the soul, but they get the double doom off?
We got the double doom.
Found a chance for the double doom. They're in. They'll take out Jibe. Charlie, he's going to be able to continue to run. There'll be a buyback from Jibe, though. As now with the double doom used, that's a lot of no Bounty Hunters fight gone. So they're ready to chase them back down in Chicken Fighters one by one as they bring down Flash, bring down low skill.
They got the double doom, but they didn't get the double stun after. And the biggest weakness of double doom is not having stuns.
Supreme.
Keep going. Yeah.
Two-man silence. Era. The stun off, but he will go down. See if Supreme's able to get the cleanup. He's looking for Daki. Daki trying to run.
He's going to fall
up as well. And it's not going to be enough. As Daki goes down, Supreme more than fine.
Got the kill dilation.
He's got 3 leaps, so he'll be fine.
How long will he juke for? This is his job now. No. Okay. Boo. Just TPs. Hoping he'd make it into another one of those little chase scenes. Benny Hill moments. Yeah. Unfortunately for the Bounty Hunter, Grimstroke Doom, you get that great start, you get the snap and the void at the top, but you just need that extra little something, lock them in place. And I love the fact that Centaur, he didn't use it in that previous fight, but he did go for a very quick Agnums. Just give yourself a bit of damage reduction, and the value of Stampede in this game is so good, because there isn't a lot of cheap stuns coming out. So if you have a pop stat, whoever is Soulbound Doom, they both move together, a little bit of coordination, they'll always be able to disconnect away from the fight. It's a great item pickup from Centaur.
29-7, 10k lead. We're seeing these fights now, of course, not being any sort of issue for Chicken Fighters. That they don't even need their ultimates, the Chronosphere. And such a strong position right now. Now this Lincoln Sphere on Charlie as well. Even harder for them to ever catch him. Oh, it's going to drop the chrono. Not going to catch the biggest of kills. Just flash.
Nearly got the double. Ducky was very close to getting chronoed there. The way in which they sweep across the map, you know, Charlie, he went for really good. Lincoln's after that. So now he realized like Doom has to pick up some type of neutral creep to also break the Lincolns, because they cannot rely on DK breaking it and then dooming him. Because that alone, you remove all your stuns. So we need to see him go for like a Purge creep or anything to proc that Lincolns. Unfortunately, it doesn't remove the Centaur Stomp, which is one of the classics for Doom. But with the Lincolns, you have to change up the comfort style here. Unfortunately, Blink has only obtained 1 level in like the last 7 minutes. He is now still sitting second bottom for hero levels. Grimstroke just behind him at level 10.
It's been a slow game.
Yeah.
It's not been an easy one, this one, for some of the members of No Bounty Hunter. As, yeah, Chicken Fighters, I mean, is it really just for that top lane that was the catalyst for this game looking the complete opposite of game 1, or what do you think the biggest thing is that's sort of standing out as the difference between what we saw in the first match?
I think the easiest way to say it, Owen, being a little bit blunt here, they have a carry player this time around. They're not playing 4v5.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat it, but I think everyone can agree they were playing at a bit of a disadvantage game 1, and this time around they have that guy who can run in. It also helps that Blink, unfortunately, is not really having a game as he then dies for the 13th time. I didn't really want to highlight it, but he is 0-13-1 on this Doom. It does hurt, yeah.
He's mid, and then they're trying to poke at him up. Stun's going to come out, low skill. He's in trouble. Charlie's jumping in the patches as well. Low skill. He's going to try and run, but they chase him down with the Stampede. Slow skill gone. Charlie looks over to watch Flash as well in the trees. More glory here for Charlie.
There's not much they can do.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough. They're probably going to start thinking about what the plan is going to be going into game 3. As Charlie just diving in past the tier 3s. Daki, no hopes here. Buyback will come out from low skill, but Daki's down for 50. Charlie, he's got Chronosphere back up in 10 seconds.
They don't actually have the soul bind because Flash did use it to break the Lincolns in the prior engagement, so they are simply playing off of a single Doom, a single War Stomp. I can respect No Bounty Hunter not backing down, even though they have 1 game advantage. In this position, some teams might feel a bit defeated, but they're buyback and they're keeping themselves in it. They're keeping spirits high, and that is alone commendable. Roshan has respawned, and with no DP ult, if they can get to this Roshan and contest, we could see the makings of a miracle comeback, but it's pretty hard. This is a massive uphill climb. Can he get the Doom off? Make or break moment right now for No Bounty Hunter.
He's going to go for the jump. See what he can find. Looks over towards Charlie. Stun does hit, but they managed to stun and return both Blink. And off with the chrono. There's no chance for Blink.
Instant GG.
That's it.
Yep.
They know they have one tiny chance there to maybe pull something off. They couldn't. They couldn't. Far too far behind. And well, there we have it. Chicken Fighters. I think they definitely, you could tell they needed that sort of a win after game 1 to have any sort of chance. You know, if this was a close game, I don't know if that would have been enough momentum for them going into game 3.
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it. You asked me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries as we'll fall now. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it. I know I'm not easy. I drag you out your mind. And there are days I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And now we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it. Slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption ever came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly. Can fly. crawl around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies have tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly, I can fly.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The deciding third game between No Bounty Hunter and Chicken Fighters. Which one of these two teams will be going home with absolutely nothing? And which one of these two teams will actually get some money out of their 6-week ordeal of the Season 2 of the lower division for the Western European DPC League? That is what they are fighting for. A lot of money on the line. It's either 0 or 7,000 if you're coming 6th. That was not any of these. Don't worry. 7,000 if you're coming 6th. It is 9,000 if you're coming 5th, and it is 11,000 if you're coming 4th. And all of that is still, I think, some way possible depending on the last series of the day with like head-to-head scores and match scores and whatnot. But let's focus on this third game first. A lot on the line. As said, Snapfire has been the victor both games round. This time round, back in the hands of No Bounty Hunter. And the Centaur pick, the Brood still banned. The bans are the same. So are we going to get an Alina?
Not sure, but I know Fogged is going to be backing No Bounty Hunter.
Yep, go Snapfire. Good lane hero, good team fight hero. Gives you a nice little save thing too, even versus like combo heroes like Centaur +1, depending on what they go for. Yeah, I think Snapfire is one of the top supports, and especially in lower division games, just seems to thrive even more.
I will just say that I think momentum is so important in this series because neither team seems, in their current state, both of them have a new player on their team, right? So I will give them a little bit of leeway here. But both teams look just terrible at getting their stuff together when they're under pressure. When the game starts going wrong, it just gets worse and worse because it feels like they're panicking and like forcing moves that are not natural. Think of game 1. Oh God, our SF's being dove and we're not in a position to be able to help him right away. My disruptor's not quite there. You know, like one by one, they all filter into 3 people feeding and Charlie being forced back to base. Like that's a great example of you just overcorrecting and not really like just waiting for a moment, figuring out your next game plan and executing it.
Agreed. Right now we're seeing very strong off lanes from both sides. This looks like a pretty miserable game to play most generic carries.
Dire team.
Think he's gonna pick Lycan?
On
The thing is, Khan has played Lycan a couple of times.
I was like, what?
But now that they don't have Khan anymore, I don't know if Loucas is a Lycan picker.
That's true.
I did see it banned, I think, yesterday, even versus a Tide Hunter, so definitely people looking for it. So they're going to ban out the heroes that can actually do well versus Slardar and Snapfire. I wonder if they do ban out TB. It's a hero that's kind of tough to play, but it is one of the traditional counters versus all this minus armor in a way, at least in laning phase. So they take out the Troll, that one that prevents all that physical.
Yeah, I would be TB a little bit scared of just because Snapfire represents so much magic damage as well.
It does.
Crazy.
Yeah.
She's able to put together.
Tough hero to make work too. Just period.
You can see Chicken Fighters, even though they won that last game, they're still gonna ban Lifestealer.
I guess with the Slardar it makes sense, right?
Yeah,
because just the Infest Bomb combo is just really strong versus squishy backline supports. Or if it ends up being like a Lina mid, which they still can flex. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'd like, yeah, if they did, TB on the side of Chicken Fighters. What else? I would like Juggernaut maybe on the side of No Bounty. I would really want to make sure lanes go well. That's like my biggest focus right now. It's like, even if it means disregarding synergy with my other heroes, like I just want to make sure lanes go well, because that is the first step to the momentum that we were talking about.
Can't they just go for something? I mean, the lane might be a struggle, but can't they just go for Void on No Bounty? Okay, they're gonna ban it.
Not
actually.
anymore.
All right. I was gonna say, I feel like they could just still look for Void because they have Snapfire. It does work so well. I think No Bounty Hunter, I mean, I love seeing this kind of strat because I keep saying, like, because it's lower division, blah, 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 but overall it's just easy to get Roche. And I feel like Roche is something like, you know, you were talking about how momentum is huge in these type of series. If they're able to just get like a quick team fight into a quick Roche, things can start just to become panic for one side. So I do like that opener here for No Bounty Hunter.
Where's my witch doctors at? All these strength heroes being picked up, man. Oh, Ancient Apparition is still in the pool.
Was not touched last 2 games, right?
Yeah.
It was just unpicked on banned, I'm pretty sure. Because they were prioritizing, what, the Grimstroke and the snaps and stuff like that.
Yep,
so.
you are correct.
Okay, so Wraith King and Sven are 2 of the better heroes out there.
remaining.
Wraith King does get pressured by this lane of Lina Centaur.
5 seconds remaining.
But obviously, once you get reincarnation, you're very good. You're a very good anti-burst hero, and that's what Chicken Fighters so far has.
I love it if they go for that Wraith King. It works so good with minus armor too. Those big crits.
Radiant team.
Yeah, seriously, having guaranteed crit is such a powerful tool. Oh, Oracle's so good against Slardar. You can dispel not only Corrosive Haze, but you can also dispel Sprint.
Very frustrating to play against.
Yes.
Lots of mixed damage, but we'll be able to protect at least from like the Oracle and the Snapfire
10
ulties.
seconds remaining.
I was kind of I was wondering if they were going to go for a range core just to be able to try and defeat the Sardar's purpose, but now I feel like when you picked Oracle, kind of want more of a melee one.
Do they do any kind of does Supreme play any of the cheesy mids?
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, he played Tinker one game. I don't want to see
I'm
that.
just watching Doggy right now. Look at the doggy.
5 seconds
It is a cute doggy.
So what kind of heroes? Troll isn't in there, nor is Faceless Void. Sven is out there for Chicken Fighters, who's traditionally good against Wraith King, and then he also has bonus armor for people. They have the Centaur, which helps his mobility problem as well. Other heroes that couple really well with Oracle. He could do a safe lane Leshrac.
That doesn't feel like a Charlie hero though, does it?
Morphling? No, they have Ancient Apparition.
The lane is tough for most of the carries, as we mentioned, because of that Slardar.
Deuce's banned.
Still kind of leaning on. I mean, still, it sounds weird, but like, I'm like a Terrorblade, but I mean, even versus Wraith King, it doesn't sound so great.
Dire team ban.
Okay, there's the PL left in the pool.
Do we like
Radiant
this?
Team ban.
I think so. We haven't seen like a ton of Phantom Lancer, but he does eat these supports alive. The Wraith King matchup, obviously there's a period of time you force him to go for the shard,
10 seconds
which
remaining.
kind of slows down his progress. Maybe there's a window where you kill him with
5
Diffuse the Blade,
seconds
though that
remaining.
usually
Dire
doesn't
team
happen.
ban.
Such a small window nowadays.
PL feels tough to make work, and now what? They have to ban Ember and Lesh on the side of Chicken Fighters, right? Because otherwise I feel like if you're no Bounty Hunter, you just pick one of those two, and then you have the solution for the PL from your mid lane. And Lesh is
10
also just good if it
seconds
is going to be like that Lina in the mid lane too. Sure, Lina does win the matchup, but you can actually get your own
5
as
seconds
these Leshes
remaining.
as we've seen. So yeah, I think they should ban out the Lesh on the side of Chicken Fighters to set up the PL for success.
Man, when they already have the Slardar. What do you think about who's going to be picking first? Who had first pick? Okay,
That's
so
what
Chicken
just
Fighters got to show first. Right?
Yeah.
So they have to show their mid. I would love to see like a mid Axe or mid Sand King if the matchup allows for it.
Ooh, I'd like that. There's also, they have the flex that Supreme will play the Lina.
You mean from No Bounty Hunter, right? The Sanking?
Yeah.
I like it too. I think it's a really cool solution versus PO in some situations. Also lets you set up with Ice Blast, gives you a lot of team fight combined in. Good initiator, which they are kind of lacking in a way on the side of No Bounty Hunter early on.
You could double down on minus armor, go SF.
Radiant team ban.
They didn't ban Lesh.
Why? What? Oh, they're gonna take Lesh.
Okay.
They might take Lesh.
Yeah, because
No
they got
Bounty Hunter has been
Oracle,
banning Lesh.
right? You want a hero.
That's fair. That is actually really true. They might just steal it. That's a really good point. Yeah.
Phantom Lancer is not the best hero to utilize Oracle.
10 seconds
So I
remaining.
think you want something out of mid laner. So those heroes are Lesh, Death Prophet,
5 seconds.
Huskar.
Team picked.
So
Oh, not to ban the DP?
Yeah, they'll ban the Death Prop. Let's see if Chicken Fighters take the Lesh. I think if they don't instant pick for No Bounty Hunter now, they'll immediately side with them if they do get Lesh. They have to be thinking about it, right?
Yeah, you think so.
10 seconds remaining.
I would be okay with
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team
mid
picked.
Pango for No Bounty
Sure.
Hunter as well.
Pango,
Storm
sure.
Spirit, the last Spirit remaining.
I better see a Lesh pick right now from No Bounty Hunter. This is still screaming Lesh wreck for me.
Yeah.
Great follow-up, tons of stun, gives you push. Works well even with the minus armor. Versus like Roshan Edict just destroys Rosh as well.
Does that
Counter
play it
PL.
though?
Remaining.
I hope so. It's versus PL. I mean, it's the game is just screaming for it.
He hasn't played it this season, at least. But we do know that it's a hero that is definitely on their radar, considering they have been banning it the previous 2 games.
They banned it both times last
Yes,
pick,
they
right?
did.
Yeah. There it is.
There it is.
I am immediately siding with No Bounty Hunter. I
All
think
right.
this is a extremely hard game for Phantom Lancer now. I'm so surprised they banned DK.
Like, you don't ban Leshrac, like the hardest counter in the game to it?
Yeah, I immediately like that. Just like instantly, especially there's an AA. You put Ice Vortex, like PL's game. Unless you get like Nethershaw Hood, you are just it's like an impossible game for you to play. I feel like they can set tempo with this too, because then the Lesh can actually push these early towers. I don't think Chicken Fighters can push towers early on at all. They have to go for straight skirmish, and I don't know if they even win straight skirmishes. I like No Bounty Hunter's team fight and lane setup.
Yeah, and Chicken Fighters doesn't have like amazing wave clear out of most of their heroes, right? It's mostly Lina. And then on the other side, like No Bounty Hunter, Wraith King is such a godly carry for being able to give that to you, which it works so well because Slaughter doesn't do that at all, right? So it'll allow the Slaughter to be able to play with the Leshrac as sort of like a combo that can both kill and take towers together while there's pressure on the other side of the map from Wraith King skeletons just pushing down a lane while he's simultaneously farming jungle. I feel like there are so many bases that are covered in this matchup that I fully agree. I think in order for Chicken Fighters to be able to win this, I would say Storm Spirit really needs to go off because they need the Leshrac to be threatened in some way. So he's got to have a good start and start killing the Lesh over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like one of the bigger out traps for me. There's so much stun and control also for a Storm Spirit. It does not look easy for Supreme. And yeah, PL is addressed for sure with that last pick.
Well, there is a lot of this game 3 of this best of 3 series. Deciding game, who gets money, who does not. That's a big one. We're gonna find out who takes it together with TGov and ODPixel.
The pressure on this series. The loser gets no money for like 6 weeks of work. Woo! Charlie getting to play PL into a Leshrac. Owen.
I mean, yeah, team, what happened there, T? Did they forget it, or do you think they don't care? Like what happened here? How did the Lesh get left in?
In regards to the draft, it was actually kind of an interesting final couple of bans where Chicken Fighters, No Bounty Hunter banned out an Invoker, and that forced a reaction of the Ember ban from Chicken Fighters. And the same thing kind of happened where they tried to like big brain it a little bit, I feel, with like this DK ban, baiting out maybe a Puck ban or something, and they eventually wanted to go for like a Death Prophet themselves or something. But yeah, No Bounty Hunter just saw through that. They were like, no, we're not going to play your ban shenanigans, and we're just going to keep banning the heroes we want to ban. And then that kind of just opened up where Chicken Fighters, they played themselves a bit too much. Like, they had this Oracle, they knew around to play around it. The panel mentioned it beautifully, the fact that they need some type of hero to play with the Oracle. And I feel like, yeah, just Leshrac, it just, in this scenario, it just must have slipped their mind. It was too good of a pick. Too good. It's rare that you say that in like these type of drafts. It's always give and take, but when you have a lineup which is so driven around PL being the key hero to play this game, you think about big illusion clears, Ember, it's Leshrac. So yeah, maybe it's a little bit of slip up in the draft, but their way of looking at it, at least, is they go for a Storm instead. They're applying a bit more backline pressure, and the lack of cheap stun in regards to locking down a Storm. Like, they have amazing stun on No Bounty Hunter, but it's not clean, it's not instant, right? It's the Slardar Crush, the Leshrac stun. Like, there's a lot of time. So maybe if Storm pops off, this could just be the Storm show. PL overwhelms with items. We could see a rare Mage Slayer come out. That could be pretty advantageous for a PL in him being able to overcome the Leshrac damage.
Yeah, I feel like we never see that item.
Mate, it's good. Trust me.
You're still a fan, but like, no one's buying it, right?
Yeah, have a little look. Production, again, we've not seen the item at all, so we're going to load it up real quick. Cheeky little bit of magic resistance, and then the main thing here, 35% less spell damage, all right? So if you're a PL, slapping up a Leshrac, that AoE damage, it's going to be a little bit mitigated, and it could be critical. Honestly, I think this is actually a critical item in this game if you want to see PL have at least an ounce of fun.
Sure. Well, you'd rather that than the hood?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see if Charlie is going to think along the same lines.
Worrying if he does. I'm a support player, honestly. Hope he doesn't think like me, but maybe this game it helps. I don't know.
And anyway, this top lane as well, obviously, has been pretty important in all the games. You know, either Charlie's popped off, or he's crumbled, or either Blink's popped off, or he's crumbled.
Yeah.
I guess with the lesson taken into consideration, do you think that does mean if you were going to look at it at the moment, you would say if this is going to go either way this game, it is going to be a game where Charlie will crumble and Blink could pop off as mid? What?
Ooh, pretty close one.
Oh my god! He's got it!
Level 2. I didn't see the level 2. Oh, mate, the level 2 lightning storm.
What?
I won't lie, I was trying to find like a cookie pun to make there about the whole crumbling, and whoever had stat fire wasn't crumbling because they're...
Oh, you just made me hungry now.
No, I do, mate. I love a good bicky. I haven't had one in time, honestly. Sweden doesn't really have good biscuits, unfortunately.
Oh, you've angered some people there.
Yeah, well, what can I say? Controversial. Just like the performances of Blink and Charlie, controversial in the series so far. You asked a question about who's going to have a better lane. I think Blink's going to have a better lane. He has double stun. PL Hero has pretty decent armor, but the Lil Shredder does mitigate that. So yeah, I think Blink's going to have a pretty good time top.
Mid. Ducky.
Not having a good time right now.
Oh, needs one more hit Supreme. He can't quite get it. Oh, Ducky stepping back in range. Really testing the limits of Ducky. He's got nothing to refuel the bottle with though, so.
Yeah, this is a point where realistically you need someone to come in and help you out a little bit. You need someone to feed in the side lane to TP and help your bottle out. Because Era, he identifies this and he's like, all right, okay, I can make this classic little stack here on the hard camp and come on in. But instead, he gets the bounty rune. Oh, I'd love to see Chicken Fighters pressure here. Like, they're bringing the illusions to try and do that. But imagine if, like, Oracle just stepped over, quickly took away that bounty rune. And now you're going to have a Leshrac with no mana on mid, Storm able to freely farm up. But, again, it's the small things.
Yeah, that would have... I mean, I think at the moment, yeah, Jibe just definitely fully focused on trying to make sure Charlie's safe up there.
That's true,
You know,
again.
He doesn't want to take any sort of walks away from this.
Stupendous!
And that is the key thing about this safe lane from Chicken Fighters and the draft entirely. This top lane is about survival. If you don't die, you get your farm. It will give you an early window of the game where you might be okay. As I say that...
well, they're in.
Yeah,
and they've got Jibe.
I'm sorry, Jibe. It's happened twice now. I said it in the first game on the shop. I said it on the third game now when you play an Oracle. I'm basically mentioning how you're not meant to die and then you die. I'm so sorry. I take partial credit for this.
I mean, we should expect this, right? The Snapfire, it's been that very important component each time in these lane setups.
And especially Hustle on Snapfire. Like, he's played incredibly throughout this low division. Even though the results haven't looked too good, he has been a pretty solid replacement to what was the MVP of No Bounty Hunter Season 1, Desire. Yeah, Hustler, he filled the shoes and really did kind of step up for what the team needed. Again, unfortunately, results not always showing, but individually pretty good.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What we got down bottom at the moment. Low skill, 17 for 4 against Mars, 24 and 3. I mean, it's a solid lane, right, the Wraith King AA, but again, you are going to have a bit of a tough time contesting Amar because it's once again the same duo that we saw from Chicken Fighters in the laning stage last game.
Yeah, and the key thing here is they have kill potential as they keep tickling. Bot Supreme dying to the level 6 of Leshrac.
We'll see mid, Daki.
That's fair.
But meanwhile, ATF, because of Lina leaving, you now lose that defensive stun.
Yeah. So not able to save the Storm mid. And of course, not being around to help the sensor there. So, he bouncy has to able to poke where it hurts.
It's the key thing in what Europe loves AA is a position 5 that has really nice attack range that can play into these more annoying opposing offenses, be it the Morana, the Willow, the Nina. Like you're a plus 5 that can just poke and proc from a distance. Already the map feeling pretty small for Chicken Fighters because Zibe's locked into top. Lina had to TP to help mid. Got a return kill, but Supreme did die, and then of course ATF then falling bottom. Lane's going really well.
This is pretty much a full level. Yeah, he's level 7. Our Supreme's only just hit the 6. And you're definitely going to be looking over to this lane if you're Charlie, and definitely having to prepare yourself for the fact that you're going to have to deal with Lesh that's had a pretty good start to the game.
And now Lesh, with this good start, he's instantly moving top. He identifies the fact that Charlie, even did a... Oh, okay.
They just get the opening stun
Wow.
into the cookie.
Right. Nice.
They got him. Now they can look to run down Jibbe as well. I mean, a beautiful move here from Daki is him and Hustler. They get the job done big time.
Yeah, it's clean. He's got 2 points edict, so he's now taking a little bit on the tower.
Radiant's middle
Of course, he
tower
used it a bit
is under
early, so he's not
attack.
able to take the full tower cleanly. But with the catapult wave, a really nice move. Minute 6, and already able
Look at this
to...
pressure.
Great pressure.
Dire's top tower.
Supreme
is under
trying to
attack.
mirror this. Yeah, he's trying to mirror
You can't
it.
come back up here, can you?
No, not really. And that's why Supreme's playing bottom. If he gets flash field grab,
He's going to get the pullback onto a flash.
is there anyone going to steal it? Oh, ATF tried. I respect that. Didn't get it though.
Still, these movements, that's not going to feel anywhere close to the weight that
Radiant's bottom
no bounty
tower
hunters
is
able to
under
hit with.
attack.
As you say, tier 1 tower down at 6 minutes in. Incredibly fast timing here.
And the key thing here is Charlie, level 4, as he goes to jungle, he doesn't use his TP to instantly get hit. It does mean if he survives this next moment of aggression, and the map feels kind of small, he can instantly TP to some area to farm, but again, it's not going to feel too good.
Looking at Blink. Trying to get some action going here onto Amar, but Amar was able to hold him back with the hoof stomp in time.
Radiant are scanning.
Charlie is now able to farm up whatever he's given top. This is kind of his recovery mode, and Wraith King also occupies this area. The key thing for no Bounty Hunter, sorry, is they can simply go to any tower they want. With this early levels on Ducky, with the 2-2-2 build, he has kill threat, he has tower threat, and Chicken Fighters, they have to start finding some kills here. They need to be able to get something.
Looking for Blink. If they've got enough burst to take him down, it's a lot of stun, of course, between the 3 of them. Blink, he's able to get the stick charge and the cross shot, though. Blink's into the trees. Supreme is still hunting and will find the kill.
Vigilance.
They get the job done. Takes the complete mana pool here of Supreme, though. Mid. Lucky. Lucky in. There's coming in to help out, but look at the damage here from
So much
Hustler.
damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is
So
under
much physical.
Blasted core.
And then he gets the rune, of course, because when you're this far ahead, you're always able to have full rune control.
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
Charlie. He's queued up the Midas.
Midas?
Are scanning.
I look forward to Brian's segment. Or for, you know what, any of the talent today.
And look
will
at
be
this, Charlie.
instant death. You want to buy a Midas, boy? Not today. Dead.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
It is looking like it could go the way of the Bloodseeker this game.
It's looking that way. Can we get a quick blink check? How's he doing? Is he 1-1? Already 3 million times better than
better
his Doom
than-
performance.
This is, yeah.
Dire's
I mean, we saw,
top
but I think at
tower
this
is
stage
under
last game, he
attack.
had died about, what, 5 times or something in the laning stage? On the
I've
Doom?
already
It
tried
was
forgetting,
quite a lot.
Owen.
You tried to forget.
I've already, yes.
I think Blink has as well. You asked
Yeah.
him about it, but like,
Sorry,
game
what?
2?
What? Yeah. No, I have no idea what you're on about. We won the series potentially 2-0. And that never happened.
Huzzah!
Oh, yeah, Charlie, as you say, he's going to play the full sort of AFK catch-up game here with the Midas.
And this is why the panel was so heavy about talking about Lesh.
mid.
Oh, are they going to get him?
See if they can burst. Daki. He's still alive.
Oh, he's
going to be able
not
to die.
dying.
Take the 2 of them down with the kisses coming out from Hustler. They're found 2. They're going to be able to find her as well here. There's 3 heroes cleaned up in the mid. They can resume pushing onto this tier 1 tower, as there's nothing to put a stop to them here for Chicken Fighters.
Ducky with the offensive tip. Uncharacteristic so far in this series. We've been a little bit PMA. We did have one aggressive tip on Charlie game 1. Coming into a game 3, Ducky feeling himself a little bit.
Dire's
Going
middle
for the
tower
tip.
has fallen.
So I was a little confused there.
Rewind. Hold on, Owen. Rewind. Can we get a rewind on this bad boy?
Yeah, what was happening here?
This is why the tip's going through. If we get it Bring it back. A little bit more. No. Back. Here. He puts the W on the Leshrac and then aggressively heals his Storm. So he basically saved the Lesh but killed his Storm. That is meant to be the opposite way around.
I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. I was like trying to think. I was like, what was the big brain play for Fate edicting the Lesh? But
no, he just misclicked twice.
No reason. Don't ever edict the Lesh. Oh no, I can't right-click heroes. What will I ever do?
Wow, I think that was potentially the best tip of the lower division. Honestly.
And you already had some good tips this series.
Mate, we've had some bangers, but that one it just felt good because Zibber, of course, unfortunately, he's going to know exactly what 2 buttons he pressed wrong, and then Ducky cut straight through, hitting where it hurts, going, yeah, you did that wrong. Pressure being applied, 4K up. They need to find some place for Charlie to farm. He is still a ways away from that minus 500 gold. The lack of damage is coming through now for Chicken Fighters. Their best friend will be getting these solo pickoffs. Ducky has played incredibly aggressive, and that is what they can lean on.
Really nice.
The Storm Zip, the damage they have, it's all single target explosive. So if Ducky is ever out of position, there isn't saves on the Bounty Hunter. They identify that though, and they're grouping nicely as 4.
Looking for the third and final tier 1 tower here, just 11 minutes in. No Bounty Hunter.
What they got to do. Supreme way. Oh, he's so far away from his Orchid as well. He's now moving in aggressively to try and steal some camps. Of course, they have the double ward set up here, so we can play aggressive. And this is the key thing. Chicken Fighters, they put all the kind of the noise into the bottom area of the map. Let's look at their positioning. They're like, okay, we're going to defend this tower as long as possible. There isn't clean tower damage outside of Leshrac, so it gives Charlie time to farm up. Potentially, the Bounty Hunter can play into this and maybe make a smoke up to that area. Or they can just keep running their heads at this bot tower. But the moves of Chicken Fighters right now is why it's only a 4K lead and it's not growing, because they are kind of getting more out of the map. They're behind, but they're farming nicely. But to what avail?
Dire's middle tower is
and it is going to be a pretty quick relic radiance on low skill this game, isn't it?
And here it is. It's about to be completed. Charlie with the Midas on the PL. 12 minutes into the game.
Here we go.
We won't be seeing him fight for another 32 minutes, but it's fine.
Well, what is the math when it goes? Charlie?
What, on Charlie's impact in the next 30? What's the math?
What's the numbers on the Midas nowadays in terms of minutes that need to pass for it to really be beneficial?
I'm going to hit you with a stat of how many Midases have been picked up in DPC.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pulling it out of my... Okay. Bad. Not picked. It's just not good. All right. Again,
we see it on Sven's. Do you like it on Sven?
I don't mind it on Sven, just for the idea of you're basically playing for, you know, a little bit of attack speed. Often your builds lack that, and then Ducky aggressive. This is it.
Of course. Maybe yours off. Breaks the combo. So, and a match off to the side. Supreme still trying to finish up the kill, and will get it.
All right.
Bring down Ducky.
This is good. This is the over-aggression that I was seeing from Ducky a little bit. Yeah, going back to your Midas point. For Sven, a little bit of attack speed. He's all about more levels than 2-3 items. But heroes that have timings which are locked into 1 or 2 items, I feel Midas nowadays, the map pressure that you have, the quick pace of play, the meta does not support it. And I think we've seen it as well in the Vikings series just to get into the breach. Chad was buying Midas, and it forced him to be kind of like a spectator in the game. And eventually, one good fight, now got the best Midas game possible. And that's kind of what we're seeing here is he won't have much presence, but if they get one big fight, it's going to just accelerate through the roof, and his game will be great fights. You can play for missed players, just rather than driving far.
A bit of a jump here from Blink now with the Blink online.
Dire's bottom tower is
and the Bounty Hunter, they just don't care. Even if they die in the river, they're like, boys, let's go again. And we haven't mentioned it at all, but there is also another player on the Bounty Hunter in this game. Hey, he's
loving it.
He's loving life.
Super quick time in this
Jungle Wraith King. We promise he hasn't been here from minute 0. He has played the laning phase. He's going to have a really quick Radiance, which of course is a good answer to the PL. If you think about PL counters, it's of course Radiance. It's Sheever's Guard for mitigating attack speed. It is then of course AoE damage. And yeah, that's the maybe a Crimson Guard if you want. But for now, Wraith King will tick one of those boxes with the Radiance, and then Leshrac with the AoE damage. They're going to have all the answers for him, and it's why the panel was concerned about the PL pick, because to itemize for this, you do need, you know, a BKB, you maybe need a Mage Slayer, and that delays your key items that you want to play for. Normally, you want to have a Manta, a Diffusal, farming efficiency. A Manta against Leshrac, you don't really get. So yeah, this is a Leshrac, or sorry, a PL, sorry, that needs to play for 3-4 items, and maybe why it warrants the Midas. If he can dodge the fights, if he can ignore the state of the game, he is a hero that has to have 4 or 5. He needs to be at like maximum threshold at like minute 35 to play this game. He cannot join any fight. So I can respect the idea of the Midas just for the fact that he does not see a timing in which he can take a fight with confidence. And it will be, you know, make or break, because if he enters that first fight with 2-3 items because of the Midas, and he just dies to an overfarmed Leshrac Wraith King because of the lack of that map pressure, then, you know, it's whatever. But it's the position he's put in. It is not a great PL game contesting Roshan.
What? Amar, he's able to set him nicely here with a 3-man Hoostop, gets the jump, and they're taking out Blink. They get the pullback onto Hustler. Ice Blast flying over though. Chicken Fighter's starting to back off. The blast connects onto the 3 of them. Kisses start to come through as well as Jibbe and Amar try to back away. Chase will be on though from Low Skill and Dak as they run down Jibbe. Up to the back, Supreme was able to get in on top of Hustler to take him down.
They should still be able to go Roshan though, on the side of the Bounty Hunter.
A little hesitant.
Okay, no, I respect that too. Sada is alive in 5. They can just wait for him to respawn. They have the advantage of both top and mid tier 1 alive, so getting back to this area of the map will not be too hard. And again, Charlie is just mode farm, not mode game.
Oh, we're disappointed there. There was an illusion rune and they didn't let the Wraith King have it. He's got Radiance.
He could have many ways.
Thrown away.
And then Ducky doesn't even use it to dodge anything. Oh.
He just uses it to scout.
Boo.
Missed opportunity there.
Yeah.
Oh well, they get Roche anyway.
Clean.
As Daki, he now has that Aegis.
And that is why Leshrac picks are so potent when you have minus armor in your team, because unlocking that quick, you know, 3-20-minute Aegis, it gives this Leshrac that tankiness that he needs. You see, he goes yours, he goes hood. Naturally, as a squishy hero, so you have to itemize defensively. You get a quick Aegis. It just puts you deeper into the fight, and it allows you just to be even more devastating. So yeah, I love seeing Leshrac +1, and I think Liquid popularized it a little bit. Of course, Sara Leshrac when Sumail first joined the team, you know, a couple weeks back. Now aggressively positioning, the Bounty Hunter just trying to take away. They know that they're in the lead, they can easily pressure anyhow they want, because PL really can't do any fight still. Go for the tier 2. Most likely will they swing towards mid or tier 3 after. We'll see how aggressive. I wouldn't be surprised if they just went straight for a little bit of tickle of the high ground.
I wouldn't. I don't think they will.
No, I don't
think they will, but
they've been very confident.
They could.
Like, this is the classic play of the force back, you know? They're not going to go for the racks, but they're going to make the map feel small, because if they hit this tier 3, look at the minimap right now. Look at Dire, look how they're positioned. Soon they're going to go all the way back to their base. 5 heroes in the corner of the base, 18 minutes, not going to feel too good. Yeah, they're just going to go for it, yeah. 4 heroes now back in base.
Big zip. Onto Daki. He's going to be able to get out of the combo there, thanks to the cookie of Hustler.
Okay. So
there we go. Good damage done to the tier 3, and as you say, let the majority of the team force back.
Yep. And Charlie, of course, he realizes that he can't do anything in these fights. If no Aegis, maybe he could have tickled from a distance, but the lack of items to fight. Like, he is not itemizing for the cheap fight right now. Like I've mentioned already, like a Mage Slayer, like potentially some Mage Slayer into like SMY style of build to get in the mix could have been like an active style of build, but he is fully subscribing to the don't ping me, don't talk to me, I'm muted, I'll come back to you when I got like 5 items type of play. And you can see in how they defend that tower. He's the only one that doesn't TP back. He's the only one that's not doing anything, but it is very much, this is the only way I think he can play this game, unless he wants to go full active. And but with the laning phase, it was a little bit difficult. Still want to see a Mage Slayer, man. I love the idea.
No one buys it.
Mate, I won't lie, I've dabbled with it. You know, I play a bit of the Cow, Spirit Breaker, great hero move.
You put it on Spirit Breaker?
Yes, it's so good. I see these Lesh picks, I just charge the dude.
Sound good.
All right, I'll link you a game.
Okay, now I see what you mean.
You see, you connect on the boy, you slap him up.
It did get buffed, right? Yeah, recipe cost went down in 720.
It's cheap as chips, mate. 20 agility, 20 damage. Woo! Certain heroes, it goes pretty well. But again, Charlie, he's done nothing to itemize for the damage coming in. He is simply doing his own little thing, and that's why the map feels so small, because your carry is just not playing the current game. He's playing for that kind of the sloppiness of the late game, and I've not seen this type of play for a very long time, especially in the current meta. It's rare this isn't punished. You know,
Sure.
and
It
that's
just
why
doesn't pay off,
It
yeah.
doesn't pay off, and that's why Midases aren't being built. It's why we're not seeing really Battle Fury heroes going for that style of play, other than maybe a PA. Rax is now being pressured at minute 20. This time PL is
What do they
TPing
do?
back.
Let's see.
He has. Oh no, he's not TPing. I've lied. Sorry, guys.
It's a big zip.
Oh, he got the yours.
He's in. They've got the combo. Oh, no, Supreme.
Oh, that
Zips
was
into
clean.
his death.
Ducky with the quick cast.
Dire's top barracks.
Well, that's a set of racks.
Oh, it's just
No
gone.
question
Deleted.
about it.
Top
Yeah.
barracks
20
are
minutes
under
in.
attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
15 for
Easy
7, 5K
objective there.
elite. One of the easiest. Wait, was it? Wait, was
He's
it?
just Analysts.
It was Ducky's. I just wanted to confirm that I praised. Yeah, it was Ducky's yours. Ah, good stuff. Oh, we get to see it
Yeah.
again.
Look at that. He
Look at
zips in.
And then
I mean, what's he doing here? What's he expecting, Supreme? Is he just not ready for a yours or?
I think he thought he had better reactions. Because you got to go zippity zap to get out, right? And he only zipped in, and then
He zipped
obviously
in and
Ducky done the yours, yeah.
hesitated.
So he didn't get the zap.
Yeah.
Ah, unfortunate. Pretty good stuff from Ducky there. That's yours. That's like the only way that chicken fighters can realistically defend is by trying to awkwardly zip kill waves. But it's not like we're talking about a 35-minute scenario where it's like you've got the remnants as well being spawned from the zip. So this is very much a budget defense coming out. And can we get an update, please? Oh, thank you. Ah. All right, go back to the Wraith King. Much better time there. There we go. This is what you want to see from your carry. Active items. A little bit of standard resist. Radiance. Plate mail. Good stuff from Low Skill. Don't forget, this is his first game with the team, standing in, or at least actually replacing Khan. I did speak to Blink before the series started, and they did mention that Low Skill, he was joining the roster for their final series with the intention most likely to play with No Bounty Hunter for the future. So this isn't just simply a substitute for the series. This is the new look of No Bounty Hunter going for the future seasons.
Oh,
Yeah, to win.
Blink. He's already starting up the action. Gets to jump in. Shiver. And he's out. The Oracle gone. The rest of the team's away. There's now no bounty today. They can just push up to. I sit sitting low skills now and throw me off there.
No, luckily they're not playing because, you know, they were the match. Owen.
Oh.
Yeah.
There we go.
But luckily Low Skill wasn't, so we're all good. They're able to play.
They're up to the high ground.
Once again.
Fortification.
All right, Charlie is in the fray this time. That's all I had to say there, because that's all he does. Just watches.
I mean, with the defusal manta, it's still not going to feel great turning up, right? Like
No,
he's still
not really. No, yeah.
There's as we said, a lot of things that threaten the PL's game.
Yeah, I think the
And,
main thing as well is, like, if we ignore what PL brings to the fight right now, like, look at the AA, has the glimmer. You know, Snapfire has crest mechanism, and of course Cookie has pretty good value against PL that disconnect. So right now PL doesn't really kill Wraith King, doesn't really kill Leshrac, and both supports have the farm because of this quick racks, because of the the tower gain, the gold that they've got because of that. They have ways to kite out a PL. So this PL really is about 2 to 3 items away from confidently wanting to join any fight, and that's why it's so critical they can find him farm. So Charlie TPing back to this tower, it might keep your racks alive for an extra minute or two, but it's not accelerating his presence in the game. Fortunately, he is 1-2-0.
So they can get done with the smoke. Charlie scanning things out here with the illusions.
Ducky has a BKB. Link has a BKB. Like, they are so tanky.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think the best play that can be made right now, Charlie has to bait out with an illusion, with a bad initiation of maybe the AA plus a...
Oh, take the wrap around. Okay, get the jump in. Blink, he's going to be able to find across the Terra. As they will commit, take down the AA. BKB popped in from Supreme. It's now Low Skill, fully focused. Getting pretty low on the man as well. Error, being a false promise. They're trying to keep their leader alive, but Error will still fall. As they lose Supreme, they lose Error. And now the other 3 of them, they've got to run. The Charlie, Link's on top of him.
Very close.
Charlie up to the high ground. Tries to poke back in at the Slardar. Does he have enough damage? No, not quite. Blink. He's fine though. Keep him safe and alive. A 2 for 2. You take into account Flash did buy back here on No Bounty Hunter. So losing their mid here against Chicken Fighters Supreme. is having a tough time in these fights. Sure, there's not necessarily instant catch up in the Yules, but as soon as he gets caught by one spell, there's going to be a whole load of them to follow up.
Yeah, that's the beauty of their lineup so far. Like, they don't have instant stun outside of maybe like the Yules into something, but when they do get you, it is going to be...
You're done for.
Yeah, you're done for pre-BKB. And like the jump, they did get the AA to start with, but it was very apparent the lack of presence that Chicken Fighters have in the fight. You know, Oracle's an enabler, Lena's a backline poke, Centaur's an enabler. They require your 1 or 2 to have presence, and we won't see a replay of that fight, I hope. Please, we know what happened, it's fine. But the PL basically on the fringe of the fight the entire time, full HP, unable to enter simply because of the whole matchup. So yeah, I think right now Chicken Fighters, they're not really playing to win a fight. They're playing to break down the resources of the Bounty Hunter, making them go, let's not go for high ground. And if they go even 2 for 2, they should be so happy because they need another 10 or so minutes. So any of these fights, even if it doesn't look like they're getting kills, if they're defending their base through just forward aggression, that's where Chicken Fighters will be a little bit happy with how it goes. Again, I want to see Charlie get across the river, get some deep vision out, and just play farm on the enemy jungle. If they want to come kill you, they're going to have to like leave the aggression. They're going to have to play on the defensive, out you from their own jungle, and then make plays. When you're playing in the same corner of the map, that's when the map feels so small. So yeah, a little bit of Charlie just needs to escape his own side.
Oh, look at the jump on Charlie!
Or just die.
Charlie! He needs up and he needs it now. Zebra jump onto the side of the doppelganger. Supreme commits him for the BKB. They take down Blink. Stampede starting to come to an end. They've got the stun opening onto Amar. Amar will fall. Roasted Chicken Fighters need to back right up. And they get the trade.
Again, they're going to be happy with that. Yeah, they're going to be a little bit giddy with that play. They do get the kill, but the real question is, can they contest Roshan? ATF does buy back. They're going to want to contest this. The confidence from Chicken Fighters to even make these plays. Charlie has his Midas active. Come on, man. What's better, Roshan or Midas? Oh, can't Midas anything.
Dire's middle tower is under
Charlie.
attack.
No, the efficiency.
Oh, come on, buddy.
God, just blindly doppel to high ground to Midas.
Doppel for the Midas.
It's worth it.
The double courier kill!
The AC! They found his AC!
Still yet
to be gone for 3 minutes!
This is actually not that bad.
That's a big courier snipe.
But if you could use your Midas, please, Charlie, that would be eternally great.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's nothing Midas.
Oh, ATF, you're getting kicked from the team. If they lose this game, Charlie's kicking him. That's for sure.
I mean, you don't take a
no, you don't. That is disgusting behavior.
Wow.
Charlie is just livid.
That is. If they saw that under award, no bounty, they'd probably tip it.
They'd be tipping ATF.
If they were doing the maths, running the numbers, and they're like, Charlie probably needs to use his Midas about now.
Yeah, sounds about right. Big wrap around though from the Bounty Hunter.
They're going to jump. Well, the BKB's out. Supreme.
Middle tower is under attack.
Down to the low ground. He's away. Low skill still ready to charge him.
All right.
Here from Charlie, and they can't get anything.
Charlie can Midas now. Oh, he's already Midas. Good. Oh, well, the balance in the game is back. Thank you. We're good. The posturing from Chicken Fighters, even though they're down by 7k, the way in which they have aggressively positioned does kind of give them a bit of confidence. And of course, ATF quick on the blink mitigates that smoke advantage that the Bounty Hunter had. Roshan, big fight.
Creeps, of course, pushing in all the same time into the base, so pressure is on here for Chicken Fighters to make some smart moves. They are going to have to get in there. They're going to need to do something about this, Roche. They can't let no bounty hunter get this for free.
Does anyone have... Okay, they have buybacks. Like, they don't have outpost control on Chicken Fighters. The position in which they hold, it puts them at quite a disadvantage. They can't buy back and instantly get into the fight compared to the bounty hunter, outpost and 2 tier 1s. This is going to be a very difficult Roshan contest.
See what sort of jump they can find here, Supreme and Charlie.
Charlie going in?
He's starting to get into the pit. He's having a run. They're going to jump on Charlie! He's going to be false promise. They're able to save him. Only just. He's able to get out of there. Supreme's looking for the back line. Jumps in onto Flash, but Flash is fine. But they have to keep running here. Low skill running them down. Daki able to finish off the Oracle as they get split up here, Chicken Fighters.
Charlie with like 60 HP from dying. He TP back to the fountain.
But that That's enough here for No Bounty Hunter to keep going for this Supreme. Is he going to try and go for a steal? He's not.
No.
Roshan taken out. No Bounty Hunter. They'll claim it all.
Flash. Oh, I didn't click on Solo. How many did he have? He had 3. Oh, very close.
Supreme. He wants Flash.
Ooh, very close.
He's able to get out with that BKB, but kind of playing on the edge there to try and take down the AA, which he won't quite be successful with.
Oh, look at the big winner though. Charlie does get a double bounty. Ooh, money.
That's something. That's something. He's
to
nearly got the heart.
Real question though, Owen.
Wow.
Does it help though?
I don't know. It seems like a tough game. I mean, geez, how much of this game do you think Chicken Fighters were going to be feeling a little bad that they did let the Lesh through? Like, is there when you're playing these sort of games where a hero gets through, and let's assume they did indeed forget about it or just misread the draft, like how much does it hurt to play against this hero that you know inevitably you're just never going to have a good time against?
Wrestling don't do anything. This is basically the same feeling as picking 5-strength heroes and not banning Timbersaw. This is kind of the feeling that they'll have, and unfortunately, this is the game. You know, life and death of lower division. You lose this, you are out. So it's going to hit a little bit harder.
It's just getting changed something. Charlie, can they keep him alive? They can't. Charlie's dead. They're coming with a Stampede. They've been able to bring down Blink and Low Skill and Ducky the once.
All right.
They're probably going to take down Ducky a second time here. Okay, he's got the BKB. He's going to try and run aggressive. The Kisses are coming out as well. They've got to run. They can't deal with Ducky and the Kisses. Ducky's got a triple kill. And Charlie's running, but Ducky's ready to chase him down. He picks up another.
Gonna get a Rampage.
He's not done yet. Rampage takes down the old double, but a Supreme double Rampage here for Ducky.
There it is.
I mean, T, I asked, you know, how bad does it feel for them to let that Lesh through? I think however bad it felt, it feels a million times worse now after that.
Yeah, you get one parent Rampage, you get second. That is, yeah, Charlie bought back, trying to get a little bit of an advantage, but this Lesh rack.
Yeah. The Lesh.
It's just dominating at this point.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower has
such a great pick, but yeah, Ducky just playing it perfectly this game.
Now, I don't want to beat on it too much, but Charlie had 2 options for this game. Greed up and try and play for 6 items, or be a little bit out there. Think outside the box, go for creative items to play for the moment. You've been a little bit outdrafted, so show your ability to look for new ways, new outlets to get yourself into the game. And unfortunately, that wasn't really occurring, and because of that, it was just a 4v5 the entire time and no Bounty Hunter. When they have a lineup with aggression, they are ruthless. And I think that is just beautiful. Going straight for the end as well.
They're looking to close it up. There's 27 to 12, 70k lead. No buyback on Charlie or on Jibbe. They've got the 3 of them. Can they give any sort of defense? Supreme's going to try. Zipping in for the AA, but they're not messing around in no Bounty Hunter. They put their BKBs. They look to close it up and they'll get themselves the victory. The series, it's theirs. As they'll take this game 3. 2-1 no Bounty Hunter here against Chicken Fighters. And game 1, game 3, they really did look fantastic here.
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it. Ask me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries as we'll fall now. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it. I know I'm not easy. I drag you out your mind. baby, you're still mine. And I have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it. Slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption ever came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly. searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me. My enemies have tried every possibility. Ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly. I can fly.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reap me for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reap me for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Time of year carries memories like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Still as a breeze, a river flowing deep. Don't wanna leave the air you breathe. Living vivid dreams when I think of you and me. Don't wanna leave the world you see, and I will hold you down if love is still alive. It's all forgiven to my eyes. The tide has turned around. Just listen to the sound. Two hearts beating you knock me in, I'm in for life. Don't care, it's a cruel paradise. Say you'll be mine. The tide has turned around. Just listen to the sound. Two hearts beating, beating time. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. Stop making noise. You and your wicked ways. You and your wicked ways. You and your wicked ways. Turn around. Just listen to the sound. Two hearts beating, beating time. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. Stop making noise. You and your wicked ways. Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? Why do I? Why do I, baby? Why do I? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? at your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat.
Searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah. I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a walk, Savannah. I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah.
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it. You don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now.
OG bands. Okay, so we're after you. All along the right thing. So Slardar, we figured this was going to be a really big one, especially for Liquid. We see the Oracle ban as well. Two huge picks that we have seen Liquid go for. Early Morphling pickup.
But
that's
that is
pretty interesting.
Because they've also been putting it more in, like obviously Sumail played it, I believe, once. And it's the idea of the mid lane, no brawl pressure lane.
Yes.
But of course, OG already has a tiny, which in some scenarios can play well into an early game Morphling. Of course, late game, not so much.
I was going to say that I hope that OG doesn't stray outside the box too much as they have been recently. Like, I know, you know, with the Drow early on, we did see it, like, look pretty decent in some of the situations, but we know, like, that first two Hoodwink was a bit awkward. This looks more standard to me, which already makes me feel like we're going to have a closer game, which makes me really excited. Because some of these OG's drafts, they've been very quirky. They've just been very difficult to actually execute. And we do see Liquid, at least they, you know, they do ban the Alchemist. They give some respect. They do want to, like, avoid some type of, like, weird, crazy type of thing that maybe OG Theory crafts. So, you know, they're still giving some respect to it on the side of Liquid. Clockwork feels like one of those heroes that's just been on crazy rise for specific players. Like, we've seen Saksa pop off on it, of course, from that one game. Saw GH, of course, too. That hero definitely seems quite ridiculous. So, and they cover their Morphlings. All right, so AA ban, since it was not taken in the first two.
5 seconds remaining.
I think the main thing is this matchup, OG Liquid, it's a team, Liquid, that they find what they're good at and they keep reproducing it time and time again. OG, they're a little bit more, what side of the bed did they wake up on? What's Topson going to suggest he wants to play? And then that's going to be part of the draft. So it really is kind of, to what level of creativity does OG want to present themselves with? Because against Liquid, one little slip up and one kind of wrong pick can just be detrimental.
Who's to focus on for this series? Because I know a lot of people are looking to that mid lane. Topson versus Sumail is always exciting.
Yeah.
Is that where our focus should be as well? Is that where the game could be won or lost for the teams?
I think the good thing about Liquid is they don't look phased by the role swaps that they've had to do. Like Koikova looks very natural in the offlane.
Yeah.
So yeah, to me, it is going to be simply about kind of the mid lane and what type of pressure you apply. Like if this is going to be a mid tiny against Morphling, you play your lane and how quickly do you pivot to map pressure?
I usually, I mean, maybe because I'm a 4 player, I just immediately go to it. But with the way that Taiga's been playing, right? Like, I feel like Taiga is so instrumental, especially when he's playing a hero like Snapfire. I think we all remember that crazy
he blinking in with the shot,
scatter blast charge, like some crazy stuff that he's been doing individually. And they've been prioritizing his farm to a lot of the games that I see. Right? Koikfa, he sacrifices his game a little bit to ensure that he gets early 6s, which we'd assume he'd be that Snapfire. And Snapfire overall has been a very winning hero in this Europe region. It's been quite dominant. So that, and also like Saksa, right? Some of these games, like if Saksa has a rough game, I feel like OG has a rough game. We saw him get completely countered in the last series that they played. He had, I know people were like calling him out too, and people were like, oh my god, he has so many deaths in this game, but he was put in a difficult position. That was his role. So
especially when he was playing the Earth Spirit in the first game of that specific series. We talked about it on the panel. It's like, well, Saksa's got a rough game because his role is to go in and die.
Yeah, same thing for the Clockwork too. They they picked Clock, and then they counteracted it with like Shadow Realm, Tree, and Summons, etc. So he couldn't even do too much. So I mean, I tend to drive more toward the support guys. But
that's why I want to see this Tiny be the mid lane for OG, because when you have a mid Tiny, it simplifies your initiation. And it puts less pressure on your 4. Like, realistically, how often nowadays is your 4 the primary initiator to unlock your entire draft? And that's often where OG kind of gravitates towards, because when Topson gets these quirky mid picks, like a Hoodwink or a Drow, it's like, oh wait, who? Oh, Satsuki, you're playing the melee here. Good luck, buddy. You're now like 2 and 12 because you're the only guy that can really run up the high ground. So I'd love to see them just keep it simple, and then they block pick this Void because, of course, they run it before Snapfire plus Void. The greediness of the mid Morphling can't really punish, so yeah.
Yeah, Liquid staple so far at this point. We're seeing more and more just Voids across the board too. Banning out the Brood, OG giving respect. Look, I mean, those are very appropriate Liquid bans from OG toward Liquid.
And then, of course, Liquid as well. You know, the pacing that a Darkseid can provide, the simplicity of laning phase of Jug, and then AA to counteract the Morphling.
Yeah, it looks like they're already looking to have like this like very strong scaling kind of lineup. They're trying to prevent losing early on. When I see like Jug and Darkseer kind of bans coming out, but OG, you do have that Void for late game already.
So Liquid has 2 angles right now with their draft. They can try and go for the Nigma style of anti-Void, which is just constant map pressure and closing out quickly, or they can go for the greed. And as I say that, of course, and I look down, I see a Magnus. They are ticking the box of the greed.
They like that too on Koikfa quite a bit. We've seen him play that with the Snapfire in lane 2. Fun mechanics coming out here with the 2 of them too. Shockwave to pull them into use. We have Cookie that you can get in position for skewers too. A lot of different ways that you can just pull these heroes way out of position if they step up too far. Same thing on kind of both sides too, right? There's a Tiny on one side for tossbacks. We got skewer plays from the other side.
So for OG now, they need to most likely, okay, so if they're flexing the Tiny, they need to pick up the offlane hero, and that's why it's kind of difficult, because when Liquid picks a Magnus in this position, it could be your 5, it could be your 3, and you're yet to pick your carry. So it's really hard to flex the Tiny and also then pick an offlane hero. So they need to really understand exactly what this Tiny's doing to simplify this next pick, because it could just be, you know, pick up another strong 4, get Seb for last pick, make sure it's the best game, and there it is. They keep the flex open, they go for Hoodwink. Now you don't really know Tiny or Hoodwink who's where, keeping their draft a little bit more alive. I think if they picked Seb tier here, it would have been way too easy for Liquid to pick like the perfect empowered carry.
I would prefer that to be Saksa after what we saw the other day too. I think the Hoodwink was just completely counteracted in the game. Liquid, more greed, raising it up. Magnus plus Ember, crazy scaling potential.
And also they can catch. That's the key thing. They now have a 1-2 punch of Morphling and Ember. If they get over the Void, and Void's now like leapt in, but you've now jumped the back line, this Grim, this Hoodwink, if that is your support Joe, will feed quite often. And that's why I want Tiny now 100% to be the mid lane.
Yep.
And Tiny Morph works out okay? If that is the mid lane?
Yeah, I've actually seen Tiny get kills on Morphlings, and like even in these tier 1 games, the Tiny just like gets a lucky toss or something after the first wave, and it can slip up. Morph overall, you win the, you win the matchup, the farm, but yeah, you can surprise, and you'll still be able to roam really early on, because Morphling, he does not have the same type of thing. He's going to sit back and farm. Tiny can make moves.
That's why Liquid do pick up like this Ember, because they have 2 heroes who pretty much AFK in their lane. Mag will AFK farm bot, Morph will happily AFK farm mid, and then it's a lot of pressure on Ember, Snap, plus this final pick to kind of open up the game. And that's why OG can play around. Their 3 skirmishing heroes of Tiny, Grim, and Hoodwink will be devastating if they get the moves first.
I think this also puts in a weird spot for Tiny to roam properly, right? Morphling, if he's just high attribute shifted, very tough to combo. Yep. Magnus, super tanky hero, as you've seen. If you get one early like Tread Brace or you're 2 HP. Ember, the new thing that we're seeing like every time, you get the Flame Guard absorption talent. So the combo is going to be completely negated. So I've been seeing that a lot of times for early aggression.
OG's turn to ban.
OG now just taking away some of the big team fight. I mentioned before how if you want to play against OG and beat them, you naturally just pick Warlock because they run around as 5 pretty quick. Guess what? Bonds naturally does well against that, so they respect that aggression coming into the final few picks.
They ban out Witch Doctor, leaving in the pool for Insania things like Elder Titan and Winter Wyvern still in.
ET looks quite nice with their combo too. So much amp up and damage. Is very greedy for sure if they do go for something like that style, but
10 seconds.
I wouldn't hate it at all.
Insania's gonna have to play a new hero in DP. Okay,
Yes,
only
also
ET
banned.
is the one that isn't banned out.
Yep.
Oracle's gone.
And
Friend's
Wyvern's
pick.
still in. He's played Wyvern before.
I'm not going to count that because it's technically an L, but yeah, no, okay, there's 2 heroes.
I'm
ET and
sure
Wyvern.
it was a loss,
played
but,
it.
you know.
No, yeah, there's ET and Wyvern are the 2 heroes.
Wyvern is also
can
quite
play
good.
for.
Like it used to be a traditional counter versus the Void. Sure, there's a lot of magic damage
There's
that
a lot,
can
yeah.
go through it.
I like ET, honestly.
I
Out of
like
all the
ET.
options we've got, it's the idea of defensive mechanisms. It allows you to play a little bit more aggressive in lane, but against his Hoodwink, most likely 4. I don't know how happy you're going to be with that constant poke and prod and that disconnect with the trees.
I like ET also versus Void because it's another
That's
one
true.
where
Yeah,
it's annoying. Like if you just like misstep a little bit, you're sure you should be able to dodge the stomp, but it's going to be seconds where you're moving away from a stomp inside of Chrono.
Is there...
And there's a lot of wombo combo if they do have that pick for Liquid.
Surely Insania can also play Snapfire, and then they open up for like maybe still a Lina or something like that.
Yeah, they can. I would
Taiga,
I would
like
prefer
Taiga
the
on Snap.
exactly. I think the way that he played it
Enchantress.
is very strong.
Ench versus the Inkswell and stuff could be...
If you go for the Hood
Could be an
Solar Crest
option.
build, that could also be pretty good.
They got some options. I'm just throwing
they
a
do.
hero, but they definitely got a few options here. Snapfire, we've seen it as a 5 before, just not on the side of Team Liquid.
They're using quite a lot of their time here.
I mean, it's their last pick. Why not? Anybody still need to go to the toilet? You
That's
know,
true, yeah.
catch a little bit of a fresh air, perhaps.
I think
It's
it's
gonna be a
okay,
chance.
okay, fine. So it's going to be Snap 5. And now OG. You're playing most likely into a Ember Snap lane.
That's spooky.
It is a lot of magic damage, but for Seb, it's just picking a tanky hero, and that's why I love they ban out the Witch Doctor, for example. Like Underlord's still apparent, but then you kind of lack damage
5
and kind of
seconds
overall pacing in the game.
And there's a Dispel.
And there's
Sure, it won't always be used in that method, but still can be frustrating.
It's difficult. A lot of respect has been pushed towards the offlane here. Like when you think about the amount of bans here, like 4 of them are towards Seb. And you can't really go, like the other heroes he played so far in DPC, like Batrider, don't really pick here. Bloodseeker,
No.
shouldn't really pick here. They played an ET offlane before, which also, but again, the Enchantress Dispel
Dispel's
removes that.
annoying. Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's like, from his hero pool so far, like Underlord's the only one that looks okay, unless he's going to whip out like a brand new hero that we've not seen him play.
I mean, the roots and the percent-based damage is nice for the reasons we said before, but...
No.
No, they have a Tidehunter.
Okay.
Choose your hero.
They're giggling, they're happy with it, at least.
Yeah.
Alright, the important thing now is simply who's playing what. Is it going to be the Hoodwink 4 or the Tiny Mid? That's what we hope to see, and that's what we are going to see.
Yep, Saxa 4.
That's what I was hoping for.
But the-
Thompson's been always so impressive on Tiny. Tidehunter also versus the Magnus, right? So it's this big combo breaker that can be pretty good. There's some damage that can deal with him, though, right? We've seen these, even the Enchantresses, like if you want to do lane versus him as well, you can go in. But it's, even though we're probably going to see Taiga play it, they haven't shown it yet.
Yeah, exactly.
They have not.
This one through, yeah.
Oh, there we
Taiga
go.
will play it.
Which I think is the key thing here. And now they're also taking a little bit of time on who's playing the Ember and the Morphling. Because laning setup's so key. For OG, like they have really good mid-game damage through Tiny Initiating and like the combination of all their spells, but the pacing from Liquid can be very spooky when Ember and Enchantress, these are very active heroes that can just poke and prod and get tanky real quick.
I feel like we're going to have a lot of just like straight up battling, which makes me really happy. I don't see the best tower taking actually on either side. Enchantress probably the best one with just like a creep that's enchanted later on with like the plus 70 damage and stuff like that. So I think we're going to have a lot of duking out, but we're also going to have some greed coming out because we have a Mag, Ember, and a Morphling as the 3 cores. So that always indicates some type of stacking. So this is interesting.
Do we have a favorite? Because you guys are making cases for both of these drafts.
This is one of those lineups where both of them have such a big team fight.
Yeah.
Whoever gets it off first should, crush the fight.
So initiation's important.
Yeah, and I lean more towards OG because they have slightly more layers to their team fight, but then also they kind of lack damage. So if they whiff it, then it's going to be devastating. They're going to roll over. But I kind of lean a little bit more towards OG just because I think I enjoy seeing Tiny, and I think position 4 Hoodwink is a lot better than mid Hoodwink.
I slightly lean Liquid, actually. I do like, I like the style that they go for with Ember Spirit. I've actually been, ever since yesterday too, like seeing like the power they can have. Sometimes it's like you're so focused on one of these carries, like the Morphling, you're super focused, then oh my god, Ember just killed our whole team with an ET aura or something like that. So it's close, but I slightly lean Liquid. I think they can scale pretty hard.
Well, you hear my panel, they're split. Even if this draft, but if there's one thing that I heard is that there's going to be a lot of important fights, good team fights, and our commentary team is going to be very happy with that. It is over to Cap and Cal.
For battle.
Yes, that's right, Sheever. The big match of the day, the big match of the week, and it feels like it should be a very even match, especially with our panel being split. But Kyle, history says it's anything but.
Oh, for sure. This is a situation OG knows well. They lose, they're fighting to stay in Division 1. If they win, they're in a tiebreaker to be top 2 in this season of the DPC. It is Sumail versus No Mail, and it is the final match until tiebreakers. I am so excited. Did a poll in the pregame. 60% of the people on Twitter thought that Liquid would win. In Twitch chat, 55% lean OG. I personally have no idea.
Well, I will just say for a little bit of context that these two teams, since Liquid has picked up this roster, they've played a lot against each other, okay? Just last season, right? Liquid managed to beat OG in the regular season 2-1. Then they go into the three-way tiebreaker. Who do they constantly beat? OG. It goes farther than that. OG has only won one series against Team Liquid. One. And they went 2-1. A combined score of all their series against each other amounts to 18-4 to Liquid's favor.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's got to be one of the best win rates against OG. That's pretty nuts.
I mean, that is an insane. Like, I was just going through it. I was like, I know Liquid has beat OG a number of times, but I'm sure OG has had that. Like, no. They won one series and have only won 4 individual games in official matches going back to when Liquid was originally picked up. The only series that they won was the Epic League. That was, what, half a year ago? So,
well, yeah, different patch, different times, different teams.
Yeah.
This is the matchup to watch right here. Topson versus Sumail in the 1v1. We've seen Sumail on his Morphling a couple times so far. And I'm not shocked that Tiny was just straight up picked immediately by OG. We saw this yesterday. Yeah, they lost, but Miracle on Tiny did have a great performance. I expect the same out of Topson today.
We had that discussion that one time Sumail got smashed really hard, you know? Said he was going to be playing a bunch of pubs perhaps as a result, and I do wonder if them just giving away the Tiny was in some way Sumail saying like, no, I'm going to be able to take Topson in this mid lane matchup. Like, don't worry about just giving him this very scary hero. I'll handle him in the laning phase, and we'll see whether or not he can do that. But it's OG who pick up the first blood, picking off Insania in top lane.
Yeah, talk about a scary lane. The Gush, it's been one of those incredible level 1 abilities for so long. 4 seconds, 40% slow, -4 armor. Hoodwink with the -2 from the Blightstone. Poor Ember Spirit, only 3 base armor. Snapfire with 4. You just straight up get clicked down. These heroes are way too strong level 1, so...
Yeah, you could see he didn't even go Bushwhack. Went for the Acorn shot.
Yeah, look at this.
And you can see that damage so much. Now he's got Bushwhack as well. They just are going 100-0 Insania. Oh! The healing cell keeps him alive, but it is canceled. So Insania is not looking great for regen.
Indeed, and they got to be a little more careful. You got to abuse the aura, the plus armor aura under tower. It's a significant HP increase when you're taking so much negative armor. They catch him outside of that radius, he's going to get punished hard every time.
One for Taiga here. Taiga is going to take just a pittance of damage and a very small stun. He is an Enchantress versus Grimstroke. We've seen this matchup a number of times. You have an offensive Dispel against Inkswell, a really great counter to that ability.
Yeah, it's probably the counter in a lot of ways, especially in the soft lane. Liquid are going to...
One of the heroes for Taiga,
yeah,
right? Like,
exactly.
Looked great on it.
They want to try and take the bot tower earlier rather than later, and then just sort of leave Taiga in the vicinity. But a lot of greed, as the panel was saying, for both of these lineups. Liquid, all on comfort heroes. Like, this is the bread and butter for the squad, but their team fight could be tough. You're playing into Void and Tide, rather. And
no time walk. They're gonna go for it. The skewer dodged by Anna, but it doesn't matter. His cover is utterly destroyed and will find the first kill for Team Liquid.
I really like Koifa's build. He does this consistently. He skips in power early levels, gets 2 points Q, 1 point skewer. I think the offlane mag is a lot more viable this way.
Yeah.
Looks like he'll be going for a Soul Ring, maybe a Bracer. Not sure how we'll choose to build it, but yeah, whenever I see the Empower, it's like, at best you're going to trade. Whereas we even saw Zai yesterday, was it? No, maybe 2 days ago?
Yeah, 2 days,
the solo kill on a gyro with 3 points Q at level 5. The shockwave is pretty significant.
Yeah, even the top lane, PimpmuckL, going to be bailed out just barely by Insania with the cookie, and you could see the tango going to work there, keeping him alive. But man, this minus armor physical damage combination, this is making Hoodwink look very nice.
For now. This is the laning phase with a Tide Hunter against very low armor enemy heroes. Ember Spirit in the safe lane, not really known for the laning skills until you get more XP, but Seb certainly off to a great start. 21-9 against the 11 CS only of PimpmuckL. Mid is relatively even. Bottom also huge punish by Koifa. Just realized he is crushing Ana.
Instant enchant, removing the Inkswell. Koifa not sure who to go for. They actually kill PimpmuckL at the top lane, but at the same time, they got the shockwave skewer back onto No-Tail. But Ana and No-Tail just fight back and put the pressure on Taiga instead.
This is a dangerous note. Koifa already has arcane boots, so he's just gonna spam spells. No-Tail's in a lot of trouble. Enchant's gonna be up. It is now. That just might be a dead Grimstar.
Trying to force out the time walk. They put a bunch of damage on him. He time walks away. Inkswell for the extra movement speed, and he will get out. But No-Tail not as lucky. The enchant put on him slows him down to a crawl. He'll die. Honestly, he may have just needed that, as I'm sure they're running low on some regen. Thompson, meanwhile, once again escaping with his life ever so barely. It's this top lane. I mean, both the offlaners are just hard winning their lanes right now.
They did have the luxury of seeing the matchup they were going to play into, so the offlaners did know what they wanted. This is kind of the new meta, it feels like. Safe lane, I remember Arteezy complaining about this a few patches back. It's just, you feel like you're an offlaner. You've just got to pick something to survive the laning phase.
Yeah.
Long gone are the days you could get away with greed. But we shall see. It's going to be interesting. Thompson's really the only space maker for his team. The blink timing is really what's going to open up the map for OG. Whereas on the side of Liquid, I think it's going to be PimpmuckL for the most part. It's going to be playing a more active Ember Spirit. You've got late game secured with the Sumail Morphling mid.
Yeah, we've seen even Magnus be kind of a space creator the way 9 played it just yesterday, right? That was actually a really good example of how you could be active on that hero.
Invisibility.
But for now, relatively peaceful. I think the lanes will likely stay pretty static until ults come up.
Trying to hit him with the stomp there, but Ana in Chancellor wears out. Get a little bit more damage on him while he's not able to unwind it. And he only has the stick. Now, he does have raindrops, and that may actually... Whoa! It won't save him at all. They just run him over quite literally in this bottom lane. Thompson looking for the punish here. DP's down is going to go for the kill on the Taiga, which he very likely should have here with the combo. Actually doesn't have it. Still on cooldown for a bit, but I have to imagine Taiga is probably still going to die here eventually, as he's just being body blocked in at one creep doing some work. Slow him down, now no longer having the heal. They finally get the toss to finish him off.
Middle tower
Yeah, but you're going to take that all day if you're Liquid. Sumail is just hanging out middle. Yes.
That was a close one. Saksa, he commends Sumail on his quick reactions.
That's so cocky. He knew that he was baiting it out. I think he went to Agi first to see if Saksa would go for it. He did. Now the bottle refill. And that's the thing. You get the punish, right? They kill Taiga, but it gives Sumail 4 bottle charges mid, gets the freebie and then the full passed over, and you lost Ana. And if you look at this OG lineup, where's their damage output that's lasting throughout a fight, if not from Ana's right clicks? You know, you get a tiny combo, you get a Ravage. After that, your damage disappears.
Do you think that, what about this Hoodwink hero? Do you feel like it can put out enough damage to cover some of that ground? Because basically your concern is Thompson's going to have to do everything, right?
Pretty much. I don't know. I like the 4 Hoodwink, but I think of it more
Radiant's
as
middle
this
tower is
annoyance.
under attack.
It's a lot like 4 Wind Ranger
Radiant structures are
in that
fortified.
sense. You get a lot of +1s for ganks and kills, but sustained damage in a fight is pretty tough. It's not as if you're ever going to be buying something like a BKB and you're susceptible to the Ember Spirit pretty much all game.
Yeah.
Like, you're just going to get dove.
Oh, certainly. Ember Spirit does have some pretty decent heroes to run down.
I like the build from Ana, though. It looks like he's got the Diffusal queued up. I think that's the direction you're going to have to go. Manta Diffu. One of the best gold per damage builds you can go for is a Void. I feel like in lower tier games, you see more players getting away with Midases, with Battle Furies, but at this level, I just don't think that that's viable.
Europe has been kind of notorious for the higher up the ladder you go, the faster the teams try and play against each other. Very little room for split pushing and trying to draw out the game.
I got lucky gets the Possessed Mask. Definitely the best tier 1 item for a Faceless Void, especially when you're suffering.
Yeah.
A lot of built-in sustain for him now. He's taking a lot of harass, so it's going to be very helpful.
Now he's got the higher levels of Time Walk. He should be able to deal with the Shockwave spam a little bit better. Meanwhile, top lane, Seb continuing to dominate that lane, similar to the way the mag's going. Yep. And they'll both start pressuring the tower. Mickey's going to go for the first rotation here.
Yep, this is the right move. You don't really want to be top anymore. Seb's applying too much pressure. Can't really kill him. And no tails.
Managed to get the silence on hit. The skewer is going to be too late.
Well played. Yeah, it's a good rotate. You don't want to fight here if you're OG. This is the Liquid style when they play with this 4-position Enchantress. They bring heroes to the enemy safe lane. They're going to take the tower and just leave Taiga in this area. He's going to farm, scout with creeps, maybe look to collapse on middle. And PimpmuckL, he's going to be the one looking to push because Sumail, at the end of the day, he's the right clicker. He wants to have free space. You can see him clearing out jungle camps along with mid-wave on spawn. The smoke from OG support duo. Perhaps just to get some defensive wards up. I don't think you can make a play with just these two. Oh, Thompson's with them. Do you have Blink? No. Still a ways.
Cut over. They see Koifa right now. Smoke breaks. They're going to go for him. Koifa going to be the target of all this aggression with the Inkswell combination and actually Hoodwink ultimate as well. They do have enough magic damage burst to clear out anybody unless it's a fully strength morphed Morphling, man.
Yep. That's going to be the play from OG. The support duo plus Thompson, you find kills, make space for Ana. He's just camping top. He's got this nice ward on the outpost that should secure him this area. And then Seb, yeah, I like the build. Just phase, Soul Ring, Hood, very tanky, and he can just walk down lanes if desired.
A Cookie 3-man stun into a Centaur 3-man stun, and now the Ember Spirit here. What an insane combo from Insania and Taiga. A deadly support duo.
Damn.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just like they drew it up, Cap. You heard it from Jabs in the pre-game, the importance of coaching. I can see them on the whiteboard now with the diagrams.
So when they have 3 heroes grouped here, give Cookie to a Centaur Conqueror.
Oh, man. Bear Bryant Reborn. Top lane Koifa. Looks like he was setting up for a potential RP, but...
Watch that one again. Yeah, Koifa's not really dangerous. Going for it. Look at that Centaur ride, baby ride.
And the trust from Taiga, almost misplaced. You can see the Centaur, or rather Insania had the trust. Taiga's Minotaur was off-angled, then he rotated it, gets it off.
Koifa, he was the one threatening to be able to kill Ana, but now he's going to find himself inside the Chronosphere. The Hoodwink shot goes out, the RP. It was so close to being there, but he dies instead. Insania trying to go for a TP out. No bash from Ana, so he is able to get away. Taiga, a little bit sturdier here. Only has the 1 level of his heal, though, and so it probably means there's no way out for him. Sumail is going to come in, though. They're going to try and fight this one with PimpmuckL. They actually are saying they've already used all of their burst damage. Maybe we can fight this one. PimpmuckL has to be able to jump away. Thompson finally does die. The haste rune of Sumail allows him to be able to chase him down. Now he's going for, he does manage to morph into strength here, so this chain stun will only really poke at him a bit, but Sumail ultimately is not in any real threat.
Such an OG move. We just used Ravage, lost 3, immediately run back to the enemy side of the map as 5 heroes.
I was going to say, I think he's going to do it. Soxa was hoping to snipe out Sumail while he was agility morphed.
Yeah, the OG trying to play around the limited vision that they have, and Liquid, I think, not the worst fight for them. They know there's no Ravage, so once Chrono's used, you're going to be good to go. Still an RP on Koifa. Chose to get the hood instead of the Blink Dagger, so it's going to slow down Liquid's pacing a little bit, especially since Mickey has no points in chains. So really, Liquid took that fight mid with the only real stuns they had available.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Because they have no method of setup otherwise. And Seb now with the triple ancient stacks can be very kind to the Tide. Going for the Vlad's build. I like this. This is the Seb that we all know and love from watching it a couple of TIs. Going for the stat-heavy aura build. I think it's the right move in this game.
Dire's middle tower
Liquid, they'll come online later, but you're perceptibly going to look to take fights around Roshan and objectives earlier in the mid-game. That's when you're going to have an edge. Gives a bit of a damage boost to the Void as well.
Thompson trying to be as efficient as possible. I think he was hoping to stack the hard camp or just clear it, I guess. New wave to spawn because he is so close to his Blink Dagger, and once he has that, they're going to be much more enabled. They do have the cookie to be able to slow down Mickey, but as you were saying earlier, don't have chains. In fact, Chronosphere is almost up. Liquid not really getting a whole lot done during this period of time of Ravage and Chronosphere being on cooldown.
Well, bottom lane, he doesn't have Blink yet.
Doesn't have it just yet, and is going to be caught as Mickey's going to make his rotation over. Taiga slowing him down. Now, Thompson is still very tanky. It's going to take a while, but sadly, nobody from OG is even close. I think they saw that OG, they brought some heroes top lane, and they're saying, guys, if they're top, Thompson's all alone bottom, let's just go for it. Oh. Trying to go for the combo. That's enough burst damage, and Koifa getting caught in the crosshairs as well there as he tried to go for a desperate skewer RP to stop that combo on Sumail. This time around, Sumail is not fast enough to morph into strength.
This game is wild so far. I don't know if it's really mistakes being made by these teams. They're all just pushing their limits in almost all lanes and big spells being blown. Thompson looked like he almost got the toss off. He would have been able to potentially survive if Mickey had been chucked onto Taiga's Enchantress. He did purchase the Blink Dagger before death, so lost no gold, but still not ideal. Thing is, we haven't seen Ana on screen, but unfortunately his net worth doesn't really reflect the amount of space he's been given because he's a faceless Void.
Yeah.
So,
and he also doesn't like have an innate farming item.
Yeah.
Right? He didn't go minus Battle Fury, any of those. With the Diffuser build, very active build, but he doesn't quite have it yet, so he's not being rewarded with hero kills or anything.
This is the combo, though. Inkswell, Tiny go forward. Probably find a kill on almost anybody. Mickey's going to be the guy.
There it is. Chain stun, silenced, and then a follow-up stun on top of that. It is so deadly, and Liquid are going to have to be a lot more careful.
Yeah, because the danger they have is that no one on their team can really do that. They don't have a kill combination. OG, very simple. Supports holding Thompson's hand, or Ana's, or Seb's even, if they're willing to blow their ultimates. It's much easier for the OG lineup to find kills. And wait, Ravage still on cooldown. Are you going to make this move, Liquid? I think they are. They have a lot of minus armor. Medallion plus maxed out little Shredder.
Yeah, they've got the...
Seb has no idea.
Yeah, he's just gonna walk.
Yeah, he didn't see.
If only it seems like Roshan's cavern is soundproof. The noise of this battle not extending outside of the cave, and Liquid will sneak themselves in early ages. And now we're gonna go for a fight as they're all nearby. They can immediately try and force something out of Seb as the shots start coming in for the Mortimer's Kisses. On point, a couple of them land, but now he's beginning to get away. Taiga looks to just get in there right now, trying to force whatever he can. He's soul bound up next to the Morphling. Morphling playing the back line. The burst damage is too much. Taiga gets taken out. The waveform board gets him out of the Chronosphere, but gets into the bushback. Meanwhile, Instania is probably going to die with the RP. Skewer onto 2. They have the burst damage to be able to take anybody down. They get Thompson, but Ana does manage to sneak away. Now with the Inkswell, he turns back out of Koifa, hoping for bashes here, but the 3 cores of Liquid are still alive. He's got to run. He's got to get out of here.
Really nice fight from Liquid. That Roche was huge. They sneak it immediately, look to fight as 5. Seb did not have his Ravage up for about 10 seconds. Really well done by Sumail. Looks like he waveformed just as the Chronosphere came out. We're going to see it again in just a moment. But the big danger for the Tide here is, he's just getting kissed on. There's really not much he can do. Ana comes through with a quick dilation, but you can see him get the ultimate off here. If he catches Sumail, this is huge. But it looks like he's going to get it just a little bit late. Seb takes a ton of damage, and then Ana goes in. Boom, the waveform through. Otherwise, this fight might be a significantly different story because Koif is then there, easy skewer, double RP.
Yeah, they at least would be able to. They would have lost Thompson and maybe Saksa, but Seb surviving would have been a massive boon to OG.
He's their top net worth.
Yeah.
He's not just an offlaner.
7,700 net worth on him. It's Samael, and the difference between him and anybody else that is currently making the difference. But OG not ones to slow down after a lost team fight. They're going to move forward and try and take it even against the agents here. Samael battling it out right now. May does manage to morph into Shrink, but he's losing some of his allies. A bash, a timely one at that, as Koifa ends up falling into his grave. They turn around and go for Thompson, and Samael is trying to pump out the damage as fast as possible, but a beautiful bushwhack into an Inkswell. Fortunately, Mickey's able to dodge it with a sleight of fist, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't have the remnants out. Thompson is still alive through all of this. When Taiga's poking at him, Samael, he falls. His second life is coming up, but Thompson, he's getting healed up. Taiga now falls, and Samael on his extra life has no allies behind him. He will run to the safety of the tier 2, and OG will not pursue, but they win a big fight and get an ancient.
Dude, I can't. Liquid, you could have called Crow. He would have told you. They're going to keep running at you. You have no RP. Ravage is available. They do not need Chronosphere. They just need one huge AoE stun. Seb got a 4-man Ravage off because Liquid, they're just fighting as if they're stronger. But team fight-wise, OG, if you don't kill the supports off, they get a couple rounds of spells. Like, once again, Liquid don't have real stuns. The cookie was used just to disengage, and then Taiga's dead. That's a lot of your damage output is Liquid. You don't have stuns. You do not have team fight to deal with just the auras that Seb provides. He's going to have a Solar Crest soon, but Vlad's giving everybody +3 armor and the bonus damage. He had Ravage.
Yep.
You fought into Ravage with no RP. Can't do that.
Gotta remember True Sight. What Kuro said. Remember, guys, they're monkeys. They're gonna run at you. Cut to No Tail.
Yeah. Also, interesting note, I haven't seen any voice line spam. What happened to that?
Yeah.
Oh, gee. Very quiet.
Maybe they're just all business today. Jump out, Mickey looking for a pick-off. Saksa does have the bushwhack, mistimes it as he comes down for the Yule Scepter, but it may not matter either way. Samael getting picked off, though. That is a much bigger kill than whatever's happening here with Saksa. He's going to say, all right, that was good space. In fact, we're even going to take this mid-tower, it's looking like, as they do have the glyph. They're going to stall this out just a little bit with double chains. Koifa, skewer back into tier 2, pushing him in as deep as possible. Does have the cooking. On top of that, when they actually do manage to burst down Anna. Insania with a great chain stun off of Koifa's skewer.
That was sick play.
Tier 1 tower will now finally fall. Seb takes it.
You see, the spatial awareness is what really separates these teams from the chaff. That was so sick. Mickey's getting ran at by Thompson, gets comboed, still has the presence of mind to realize Koifa had skewered right after Anna leapt forward, brings him into tower range, and then boom, they're there for the slight chains to finish. That was necessary for all 3 heroes to get the optimal amount of damage off in that window. Otherwise, he just leaps away and survives. Sumel does die, but Chrono was spent. He's got to be a little more cautious, though, pushing out into areas with no vision. Another smoke from OG. They got to be running low on these. Still hunting, same pairing. No Tail plus Thompson.
Here comes the burst damage. He's got a Vanguard and a Holy Locket, but it's not enough to stop a tiny combo with Inkswell, and you add in the Hoodwink's damage on top of that. I mean, this is the most insane thing about Hoodwink. It may be kind of a bit of a bad hero for most players, but if you can manage to make Sharpshooter work for you, like, that is easily the most OP part of this hero.
Oh, yeah. And that's the same kill combo we've seen now executed 3 or 4 times, oftentimes off smoke.
Yeah.
Just Inkswell into Thompson, he blinks, supports blow their damage, and anybody in the game dies. So,
yeah, and you could tell that this is not, like, it's so much that Taiga's not able to play the same kind of game he normally does with his Enchantress. I mean, again, look at him. He's got Holy Locket plus Vanguard. He's used to just being able to run in there, no cares whatsoever, get a bunch of information, maybe draw a little attention, but he is actually being bursted down.
That's the key item queued up, though. The casual cloak.
Yeah.
It is not the right clicks that are killing you. He gets the Vanguard primarily just for the damage reduction. Well, the raw HP.
Yeah.
But it's cloak that's necessary. You need the magic resist.
You need to be like a shark.
There we go. Seb getting a little more active. Learning from the best of this division. Team Alliance, of course, 6-1. They get to watch, enjoying the Swedish summer, maybe some chips, hanging out outside.
Yeah.
Crocs on. No, not a care in the world.
Doing a lot of sunbathing. Notice that. The Swedes got to soak up the sun when you can.
There's not much of it. Except for these months. On now with the stack. I really like the way this diffusal's played out for him. It feels like he's been able to get a lot more work done just because he has his own mini disable.
Yeah.
Makes it a lot more difficult for... keep thinking Taiga's playing Snapfire, but it is Insania this game.
Yeah.
And he's gunning for him almost every single engagement. Ravage up, Chrono 2, all spells available.
Leave it to OG to try and go an early tiny Aghanim Scepter off of the Faceless Void Chronosphere. Saksa gonna be spotted here. Yule Scepter dodging both the Impetus as well as the Shotgun Blast. Taiga, he does have... Okay, he's going to be broken now. Seb, a little bit easier time putting in the damage, but unless it's a Faceless Void, it won't really matter that much. Mickey, he really wants to kill the supports, and Samael has a fresh round from that shotgun. Does manage to bring down, and he got off the more strength, so he's surviving for now, but they're in dangerous position. Mickey trying to run away, jumps over to his remnant that's finally over the cliff now, but he doesn't have very many more. Jumps again, RP onto 2, giving Mickey a little bit of room to run. Anna, is he going to go after him? He's gonna try time walk. Oh, time, yeah. It's a bit too much for him. He's been time dilated by Samael. Finally, they turn back over to Taiga, who finally does die. The combo on Insania is not quite enough from Thompson, so it's only the 4th position that dies unless the shot long range, but it's not quite there.
Not quite William Tell, but close. Doxa almost picks off the Snapfire. Wouldn't that? Yeah, they scan immediately for Roche. It might respawn in 2 seconds if OG get lucky. They still have all their ultimates. We'll see the clock in a moment. 154, so plenty of time. Now it's a little worrisome though, because OG, you've got to be cautious utilizing big ultimates. That was the one fight the buyback was expected. No-Tail didn't even hesitate. He's immediately looking to come back into the fight, TP to the top tier 1.
Gotta be cautious to go for a big smoke play. A shockwave skewer back into the chain stuns. Very nicely executed without...
They did use RP, but it will be back up before Roche. Liquid obviously have the timing, so they'll know it's possible.
That was the RP from the last team fight, you mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, they were able to get a kill on Anna without having to use any big ultimates. But, combo, Samael, barely surviving through it, man. He is very much not afraid of these heroes, apparently, as he wasn't even morphing into strength. Now they managed to kill the Grimstroke and are chasing down Seb. Seb, a hard hero to bring down, but they do have all these heroes gunning after him underneath the tier 2s. Another tiny combination that is just not quite enough to finish off Samael. He morphs into strength, throws a gush out to finish off the opposing Tidehunter, and now they've caught Thompson for daring to try and touch Samael. They will punish him, execute him.
That's just another really weird engagement. Feels like these teams just don't know the definition of back, because OG did not have Ravage, their Void was already dead, and they just team fight anyway. They just come punch us, see, give us your best shot, but they lose that hard. Luckily for them, Roche is still not available, so expect a full reset from both teams.
Well, a full reset into OG. Being like, well, Chronosphere Ravage is back up, guys, and they're going to 5-man into Liquid, and then they're going to win that team fight, and then Liquid's going to be like, all right, Chronosphere and Ravage is down, guys, let's run it OG, and then they'll win that team fight.
Anything goes in this game. Really weird item build from Mickey, but I kind of dig it. He went for a Kaya Sanj, so spell amp and the status resistance.
Yeah, I mean, time dilation is a killer. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go specifically to dispel that.
Top tower is under attack.
Maybe just to, try and live through it. His BKB will be up next. Roshan has spawned. And remember, they are playing with Empower, so Mickey's going to hit hard even without necessarily itemizing for it. Plus, Mickey is the real right clicker. He also went for the E-Blade, so their magical burst is now real significant. Mickey also going for the Flame Guard Absorption and DPS talents. The more of a magical presence in this game. Seb?
Paladin Sword, that is a great pickup for a Morphling. If he survives through the burst, which he has been able to do so far, then the lifesteal that he's getting.
Because there's no Vessel, there's no Shivas, there's no Scotty, so absolutely nothing you can do to mitigate regen on the side of OG right now. It's all about the team fight. They have the Blink on the Tide and the Solar.
Liquid, seems like they're beginning to recognize the pace here. The tree being used to get vision up on the high ground so they can get the easy D ward, but of course everything is playing for Roshan right now. Liquid cannot just hide in their base. They do need to get active. Make sure OG is not doing Roshan themselves. They're going to pull Roshan out, make sure nobody's inside the pit. And they do have a nice offensive ward in the triangle that wasn't dewarded on the side of Liquid. So Liquid may end up trying to be a little active around that double damage for Thompson. That's a nice pickup there.
And he gets in the bottle too, so be able to conserve it. Like what Liquid are doing though. Mickey, he's like, all right, you guys have fun standing here. Force the stalemate. I'm gonna go farm bottom, try and get some information, come right back. And Liquid, just play around your vision. That's the key. They have that great ward, as you said. And they're huddled up around the one they have on the high ground. The creep scouts out in front of them.
You can see Koifa's looking exactly for this. Anybody to get close to the ward to get a skewer back. Way up high in the air, but brought back down hard. Koifa may have to be going down there, but Anna's stuck outside the cliff. And the RP brings him back down into true stun, but they don't have any damage behind it. Now here comes Mickey. Gets off the Chronos here to try and save his own life, but the damage is there from Samael. Morphing into agility, they know that Seb is caught. The bait around the ward, around the high ground, catches OG.
Nice ward, bro. Oh my god, I don't know how. What a wild fight. That's the difficulty. You gotta listen to Obi-Wan, OG. You cannot afford to try and charge up the high ground when your damage output is limited. The Ravage was used before they were really in position, and then I was just caught. He ends up tanking a full RP, but it looked like, you know, Sumail just killed everybody on the outskirts of the fight. The supports that didn't even seek its spells off. And poor Soxa gets skewered in to start the engagement, so he had no hope, but well played by Liquid, I guess. You know, just pretty much played under the ward Koifa with another really nice skewer. I feel like those have done more work this game than his RPs, but definitely playing well.
Oh, nice toss back into the silence. Very pretty combo from OG. That was sick. That was very nice. Liquid now down a minute. It doesn't matter if you have the Aegis. If you lose a hero like one of your cores, like Mickey here. Now Taiga potentially caught. They soul bind him together. They're going to chase after for sure. The W Scepter will hold him in place with the Ink Swell. He's going to be able to get the stun, trying to concentrate on somebody, but Taiga is certainly not the hero you want to go for here. Does manage to jump away right before Mickey with the buyback dies immediately. They don't have an RP. They don't have any big damage. Samael, he's going to try and do bit by bit with this Scotty, focusing on Seb. He's jumping forward, turning into a faceless void, Tom locking forward, then waveforming forward to manage to finish him off. Samael is going to have to carry this with his two supports, and it's actually looking good. The Scotty is tearing apart OG right now. They can't put up with this damage. The Mortimer's Kisses raining in. Soxa, he's going to be the target while the Mortimer's Kisses chase after Anna. They all land, but the range is not quite there. Samael running low on mana, won't manage to chase after Soxa. So both of the two heroes will survive the attention being split by Liquid there.
I have no idea what's happening in these fights, Cap. Like that, it's all coming down to OG. They didn't have their big spells up. Mickey getting just way too cocky in front of the tier 2. Well played by OG. They pick him off, but he dies again immediately after buyback. Thank God for him. Sumail has the Aegis, but more importantly, look at that net worth advantage. 4.5k. Basically a full Scotty out in front of the Void. Otherwise, that might be very dangerous for Liquid. Because they really have no ability to take down Sumail, because they have nothing to deal with the regen.
Yeah.
They will soon, on closing in on the Scotty, but
it does seem like the only limiting factor to Samael in a lot of these fights now is just his mana, because he's burning through so much of it. Not only is morphing actually cost him mana now, but he's going through shotgun blast, and then he's turning into, you know, some other hero, and he's trying to throw some spells out there.
Yeah. He's been really good using the time dilations in the fight. Too much really happening to get a read on it, but excellent spells.
Samael, is he going to go to the high ground and find a kill? Sneaks up there, but No Tail is already gone.
Double trouble.
8,000 net worth lead for Team Liquid, 27-20 to Liquid's favor. Do you feel like this game has a turning point where the Faceless Void versus Morphling starts feeling a bit better for OG? Or is this just going to be a constant uphill battle for them?
Hard to say. It's really about execution. OG need to find kills with their big stun combinations. I don't think you ever just straight up outscale because Liquid have such a greedy lineup. But theoretically, once your Void can deal enough damage, you make the Ember, the Morph, the Mag afraid for their lives, just stepping out of position for just a moment. That'll naturally open up the map back up for OG, but they're being smoked at. They're all 5 here, but they got it.
Or they spot Anna. They know At least the carry of OG is here, and they could probably assume the rest are here as well.
OG have an inkling.
All hiding in the trees now.
Thompson's way too far away.
Dyer's
They gotta get out of
They're
here
gonna
now.
start TPing out. OG, they make the read, and Mortimer's kisses being just thrown out, trying to get some vision of anybody here. No Tail does not have a TP scroll, or rather, sorry, he has cooldown on his, but he's hiding in like the most obvious spot, and they just naturally assume, oh, everybody from OG got out.
Yeah, that's poker right there.
A bounty.
Good bluff by No Tail.
Prize.
And now we have an Ag's Scepter on Thompson. Don't typically see this rush too often, but yeah, the tree volley, aka massive AoE damage. So playing more around the idea that a big Chrono or a big Ravage could turn things around here for OG.
Now, are you still looking to be, like, they've been unsuccessful at doing... Oh, did he catch him?
Oh, look how TP's out now. It's like, I just wanted to prove that I could.
OG's focus. They've been having a hard time bursting down the Morphling. It is possible, though, right?
Yeah.
They've gotten so much damage they could certainly do it. Do you think they still go for that idea? Or do you think they should just kill the surrounding cast of Team Liquid?
I mean, Morph is definitely your target. You have enough to deal with him for sure, especially once the Scotty's finished, because then even if he could Strength Morph off, you're still going to have a pretty good shot. Like, Tree Volley does some pretty significant damage, Exhibit A.
Yeah.
I also, Observer, I checked for a second. Insania has the combo. He's got Shard, he's got Blink. That means the Scatter Blast point blank will now stun. We've seen this work on multiple players on Team Liquid. I haven't really seen Insania pull it off, but it's because he doesn't get many opportunities to ride the dragon.
No, absolutely. He's definitely trying to give off his best Taiga impression, as that was the shard that he was given from the Roshan kill earlier.
Yep. Definitely the best one out of his team. Now we see the Dragonlance, the Casual Cloak. Very necessary for Taiga, just increasing his survivability. Top lane, we're going to have our... I guess the Gentleman's Tier 2 trade as the clock switches us over to nighttime, and then the outposts will likely trade places as well. 10k gold lead still for Liquid, but the later this game gets, the more negligible that advantage truly is. It'll really all just come down to the next big fight around Roche. And OG, their strength lies in their 5-on-5 engagement. The pick-off play is no longer really viable. Thompson and the two supports don't have the freedom that they did previously.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Aether Lens on Soxa, that's quite nice. They're running a lot of Glimmer Capes on OG. Noto has one queued up, already have one on the Hoodwink as well. There's the BKB on Mickey.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, if you check out even the net worth charts, right? A lot of the gold advantage is Sumail in comparison to the rest of the game, and then No Tail being underfarmed in relation to the two Liquid supports. So. Yeah, Sumail's huge, he has that BKB, but if he gets chronoed before it's popped and dies, that whole gold advantage means nothing.
Yeah, so it's going to be all eyes on Sumail, whether or not he gets off the BKB or morph strengths in time. Like, if he just dies in a chronosphere, there goes 22,000 worth of your net worth.
Exactly.
And OG haven't been successful so far at being able to catch him unawares and burst him down. But it's definitely OG's in their MO to try and get.
Careful, Soxa. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe it. He stood on that high ground for just a little too long. It's like, you're not in the trees, my friend. You want to be playing up top here.
He's going to throw another round? Of course he is.
Time to scurry away, gets the nice ward down. Always helpful to have any vision this deep on the enemy side, so long as it doesn't get countered.
They're going to smoke to the other side of the map. And as he tries to go for the outpost, they're going to surprise step. Magic damage raining in is going to be enough. Now, Koifa's going to be able to pull back No Tail as well. Thinking about the skewer, doesn't even need it. Two quick pickoffs for Team Liquid, as they essentially just trying to make a rapid deployment from one side of the map to the other with the smoke.
Really well played. And they've realized, like, they can kill Tide. Sumail just pops all his damage off because he knows that the Enchantress Impetus and, more importantly, the ultimates from Insania will do plenty of damage. And Seb, the one hero on his team who does not have buyback. Liquid should have timers on this. It is the cooldown from that previous fight a few minutes ago, and they're going to push bot.
Yeah, it kind of seems like they may have this read, but Taiga. Fortunately, Thompson didn't feel comfortable staying there for long. Actually blinked down to cancel his tree volley, because he knows otherwise Mickey would have grabbed him in the trees with a sleight of his chains combination. Another round, a tree volley. Starts going after Sumail, looking to be able to slow down his damage as best as possible, forcing him to morph into strength. But another 40 seconds on the clock. Team Liquid look to maybe go for 2, but an RP immediately coming out onto Ana. They need to be able to burst him down now, but it looks like Thompson running interference will allow Ana to be able to get back. Now the tree volley will finish off Koifa most likely. Chronosphere. Oh, he won't get Sumail as well. Can they actually get him though? He's got a BKB coming up immediately after this. Chronosphere is going to turn it around and immediately start going for Thompson. He gives the cookie, gets the stun off, and there goes Thompson down for 80 seconds. No Tail's going to be up next, maybe in Saksa as well. He has the Antus, so he will survive through an initial adaptive strike. E-Blade follows it up, slows him down, but Liquid realize this is a time for objectives. They still have 5 more seconds without the Tidehunter.
No Chronosphere either.
No Chronosphere. I mean, they're going to have to somehow defend this. Fortunately, they're still tier 2, actually. So, OG, they don't necessarily have to do anything here.
Well, they will have to watch then as Liquid retreat and look to go collect a free Roshan.
That's true.
They have 2 racks already. They just blew this game wide open by catching Sev in the jungle.
Kyle, judgment call right now. If they know Roshan's up, they know Liquid's going to do it. Do you contest here, or do you try and hold out?
I don't think you can win this fight with no Thompson. I guess Koifa's down as well.
It's just one of those hard questions. Do you give them Aegis and Refresher and try and hold high ground, or do you go for the contest without all of your heroes? And they're going to go for the contest, and it's the right choice. Liquid, they're going to be the ones to back down. They blink first. Well, blink for a second, maybe. Thinking about going back in. Inkswell. Setting up Sumail for a second here. Also managed to get the silence thanks to the Mindbreaker. Long-range shot. They managed to get the Ravage off of that one. Here comes some Mortimer's Kisses, though. The BKB, the Soulblight, holding in the Morphling as well as the Ember Spear, but the damage is just not there when they have their BKBs active. Ana doesn't seem to be comfortable doing enough damage here. Saksa going to be caught. You'll Scepter buying himself a little bit of time. Meanwhile, Koifa, the offlaners, going to battle on the high ground. King of the Hill happening while Ana is trying to survive against the onslaught of 4 different heroes from Team Liquid. Does manage to bring down Insania. Time walks backwards, does manage to dodge some of the damage. He's being chased after a disarm, put onto Sumail, allows Ana just to be able to get away for his moment, but Mickey's quick to chase after him. Tree volley right in, that'll finish off Mickey. Buybacks coming in from OG. They want this Roshan, they want it bad. They need to be able to win this fight right now, but Sumail turning into a faceless void. Once again, time walking backwards and slowing it down. They said they bought back, guys. We can chill if we can just disengage. This is good for us. With a tree volley. OG, they're not going to let him get away. A skewer back, skewering him in. They do manage to control him up, but there's no damage. A cookie goes out, controlling up the stun on Ana even more, but a nice bushwhack actually slowing down Sumail now, but now it's OG who are the ones on the retreat, and he's quite low. He gets waveformed over. Sumail now looking for the kill on Ana. They can see the end of the game right in front of them. They can kill the big carry, the Glimmer Cape, buys him a little bit of time. He Chronosphere turns around, goes for the kill onto Sumail. The ghost is coming. Sumail, he's surviving through it bit by bit. Ana needs the bashes, and he needs them now, but he's not quite getting him an Inkswell. A stun, and he does get him. A buyback coming out from Sumail, but Ana's got to get out of here before the hard carry of Liquid arrive. Ana on the run. Koifa on pursuit. Wants to be able to catch him. He's got a Blink Dagger. Might just be able to catch him with a Shockwave Skewer, but no. Ana's out. Time walks away. OG, they're giving a chance here.
Oh my god, the voice light's coming out. They're feeling themselves. It's still pretty tight. They know Seb is dead for a long time, and all big spells are down. You got to be really careful here, Thompson. You bought back. Cannot afford to die, but man, Ana, I thought for sure he was going to live. He skilled up backtrack because he had hit level 25 as he was running away. I'm like, oh my god, if he somehow lives and turns something around because of that, it's going to be wild.
Radiant's top tower
OG, they're going to need a combo for the Aegis to be able to hold this back, and they don't have Chronosphere. Liquid, if they play this fast enough, they may not even have to worry about Ravage either, and they may just be able to claim Megas. We'll see. 10 seconds left. There is a glyph, so they're going to have to contend with Ravage no matter what, but they may not have to worry about Ana here. The chain stun is there. RP into Cookie, into a shotgun blast that blows off his head. Ana's dead, and that without a carry. Both sides are just hardcore banking on their carry. There's just not much fight left in OG now. They're going to try, though. Thompson throwing out a combo with the tree volley. Double toss, triple toss, maybe, but Koifa's still looking healthy, and ultimately they cannot contend with Sumail. The king is here. He's going to take over the game. The Ravage going out. Maybe they'll kill Koifa here. Another toss, but ultimately now it's Sumail's turn to have a little fun as he turns around, tosses up Thompson, and slams down Step.
They played this so well. Shout out to Taiga. He's not going to get too much love for his actual damage output, but the way he's positioned himself has made it so much easier for Liquid to play these fights. Consistently, the man standing between OG and his entire stack. It's been very difficult for them to get off big combinations. You could see even that last fight around the Roche Pit, the Ravage comes out, it's on enemy high ground. The rest of the team is not even in that screen. The status resist, by the time anybody's actually...
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. Ask me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries, let's flow for now. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. I drag you out your mind, and there are days I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption ever came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, 'cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, So save your judgment, cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption.
I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly. I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. 'Cause I can fly.
Does search but you stay lost. We are
He gets initiated on dies. 99 seconds, he's dead with no buyback. They get a Rax, a second Rax. Roche actually...
They could have had Roche!
Instantly respawned. They didn't know, but it instant respawned after they got that pick up. But they get
the
two
game was
full
over
Raxes
already.
pretty much, and then they can swoop back, and they've got such a big advantage. And yeah, I really want to highlight items because they recognized that lack of burst damage. So yeah, big, good stuff from
Good
Liquid.
stuff from Liquid, and good stuff in front of you as well as we have the draft for game 2. Bans are a little different. Alc clocks still actually, are they different? No, they're exactly the same. My bad. Hey, look, it's tiny, ancient apparition.
This time they go for the AA instead of going for the Grim. Oh, okay. So minus armor strategy coming online. We've been talking about TA a lot, rise of popularity and perhaps pick order.
How's Sumail's TA? It's been a while since I've seen him on it.
That's the funny thing about TA, it never really changes as a hero. It's always the same thing. I guess obviously nowadays you have the option of your shard, which gives you more traps, which is just more vision. I think we saw GPK on Virtus Pro play it, which was phenomenal because it's the first time that I saw the entire enemy jungle, every single staircase, every single entry was just trapped.
Yeah.
He wasn't trapping for lanes, he was trapping for like map pressure. And that alone just made me go, wow, this hero is actually kind of broken if you play in this style.
It's really cool how they're just putting it out there too, right? They first two picked Sumail's hero, now they first two pick it probably again here. They're just saying, all right, let's see your solution.
But also, this is a drafting bit of pressure because when you're opening tiny like this, we've seen teams like Nigma do it, Virtus Pro do it, where they're kind of trying to be like, this is just our mid. And when the enemy just automatically picks a strong response to that tiny mid, you now doubt yourself. You're like, okay, maybe we have to put the tiny into a 4-roll. Maybe we can think of a new answer. But with OG, most likely they'll just, you know, stomach the lane and just go for it.
We've seen Saxa play tiny once so far this season.
Yeah, potentially they might be able to play.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy. I'm still not crazy about 4 tiny.
Exactly.
The role suits much better, at least for mid. It's lackluster because you don't provide team fight from a 4 position. You have to be really specific with the way you do play it. And they're covering this TA. So we see the Pugna ban, Thompson staple, also really good counter versus that TA in lane. And now they're starting to target Taiga a little bit here on the side of OG. He was such a nuisance. We didn't get the touch on him, of course, because there was such good stuff coming up from pretty much all the players of
I like the fact that in that game, though, he went for a Vanguard to make himself a little bit tankier. The early damage would have been from right-clicks and Chrono. And then also, the way that he uses his creep, of course, we saw the centaur mid lane, but it's always like a vision tool.
Yes.
Some players will keep it close to them just to play around it, but he's always just sending it off first, and it's just unlocking the game and its simplicity. So yeah, a lot of respect now going towards the supports in the second phase bans.
And the cool thing about the Ench, too, we were talking about limited ways to actually like push. That's the way that they got these early tier 1s. Like tier 1 bottom, it's a centaur creep, just hitting the tower, tanking first team. Same thing for mid. They did the same thing in Roche, where they had him and the creep tanking it, so they could get that early Roshan advantage. So yeah, it's definitely a warranted ban when we've seen Taiga have such successful games on it.
Yeah. I guess the main thing here is when you think about TA, I put it in the same kind of department as a Morphling in the style of game that you're playing. So I'd like to see miCKe playing a very active core again.
Yes.
Like, don't go for another farmer. You're going for like your Ember Spirits, maybe like even like a Gyrocopter. So you have a bit of mixed damage there. But when we shouldn't be seeing Liquid go for like a TA plus big creep hitter now.
I'm really wondering what their bans are going to be like. Do they look to target the Darkseer again? Because that is one of those really annoying counters in the offlane that we do know that they love to play. Do they ban out even like a Bat Rider, which is pretty good counter, at least in some situations? Okay. They're going to target the PL.
Yep. Blitz is showing us a new sitting in the chair technique.
It's just standard Blitz, doesn't
helps with the right calf gains, left calf not getting as much action. But
do not try this at home. It's not good for your posture.
By the way, did we see that Sumail shaved?
Yes, we did.
Did you?
There was a video on Insania's Instagram when he just shaved.
Big fan of it.
Wow.
I liked the beard.
The beard was good. The stash was not. Though.
No. Oh, the stash is now gone too.
The stash is gone.
Oh, I only saw the stash. I'm like, yeah, I prefer the beard, but no, now I need to see the video again. We'll see.
I'm just taking their time on these spans here.
Yeah, right now OG's probably talking about, I think, Grimstroke as a hero. I think it simplifies Liquid's game again because it allows for this semi-core in the safe lane to be enabled by an aggressive 5. And just gives them the overwhelming fight because Liquid's timings right now is that quick Deso into double meld for Aegis.
Yep.
Play over the river and just apply so much pressure.
That is going to have to be the game, but being able to fight back. Because these TAs, I mean, this hero is just, you snowball so far out of control right now, and you're way better in late game now. If you do get to like level 25 as well too, like that refraction charges is ridiculous. They're banning those active safe laners, so they pick out the Void Spirit. I think that's a pretty cool one. AA doesn't really do much of anything versus a Void Spirit, gets right on top of you, so definitely looking at that. Because miCKe, he's loved these kind of just kind of weirder one positions lately from because they do have Sumail playing the one from
Yeah,
the mid.
but that's why TA and Morphling is so good, because you can just pick literally any creep, like any active core in safe lane, and you just kind of swap up the farm priority, and you're still getting the same explosive physical damage, but it's now just from a different lane.
So who ends up swooping through Broodmothers in the game, right?
Okay,
that was one that was banned last time.
Correct.
We have seen Topson, play a couple Willow mid games in his pubs,
Yeah.
but I would still assume it's just a tiny mid, Willow 4.
Yeah.
That's like the simplest approach, but
That
We've
lane
seen
sounds
Saxa
miserable.
do very well.
that's what I was gonna say. Like, please don't be too crazy here.
Saxa has had definitely some good performances on the Willow. I think teams were picking it a lot in the beginning, then started straying a little bit away from it. But it is good to burn refraction charges. It's a good team fight tool as well, and you're enabled nicely from Ice Vortex.
Yep.
Question is, do they still go for Grimstroke on Liquid? That's still available. I still think that's a very, very safe pick. Because again, in drafting against these tier 1 teams, if you pick a hero that's a bit kind of niche, countering it feels so good. But picking like more generic heroes, it's like the equivalent of picking like a Rubik into Enigma. It's like a free pick. And this is where like the POS 5 in this scenario is somewhat a free pick. Mainly because you don't see the offlane. You need to get yourself through the draft.
I see no mustache.
Yeah.
Much better.
I like it. There's a little bit of 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah.
Don't mind it.
He's a hairy boy.
Don't mind it at all.
Oi.
Oh, geez.
Took a while here for the pick.
Ooh, wow.
Ooh.
All right.
The grave way to save a hero, even if you are blasted. They always look for something.
So is this because Snapfire and Dazzle? Who do you want as your 4 more often than not? Like, we've seen No-Till play Dazzle. Like, they're actually one of the few teams other than Rasmus who played it on the offlane in one of their first series. We've seen No-Till play it against Team Secret successfully as position 5.
Have we seen any like one position?
I'm currently doing the
I was
research.
like, T, get on it. Maybe
I'm
they're doing
looking,
something-
Chief. I'm
something
looking.
I don't think
Like
that's
the
going to be the
Mickey
case.
Dazzle?
I don't think it'll be the case, but I mean, potentially they can flex it. Also, let's look at this minus armor in team fights. I see 3 heroes. Well, Tiny, sure, you get your Grow, you're very tanky, but Willow, one of the lower armor heroes, same thing for AA. We got Bad Juju, we got Little Shredder, we got Meld.
Is there more?
Beastmaster.
Can we Quattro down?
Okay, so out of all the players on Liquid, Insane is the only one that has been playing it.
Okay.
And it is like a Mana Boots Glimmer into then maybe like a medallion style.
Sure, but that's a 5.
But it has only been one showing in the pub scene, of which he did lose 22 hours ago. But that is most likely the most logical step for it to be.
A way to protect heroes for sure is.
Oh, we see the
cool.
Beastmaster as well. I like that idea just for the fact that. Oh, and there's
I
the
was going to
Brood.
say the Brood got left. You have
forget
to,
about it.
You got to remember about the Brood.
Whew.
They're smiling. They're really happy with that.
Yeah.
It's TA Brood, like the active. You can get super active. You control so much of the map too. Traps, spiders. You're gonna have so much information.
And OG fully subscribed to the idea of playing lanes and skirmishing the map, and this is where Brood does not get punished by that. Unless you're skirmishing into that lane, it's going to be pretty difficult. And we also need to remember, we've got the Dazzle Hill Bomb onto Spiderling.
Oh, yeah.
Old classic.
That's a classic, yeah, exactly.
Used to be big fans of that. I know if Awie's watching out there, we used to do Brood Dazzle all the time in our games ages ago.
We have just been messaged that we should look out for the Liquid Lycan to have the Dazzle jungle with the wolves. I don't know if this
That's
is
what we used to do with. So
thing.
this is some like TI2, TI3 stuff that people used to do with Brood. You jungle with the spider.
Yeah, but obviously you can't.
You technically could do it with Curse too.
Liquids.
Yes, that's what we did see people do that ages ago.
Yeah,
that's not grief.
I'm just saying.
Don't give people in the chat ideas.
You can do anything if you put your mind to it.
So, you know, they're trying to at least one up a bit with vision, get information.
Yep.
Beastmaster will always provide that to at least get info around Roche, because you know they inevitably will go there. So I do like at least that.
But do you want the Beastmaster to be more of the wave clearing style Beastmaster, pivoting less on auras and going back for the Ags? Even though it's slightly nerfed, they need a way to deal with the wave clear.
Yeah.
So potentially you might see a resurgence of the Ags. Or it could just be straight, you know, tank up, be that front line, and now you have the BKB piercing stun for when TA blinks in, you kill her really quick. And then suddenly this Brood who doesn't provide team fight is watching from a distance as there's a disconnect in positioning.
Do you think this is a Mickey Brood or a Koikfa Brood?
I would assume
Koikfa.
I would say Koikfa
Probably
Brood.
Koikfa, right? Yeah,
Mickey doesn't really play Brood. Koikfa is Brood.
I would imagine so, yeah. I just was, you know, wondering if they could still, you know, there's still flex possibilities.
This is that rare scenario that it could also be like the Mickey Snapfire, Koikfa Brood, the Dazzle's laning with Brood, and Mickey just playing a more aggressive style of core. But it's all about Sumail playing mid. They have done that roles flexibility before. But that's kind of where I'd be aligning myself here.
I'm seeing a lot less team fight coming out this game, which makes me a little sad because I do love seeing all the team fights.
Skirmishes,
Lots of small skirmishes and pickoffs and stuff like that, though, that can't come out. They see the slot ban, they cover the tide ban. Almost fell out of my chair.
No, it's fine.
Do it.
Drunk on DOTA.
I was excited.
All right, they're giggling. They're happy. They know they got the brood, but you know, there's still one more pick.
They're like, they don't know what our roles are. Look at us, because there is all these. Look, Insania's like, guys, calm down. I'm not picking gyro. Look, he's now talking. He's like, we could do snap one. We could do.
They're doing it.
I think they're switching stuff up a little bit. They're being flexible.
They are very happy with themselves right now, and they should be. They're one game up in a series, and if they nail it...
He doesn't like the... Tiger doesn't like it. He's out. He's like, no. And then... okay.
He's like, that's a cool idea.
That's a nice idea. I like that. I rate that so much. Oh.
What is that face?
No,
I like that. I've never seen that face from No-Kill before.
That's kind of like when like your Visage picker or your Techies picker comes over to you and says, mate, this is the game.
Dude, it's a meeple game.
This is a meeple game.
Yeah, like, it's like one of those games, and you're like, you know, see it.
You don't really know why, but you trust him. And
I mean, he smiles all around for OG as well.
These final picks better live up to the expectation.
Yeah, look, I mean,
okay, but
who's going where?
We still don't know. Mars, we know that Koifa plays it.
Make it for a Sven.
So, Warcry, right? They're trying to counteract all that minus armor.
All right,
okay.
They've got the combo with the AA, the lane strength. And it's a way to deal with spiders.
Laning,
just a hard stun to
5. Okay, they're playing it normally. Nothing too crazy here.
Matu was the one who, I think Matu was the one who said the Sven's annoying to play against, right? Because it's a stun. You know, if you just get stunned, you can get followed up and killed.
And now you have kind of 2 ways to deal with the spiderling, sorry. So you have Sven and you have Beastmaster with axes.
I like Sven when he has an enable as well, like inner beast. I think the attack speed is actually really important for a hero like Sven.
I guess the main thing is just the kiting potential for Liquid, where you have the cookie, you got a grave, TA with the blink and the refractions, you got Broodmother running over webs, Marzarin. Like, there's a lot of soft ways that if Sven has a difficult game, it can be really hard to get clean damage. But if you have an item advantage, you're going to rip through them.
Fraction's quite good versus Sven.
I just want to remind everybody that if OG lose this game, they are playing in a tiebreaker to avoid elimination.
Wow.
I also want to point out that if that means that Liquid win the game, they are guaranteed second and make it to the group stage of the major. If we're going to a third game, there's other scenarios, but I want just people to know that that is at stake here. There's a lot to play for, and I'm curious to hear both of your opinions. Who you favor?
I think for me, the OG has a little bit of an advantage. Early have my issues.
Yeah.
That was good English, but still.
Sure.
It's just the idea when they do connect, you have a Roar, you have Dark Willow, and that could be the turnaround that stops TA from being the explosive one, because it is all about TA now.
But you like the draft regardless on the side of Liquid a little bit better.
I like Liquids because they've got some clever stuff going on. You know, Mick is playing all these weird here. They've got the snowball factor. I've been waiting to see some more TA too, so.
All right, I'm waiting to see some brawling going on here in this game too. I hope we get that. I know our commentary team is ready for this as well. It's over to Cap and Kyle.
You're not a
That's right. I do kind of agree over there with our panelists. I was a little sad. A bit less team fight. That first game was very fun, but there is going to be a lot of skirmishing here. It does feel like it's not OG, but Liquid rather, who threw a bit of a curveball into the mix with a late Broodmother pickup.
I mean, we saw this play out yesterday in Secret versus Brame in a similar scenario. There was a Willow, there was a Beastmaster going up against the Big Spider. This time, it's a Skywrath replaced by an AA, but same concept where Liquid are just going to be able to abuse the map control. They're going to get tons of vision all around. And it becomes incredibly difficult for these OG squishies to stay alive because you catch an Orchid and Spider Armor runs at you, you're just dead.
I am much happier. I'm not sure if you heard my Broodmother rant earlier on the previous series. I am quite happy with OG's choice of carry. I feel like Naga Siren, Troll, Alchemist, Sven. Like those are your like 4 go-to like safe lane carries that can really deal with Broodmother very well. So I'm pretty happy with this last pick of OG, and you've got an Ancient Apparition paired up with it. So feels like a bit of a dream there.
Yeah, we saw VP a couple weeks ago deal with an offlane Brood in a similar fashion. They had the Troll AA, and they just killed the Brood. No spiders until level 6, so you're really not the greatest laner. Hold up.
Mickey being nice and aggressive with this Mars, and it knows he's dead. And he will give the first blood over to Saiga.
Not bad. Not bad. Liquid coming out firing. And once again, it'll be tops and mid on the Tiny. This time, Sumail on the TA. This is a relatively TA-favored matchup. I think why they're confident to take it in the first two. And a lot of confidence from Sumail. Seen a lot of commentary that in that last game, Sumail was the only person playing to win. And Liquid doubled down, giving him a carry once again. There were some mistakes made, to be fair.
It was a messy game of Dota. But that in some ways, I know you like the term unforced errors and forced errors. That was kind of a bit of a mixture of both, right? It was a high-tempo game where naturally some messiness was going to occur.
Yeah, OG will certainly need to step it up if they want to play better. Or if they want to advance, rather.
Oh, nice double stun once again. Trying to use the cold feet to apply, but Broodmother is fast enough to be able to get out of that chain stun combo, it seems.
And up top, what is it going to be? It's a Mars versus a Beastmaster in the safe lane, so I think that's relatively Liquid favored as well. Down here, they will have dangers, though. Brood needs level 6. But it's we don't see much Dazzle nowadays.
No.
You had a theory. It could be true, where it's the jungling with wolves strat, but replaced with spiders. Where at some point, some spiderlings will be given control of to Insania, and then he'll jungle with them.
I had that there?
Somebody did. It might have been BSK.
I'm a genius. That's a great idea. That wasn't me. I bet it was Robson, honestly. He's the kind of guy who think of silly stuff like that. And they do manage to pick up a second kill here in this bottom lane, and Taiga still survives. Anna had nothing left in the tank, and Stania very likely to die here. Fairy Fire prolongs his life a little bit longer, but he does eventually fall. Sox is going to have to go into the trees, but his spear is up, and so that will be healing salve that is lost to OG.
More harass coming out onto Koifa. Went for the Orb of Venom build. It's pretty standard.
All right, Anna's... He's got another mango, but he is just so aggressive, and he's just dead. I'm not. He had to have known Taiga was coming back about that time. I mean, oof. And if anything, Liquid wants to fight you there. Whenever you get a hard cam pull off, right?
Yeah.
You naturally want to get aggressive so they can't interfere with the pull.
No comment on that one.
Odd indeed.
It's still too early to really tell. Of course, but Liquid, you can see the game advantage, I think, is just really good for them. However, do keep in mind, it's been a running joke, but Liquid have yet to be able to break the curse of win game 1, lose game 2. So OG, if they can't play better, at least they'll have fate on their side.
I believe Blitz said that they are the kings of 2-1. Whichever way that goes, they are the kings of 2-1. And I mean, maybe that's to their credit. Alliance are also the kings of 2-1. Look where they ended up. So
yeah, it's wild though. It's 6 weeks of Dota 2, and a lot of times, I think we've only had, I think it was 6 matches over the entire course of this season that actually ended 2-0. So a lot of BO1s determining where teams actually ended up in the standings. Oh, they got the cold feet.
Oh, that one does land. It looks like Koifa wasn't able to get fast enough with the light seal. It's coming out. Anna, he also has the miss percentage chance on him. Koifa's going to keep going. They have the cookie on top of No Tail. They pick up both the kills. 100 HP, Kyle, from being the difference of getting a core kill or losing 2 lives.
I thought that was supposed to beat Brood in lane. Cap, this is going terribly.
It really is.
For OG, and you can't really recover as well. It's a very tough game to play Sven from behind, because you can assume Brood, the moment you leave lane, is going to start pushing your tower with spider pressure, and there's going to be a TA dropping traps all over your side of the jungle.
Yeah, this is certainly not going the way I expected. Oh, the shot just before he went out of vision. Healing salve canceled, but does keep him alive, and apparently he had a backup too. How's mid lane going? 28-4, 24-4? Is this what you would expect out of TA, Tiny?
Yep. It was definitely another one of those matchups that's benefited the Tiny more so, because, you know, you just get free runes, so it's easier to sustain. You're taking so much damage from the sideblade spam.
That was cute. Do you see that? Sumail popping the glyph in order to make sure the creeps don't die. So if he does get tossed back, the creeps are still taking the aggro of the tower, and also potentially denying some CS. Little plays like that from mid laners I always think are so cool.
Yeah, I remember talking to Fear and Bulb about this way back in the day. Sumail is a real pain, or at least he used to be, to commit to replay review. He would watch the first 3 or 4 minutes in the mid lane, be like, ah, damn it, and turn it off. He cares not about mid-game rotations.
Another kill, no tail.
So much for that business.
I'm beginning to think this is the difference between Snapfire and Ancient Apparition in lane is Thompson almost being run down. Baits it out, had a Fairy Fire.
Was that delivered by the courier?
I think it was, because I have to imagine Sumail would have already known, like, oh, he doesn't have anything left, but the courier may have actually just delivered a clutch Fairy Fire to keep him alive. Koifa gonna be okay, and immediately they turn around. I think the minus armor plus the Silken Bola just means they can always man fight. It's the Snapfire Brood is too deadly.
Yeah, especially now that they've got that advantage. The kills they've amassed. There's the Soul Ring. Spider Spam will come online the moment Koifa hits 6. He's halfway there.
Dire's middle tower.
And I fear for No Tail. The moment a couple rounds of spiders are up, he's gonna take a shredder, and oh, you got a cookie away. He'll just tank the cold feet. Koifa's strong enough to duel.
Yeah.
Nice.
Swiftly to the temple's defense.
And this is all like this pressure that's happening is without the Broodmother getting level 6. So once the spiders start being picked up, even if he may not be able to use them in lane the best, Insania in some trouble at top lane, being chased down by the boar.
Dire's middle
But
tower
Mickey
is under attack.
is a wall that stands between him and his defensive support.
This top lane, you can tell Mickey going for the Blades of Attack before the Chainmail. So that should tell you all you need to know about how well top lane's going for Liquid. Sumail a little bit of trouble, has Refraction.
Yeah, he does have Refraction, but it's being burned through pretty quickly with a full wave of creeps there. Saksa. Looks like they were able to finish off Insania there, but bottom lane continues to go poorly for OG. Ana is dead again.
And it's not going to get any easier. Koifa is now level 6. And Taiga is on a mega kill streak. He is almost level 6. Oh my god, it's 8 minutes into the game. I don't know how you survive bottom. I don't actually know who the hell OG put down here to deal with the pressure.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be able to rain cookies as spiders skitter over and find any support. And yeah, Ana makes the wise decision. He gets the hell out of here. Good timing.
Right as they get aggressive to go on the kill onto Seb. Almost get him, but he is bailed out by his stick charges. And now they turn around with the Primal Roar. Mickey, he does have stick charges himself. You could see him kind of trying to bait in Ana. Ana will not swallow that bait. He'll back off and just go for creeps. But Sumail, Curse Crown on him. One last shot on Thompson. But now they're turning around with the Avalanche and the last couple of hits in from Saksa. The meld isn't going to allow him to survive. There was already... Oh, he tries to get some bottle hits in, but it's not good enough. The Sentry placed preemptively in the river to deal with traps. That's why he couldn't stay melded.
They needed that kill. Once again, Sumail, he's got the Courier and Thompson one swipe away from a double death, but ultimately ends up dying there. You need to make that play if you're OG, because bottom tower was lost the moment on a TP top. And you have some major issues now.
Oh, really?
Whoa, whoa. Seb?
He's going for Seb, and he's gone. Taiga all-ins on it. He tries to hop into the Roshan pit to maybe try and get it denied, but an unstoppable streak is fed to Ana. That is not insignificant.
Yeah, I don't know if that's worth. Seb had just finished his Helm of the Dominator, so didn't lose any gold. As you said, huge streak going to Ana, your hard carry, and Seb was with no roar and no boots anyway, so that's pretty much a free teleport in his eyes. Plus the extra one from death. Easy 100 gold, he'll say.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I know we
and they also got a
game, but we can
ward
still
kill on
do
top
this.
of everything else. Mickey, about to be pressured, but this is not your ordinary safe lane carry.
Dark light.
Having an offlaner in the safe lane position does mean that you can kind of park it out there. I mean, nobody really wants to go on a Mars who's level 7.
Yep. This is what makes Liquid seem so strong right now. They have this ability to run what are effectively double offlaners, while Sumail then is able to play the hard carry from mid. So he's just free farming, now coming back up to clear some stacks. Look at Koifa, yeah. Our Spider Cam, he's uncontested. He is attacking a tier 2 before 10 minutes, and no one is there, and no one can go there to stop him.
Yeah, I mean, OG,
who responds?
If the Sven's lane went okay, maybe he could do it. Beastmaster doesn't have maxed out axes. Tiny, it's just a one toss of the tree, but he doesn't have that every time. And now Thompson not even being able to stay mid lane. As a smoke up from Liquid, they say you can stack as many heroes as you want in the top tower. That's the least important tower in the game right now. We're taking your tier 2, now we're pressuring your mid.
That is a massive advantage for Liquid, because now if you can just control this bottom outpost, it's 10 minutes into the game, Cap. That is a lot of XP they're going to suck away from OG.
Oh, absolutely. Terrorize is going to be... Oh, no, it fell a little shallow. And Soxton will pay for that. A lethal error from him. And now No Tail. Uh-oh. The Broodmother is out of the bottom lane. He's being let loose on the rest of the world now. Bunch of spiders die, but well worth the cost of an Ancient Apparition.
Maybe this was the strat, you know, guys, we can't win game 2 anyway, so let's pick something as annoying and potentially cheesy as possible. And right now, you said, and I agreed really, that the AA Sven would be a good answer to the spider, but it has done absolutely nothing. And you've now got OG forced to play 30% of the map with their entire draft. The entire, look at, you can just, they're not wards, but you can see the bottom jungle and who's in possession of it. Koifa just has webs all throughout. At his leisure, he can look to connect towards mid, but for now, I think just control the outpost.
Highest amount of building damage at 11 minutes on any hero, and that is not surprising. He has just had a full reign of the bottom lane, and now you're going to start seeing him exert some pressure on either the tier 3, maybe he tries to take over more of the mid lane. Either way, he's going to be creating a lot of space for TA just to hit Ancients. Okay, he's going to be the one being gone on here, but a Brambles misses.
Keep in mind what's at stake here, Cap. Liquid, they win this, guaranteed second place.
No Tail going to be run down easily. I'm not even sure what he's doing down here. I mean, this is not the place to be. Maybe top is a better place, but Samael links up with Mickey to help make a kill happen. Immediately TP's down to refill his bottle on an arcane room.
And this just blows my mind. So Liquid win, they're second place. They go to the major with 400 points. They need to perform. They might get themselves a TI invite. Nigma would go as a wild card, but OG guaranteed would need to play a qualifier for TI.
It's back over. Primal Roar put on the dazzle to make sure there's no shallow grave to bail out Mickey. But now, Anna stuck inside the arena is being nailed by Mortimer's Kiss. His very excellent shot, Taiga.
Take that trade. Every time. This is Liquid fighting at a numbers disadvantage. Koifa farming at least 500 GPM in the meantime, so long as you get the trade there, you're happy.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I mean, look how defensively Liquid is playing in some of these situations, because,
yeah,
I mean, Koifa can't help. That's the downside, is that, like, rotating as a Broodmother sucks. But this might be a good combination. If they can burn through the refraction, Ice Blast is going to come in, though. Terrorize goes out. The Shallow Grave, it's going to keep him alive for now, and now Thompson's the one in trouble. He does end up dying to No Tail, ticked out eventually, as Ice Blast did do its work, but you can still catch up. Koifa is going to look to slow him down further. He's going to go for 7 even. He's ignoring No Tail for a much higher value kill. Slowing him down, playing the outskirts, the Curse Crown, the spiders are going to be drug away, and eventually Koifa should be able to get this kill, no problem. A fresh round of spiders. If he wants, he could just start transferring all his aggression now to the top lane.
He did use a lot of webs for that, however. Only 1 charge remaining, so he's going to have to be a little conservative now. But yeah, you make a really good point. Liquid, they read the map quite well. It's not really the most difficult spot when Koifa is just saying, hey guys, there is still nobody bottom, but they're playing to hug the tier 2 top because OG's only move is to try and swap jungles and take over Liquids.
It's not a matter of intelligence, but discipline, right? It's like everybody knows OG can't play the bottom half of the map, but you gotta just be reminding yourself, okay, that means they are going to be 5 in our jungle a lot. All we have to do is just not die to it, and maybe even get the right kind of team fights here with an initiation onto Thompson. They may have just bursted down the most important core at the start of the team fight without him getting anything off. He chucks a tree, but that's it. Now Seth being run down, he's gonna have to use the Primal Roar to be able to have a chance to stay alive here. The Ice Blast over the top, but they don't really have much to follow it, as Liquid have surely won this team fight and have definitely claimed the Aegis for themselves, as OG don't really have anything left.
Yeah, see Melin for the farming build too. He has max meld. already with the Desto. No blink needed. Not just yet, because miCKe rushed one. And realistically, as you said, like they're comfortable just out farming on the map. Anna?
Oh, Anna. miCKe catches him farming. Cookie to stop the TP. And now Anna is definitely dead. That was a cute little play. miCKe was trying to hide out of vision to prevent the stun, but Koifa is there to collect the kill. He has created a tunnel of webs from top to middle and a little bit down to bottom, so there's just nowhere really for OG to hit neutral creeps anymore. Gonna be able to catch a nice combination. Stunning up two to terrorize. Taiga does manage to jump out of that one. The Curse Crown, though, keeping miCKe stunned even further. Shalgrave will delay the Ice Blast kill. Eventually he dies, but Taiga says that his work is done. They kill 2 on the side of OG.
This is
a bit of a slaughter.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like, okay, you know, don't be negative here. How does OG get back into it? But really, they need Liquid to make some sort of egregious misstep. Like, every Mars arena, it's a blink combination. miCKe just hits the spear, that's going to be a kill. They have the cookies to drop in. Sumail has a DD, a blink soon to arrive, unless he just purchased something else. Might have been, what was that, like a Dragon Lance? Yeah, I like this. I like the no blink. When you're ahead like this, just all in on stats, because you don't need a blink. miCKe will be your initiation. The Spider Army can always flank. Just try and have that max distance. Very nice in a game like this.
Now, Liquid does have, as you kind of talked about, like 2 offlaners, basically. No tail. 1 hit is almost enough. A spear almost connecting into the trees. A Primal Roar going. Seb has nowhere to run to.
Beast in me.
He ran in, but nobody else from OG can help with that.
You can't play. They've died 24 times in 17 minutes, Cap.
Yeah.
They don't have a bottom outpost. This XP gap is getting bigger and bigger as the minutes tick by. That's the same edge Liquid had like 35 minutes into that last game in terms of XP. Look at that. You saw that side blade?
Yeah, no. They changed the side blades, making it so it amplifies your actual range is just hilarious.
Oh, thank you. You stacked these for the Sven. I'll take them.
Okay, so they basically have 2 offlaners on the side of Liquid, right? That does mean that they are going to drop off, right? Mars, Broodmother, extending past 30 minutes isn't really their forte.
Yeah.
Do you think that OG has the heroes to be able to beat the carry of Liquid, which is TA in this case?
Oh, for sure. They just need a lot more time. You can even check out Koifa's build. He's going for the pipe into Ag's build. He has arcane boots. Like, this hero is not played to win after 30 or 40 minutes.
Topson has a TP up in a second, but there is now Cookie. So he's going to go for the TP and then realize, oh, Taiga's here too. Never mind.
People just stay out of bottom. I know it's tough, but OG, there's nothing good for you down here.
Oh, hey, this is a big kill. Ice Blast and all the damage that Dark Willow provides.
Look how cheap they are.
Heroes.
No Tail's TPing out from just in front of the tier 3, and they've got to because it looks like Liquid might be able to pressure the actual base of OG, but this is honestly how you have to play it from here on out. Just try to delay, obfuscate, and defend your base when necessary, but nobody should be venturing past that little OG mark in this bottom lane. That's dead tier 3.
Yeah, with a double damage TA, it's looking like it's Seb going for the back again. Straight up Primal Roar on Dazzle and then runs away. What was that?
What the?
That was the weirdest hit and run I've ever seen.
You're supposed to flee the scene, not... What? I mean, at this point, maybe you're a bit lost if you're OG. Even gods may bleed. This is not a very easy game to find some sort of comeback mechanic. Maybe a toss back?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's... They are in dire measures. They have to go for one of those really crazy plays where they get a toss back into the tier 4 area. The toss back is here, but it's to toss Anna back to stay alive.
That's the wrong fountain, Anna. That's not where... He's not supposed to be in his own.
Brambles catching several heroes. Koifa almost stunning up his team with a Curse Crown. Actually stuns up Midgame for now, but Midgame still finds the opportunity to get an arena. Catching all these heroes, Sumail starts lining up the damage. Already killing Anna, now going for Thompson. Thompson stunned up, that he is dead as well. 2 cores out, and Seb doesn't have any damage here. Saksa gets 2-shot by Sumail, and even Insania Liebig. It's like public enemy #1. They just keep on going for the Dazzle. It goes to show how bad this fight went for OG. They couldn't even kill the 5 position.
I gotta say, this new Liquid is terrifying, man. Like, Koifa, even from the offlane, offers the same sort of hero versatility. Sumail just straight up bodying anybody. And Mickey now freed to play more of these initiator style 1 positions. Whoever's playing Snapfire for the squad also looks on point, and thus far, this is a pretty dominant performance. They are crafting themselves a path to the major. Second melee barracks, a moment from falling.
Koifa scribbling away. Ice Blast was going in, but a blink away and a cookie out. Everybody from Liquid dodging it. They just return fire on Thompson. Liquid are indeed doing it. Not in the same kind of climactic way that LD was referring to. This is a much cooler and confident doing it. They are just systematically destroying OG, pick off by pick off, fight by fight, building by building. Liquid are establishing total dominance and are securing themselves 2nd place here at the Western European DPC.
Oh man, and OG, they go from heroes to cheerleaders, because at this point, their best bet at getting to TI involves EU doing as well as humanly possible at the major. We've got a shot right now with this loss of an OG versus Nigma TI Finals rematch, potentially just to get to TI, with 1 squad being forced to watch from home. Sumail, they don't quite get him into the fountain.
Not quite. They pop the God Strength, but of course the refraction is allowing him to ignore all of that damage. Anna kills some spiders, but that's all he's going to be killing here. The mother comes, as always. Team Liquid.
Man, they like look almost surprised. Like, hey, you'd think they'd be giving you more of a pop-off.
I thought we were supposed to go to game 3.
Yeah.
Isn't that our normal?
Sumail's bored.
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. Ask me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries, let's flow for now. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption ever came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread with the angels. Fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption
I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed. If that's what you wanted, you won't get it tonight. Cause I can fly. I'm crawling around, searching for higher ground. Can't see in front of me, my enemies. I've tried every possibility, ability to know if I can bleed.